I give it a couple minutes, get some people to come in here. Give people a couple more minutes to come in here, then we'll get started. Okay. We'll get started in 1 minute here. So there we go. So I like the video upon coming in. Sorry about that. I was playing this and sorry I forgot to hit the mute button. My bad. I'll just keep going.
The inability to be critically examined in a particular space. I think that's a very bad idea. And this is why I came up with the idea that the day that their opinion no longer mattered. Because the people today who are trying to pass down answers to questions, they actually don't have answers to questions. They have post hoc rationalizations of things that happened in the past based on not having any level of responsibility held for the specific people who they have in place. Now, these people who claim to be select men, jawline dudes, fake internet alphas, etc. The only thing that all these people have in common is the inability to not produce on an international scale. They have the ability to produce in a matriarchy, which is hard penis, unstewarded child. Unstewarded child turns into matriarchal servant. That guy turns into matriarchal servant, have kids who's also matriarchal in nature. No strong man around to teach child how to become actual man and actually compete in society, because that's not the boy's job in a matriarchy. The boy's job in a matriarchy is to have continued focus, continued power for the person who birthed them and the person who's been around them the most. And most times that is not the man. And they withhold within this gynocentric or matriarchal setup the level of inhumanity that is shown toward the boy to make him feel like he's out of place unless he actually bows down to the wills and the whims of the people within the actual society that they actually come from. Now, this person who practices all this stuff in the behalf of the women to which he actually serves doesn't realize that he's actually subtracting from his own future well-being by being subservient. You're not going to be able to rise above to any level in nature being subservient to someone else. This is just the way this is. And this is why these people's opinions no longer matter. Because quiet as is kept. We have this passport gate thing going on. I've heard lots of live streams from lots of people from lots of different points of view. And while the views and opinions are of my own, of the Man of Tomorrow channel, I do disagree with most of what people are saying out there in society in retrospect to the actual topic at hand. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about choice. The same choice that people had to sleep with whoever they want, there's an actual consequence to doing that, which is the people who are most effective are going to find additional choices to match the actual choices in society that don't serve them. What's going on, Supreme King? So this is what people have to understand. If you are offering a post hoc rationalization for the actual things that are going on in society here, then something is clearly wrong with you. Now, I'm not saying this as a medical professional. I'm just saying a clear right from a clear wrong. You cannot say that using the excuse for female nature for everything and then not exercise the same level of choice yourself in your own personal life. Because you have just as much choice as she does, except for you're willing to put choice aside in order to get temporary access to someone's body. That, sir, is a choice made by you. Like it's the same choice that she makes when she picks up the phone and calls whoever who texts her or XYZ. See, I set the system up so that way I can live in a world of equity. So that way I don't have to worry about what people do for me or don't do for me. I can hold them to the track record in which they serve out. I actually like liver, pretty much, man. I like it. And you truly have to understand that the people who claim they have the answers, they don't go out and debate their answers to social science in avenues to which social sciences are actually debated. There's Johns Hopkins, there's Harvard, Yale, Princeton. There's tons of places where you can get your actual ideas tested, double-blind test study to see if they're correct. But if your actual ideas only get to hang out in broken marketplaces where no one can actually test out your actual theories and seem like they're actually true, then you're actually profiting off of a bad system and process. For me, first and foremost, I was taught to be happy without needing the help of people who don't produce. Because as a man, my job is to produce. And that's pretty much all I have to do to be able to get most of the things that I need in life. If you go to other cultures of men, which people don't want to be compared to, these people don't have to have or bring to the table an overwhelming things as a man in order to get the minor things that a man is supposed to get in return, which is femininity and cooperation. I don't know about submission. That's another level. I think that falls far below once you have both of the two, even though most people may seem that is that in front. And once you don't get these things in society, people turn around and they make it look like there's something wrong with you because you have not achieved such a thing in society. When it's actually the marketplace to which you operate is the reason why it's not possible to have those things. Because if you were to give someone an overwhelming level of options, let's say at a Golden Corral, it's going to be very hard for that person eating that Golden Corral for 19 years to respect a restaurant like Burger King, where you have to pay for everything a la carte. And that's the issue that we have going here. We have people within American society who claim they have dominance because they have navigated the field with information that is neither tested by anyone, but you just have to take them at their word because they're right without critical examination or actual showing of practice. Again, this is why I say their opinion no longer matters. Even though I am responding to such an opinion, you truly have to understand that if these people want to be the only people who have an opinion and the people with dissenting opinions to not have a voice, they win by default. This is why most of these people, on the outset, they come out with all these type of terms and rationales that cannot be critically examined. Then they want you, the person who's affected by it the most, to have the least voice in what happens. Now, we both know that doesn't make sense. That is almost like saying the following. We can't punish people for bank robbery because we haven't constructed a vault that is good enough for a bank robber not to rob. You see how that puts all the onus on the people in the bank and none of the onus on the person who's the bank robber, when both people in the circumstance have agency. Most people who push this female narrative of non-critical thinking always push the idea that they are going to act with all the levels of responsibility while the other party don't. And the reason why the other party doesn't have the actual responsibility is because these people actually want to keep the system the same. because their masculinity and manhood is based on having a person who should not be trusted with power be the sole source of person who determines everything a person does within a specific circumstance of the same power that they claim that they don't have control over. People know what right from wrong is. I can guarantee you, the women who grew up in my household was definitely held to account for nearly everything that they did. They didn't have this level of quote unquote internet female nature until they moved outside the household and they started being around a whole bunch of unscrupulous men who just wanted to screw them and would say anything and compromise any principle in order to gain access. As you can see, the handoff. Inside the household, there's critical examination. To the world, there's no critical examination because sex is on the table. Now, what these people do not understand, or what do they not talk about, is the simple fact that you have a choice in the matter of whether or not you put up with a certain level of behavior. That's actually a choice that you have. So when they try to dress up the person who has all the choice in the matter, you, and treating the person who don't have the choice in the matter, them, and acting how they want to act, they actually slide the level and scale of responsibility to her accepting your inability to put up with such actions rather than you take charge of your own life and make sure that you don't put up with things that are deleterious to your life. Now, any of these self-appointed social engineers, I've not seen any of these people testify in any court cases, be a part of any type of medical studies, or be a part of any type of psychological studies. They're not trademarked, bonded, protected, insured of any manner in order to have their actual undiagnosed and untested point of view act as actual critical examination. Because in any type of field, there are minimum standards. There's no minimum standards in becoming a relationship expert. You could just turn on the camera, cede everything and promise everything to a person to which you don't want to hold account, and then walk away and claim dominance over said person. You see, you cannot have dominance in a society unless you have legislative control. Legislative control has always been the boon of what happens and what don't happen within a specific marketplace. You have to understand, the people who claim that they have all this great information for you, the only thing that they're doing is giving you the information post hoc. What I mean by post hoc is after the fact. Giving information after the fact that something happens without trying to prevent it from happening in the first place would make it seem like you want said actions to happen. Because no one defends a particular system to which they're not benefiting from. But in this specific system, the people who claim to have dominance, control, or actual mastery of the particular substance are the people with the less amount of power than the people who actually have legislative dominance and control in the actual society at hand. That is almost like saying, I am a dog trainer. However, the dog is training me to respond how it acts, not me teaching the dog how to act. Now, don't take anything that I said out of context, but that's just what I'm saying. There's no way that you can have a level of dominance if you don't have control. Control is a very key factor in dominance. So there's no way you can claim that you have dominance or that you have game What's going on, Dr. Venus? Unless you have a level of control here. And you can't say that you have game when the only thing you're doing is handing someone an overwhelming level of circumstances that they can't turn down. You're offering somebody an offer that they can't refuse and then claiming dominance. It's almost like this person is a customer walking into your dealership and you're giving away a brand new convertible Cadillac and you're accepting $1 for the Cadillac. And then try to dress it up as if the person buying the Cadillac for $1 is the person who's actually dominant in the actual situation. When it's you, the actual fool in the situation, who just gave away a $65,000 car for $1. But since you are intent on giving the customer the best deal possible, despite the environment that you're in, you want to call that dominance when it's hardly dominance. You're actually submitting to what the customer wants, which is a brand new car. And this is why we can't have control over the community, because there are older people within this organization called the Black Collective. I call them Maggles because they are male forms of the Daggle, who they empower, who they never try to stay away from, who they always seem to be weak in the face of. This is what you have going here. You have people teaching you submission and dressing that up as actual power. And then they want to be the only voice to talk about such things in the open, because they cannot debate their points of view in the open with anybody who has any less of a control mechanism that they have over themselves, or anybody who don't see such circumstances as actually worth submitting to. Trust me, I get what women get out of it. They get a self-improved man that they don't have to fight for. But what does the man get into the actual situation? It's a sort of work or relationship workplace monopsony. That's what it is, monopsony. You type it in. That's what that is. When the actual soul source person get to provide masculinity to males, and it does not matter what type of feminine aspects that they offer in response to the male, because they're the sole source. They're not competing for male attention. This is why most women get everything that they want and they need out of a man, and this is why most men don't provide anything for a woman. It's because of workplace monopsony. And you need to understand why that's the case, because these people don't have dominance. They have ultimate submission to the circumstances here. And what they're teaching you is not game. They're just teaching you to be a lesser person in order to give the entire store to people who don't need it in the first place. Because if a person have a track record of not making good and decent decisions overall, I'm talking about certain specific people, I'm not talking about overall. Why on earth would you be trying to hand those people even more power than they cannot already wield? The reason why you hand those people power that they already can't wield is because you benefit from it. No person champions a system that they don't benefit from. Fortunately for me, I was taught to be happy by myself before attaching things to my life that don't really bring happiness. Now, these people who have this overall level of control in this marketplace, they don't teach you to be independently happy before bringing these things into your life. They teach you to be dependently happy based off of those things that you bring within your life. What's going on, AM1? So you see how the method has shifted from you providing happiness to the world to you providing happiness to a person. This is not a long-term strategy for success. I would not want a man or a woman following this specific level of rule because it's not equitable and it doesn't produce an equitable result. And the moment you talk about equity in this situation, these maggles turn around and tell you how you want the perfect world, how you want everything to work for you. I'm like, yes. Why would you be passing across or down a system to which you did not work for? Why is it that you want to pass down the same circumstances that you did not conquer yourself within your time to another person who's far less able to negotiate the circumstances than you were? Now this person who you ruined and destroyed because it is your fault, now she get a new level of men who are just as inexperienced as she was before she came in contact with you, that she gets to prey on after you're done with her. It's a leapfrog effect. You took the goods away from her, now she gets to take the goods away from another guy. Now you have this linear path of regression that gets better for no one in the actual circumstance. Because there's no path of progression through linear regression. Even though we've been taught that linear regression is somehow going to be an actual path to black success, it hasn't showed up yet. That's the case. I'm just telling you, in order to be able to rebuild this thing in an equitable circumstance, which is what I fight for, because I'm not going to accept a bad deal in order so that way I can have people who have my like skin to be around. That is not a deal that any man should accept under any circumstances. So you can't call men traitors who want to get their passport and to go other places when those men have been betrayed by at least 2 generations of men and at least 3 generations of women. How is the guy who don't have any experience at all a traitor in this situation? That guy merely is not trying to put as many emotional and physical miles on themselves to get the bare minimum of human-based interaction from a woman within this environment. Now, being raised without such humanity in this environment would actually mean that this person would actually have to kowtow to the demands of people who don't have his best interest at heart. They have the minimum level of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs met. A self-actualized man does not produce for a society. But somehow we're expecting the inexperienced black man to somehow take on all the problems and be the scapegoat for the older generations before them who have not held this person in critical examination. This is why you have so many people standing around cheering on your actual ability to think that you have game enough to outrun the criminal court system. You ain't got enough game for that. I've never met any pimp on the planet who was able to walk into a courtroom without an attorney and walk away with the same results as if he did have an attorney. Somehow it is a shame to be a trick in society, but it is not a shame to be a pimp in society. I'm not saying one person should be the other, but if one is ashamed, then another one is a damn shame by itself. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, I do not want to be part of these conversations about saving or fixing the community, because the community is made up of bad choices and decisions, none of which no one wants to stop. But somehow everybody wants to keep going as long as they can get a piece of ass out of it. It's like we're okay with having OGs as long as they can keep sending children to their graves behind it. Keep sending children to wheelchairs behind it. But somehow those people are the celebrity and the victims of the circumstances are not heard from. That's clearly where we are. So now the level of men who did not steward these children at all now want to come back and sell these same children that they did not raise into men game to actually deal with the women that they never taught them to deal with. And we want to consider that equitable in this society. And the same people want to be the sole voice of reason in the actual situation. And the moment that you become critical of the actual system that is going on, they lay the seeds for you accepting the circumstance that they set up, that they did not fight against, that they did submit to. And you're the sacrifice. Because if you accept the circumstance that they set up, then they did not fail. But these same people will laugh in your damn face when you do fail. This stuff is not right. It's not just. And we're not supposed to be going anywhere with this type of system that we have in place. There's nobody over the age of 40 who should be telling you how to talk to women without having and being a productive human being first. Because when you talk about things in that order, you put things in the wrong order. You make men think that I'm going to be a successful, productive, and decently treated human being in society as long as I can pretend that I have game. Because that's what it is, it's pretend. You don't actually have game. She has dominance and control. She has the right of refusal. You don't. Remember, you're approaching her, she's not approaching you. You're self-improving to get a chance at her, she's not self-improving to get a chance at you. I'm saying self-improve, but I'm telling you, don't spend your self-improvement moments on things that don't make any sense. No other culture in society has lasted the test of time teaching such things that we teach here in the Black community. And these same people talk about community without giving individual effort to the actual community that they want to be a part of. They want to be a community after they don't have anything to give. They want to be an actual community after they didn't back the people who they should have backed. They want to be actually community focused after their time has expired. It's almost like Michael Jordan right now talking about how he wants to play along Steph Curry for a championship. Sometimes your time is just up and your actual difference to make a change has expired, and you have to pass down the torch to another generation. You have to tell them what's going on. You have to give them a proper situation report, but tell them that you just flat out failed at what you were intentionally supposed to do as a man, which is hand down a better system than you had to other people. It's not your job to turn around and say you don't want to hear critical examination of the system to which you want to teach from, and then don't want to hear complaints from the same men who you're trying to sell down the same road to which you are teaching from? Because there either is a problem or that there is not a problem. If there is a problem, then why are you teaching people to be swallowed up by the problem? Remember, these are the people who you wrecked, ruined, and destroyed. Those 13 or 14-year-old boys, when they was focusing on books, somebody had to be sleeping with them young women, and it definitely wasn't young boys, was it? It was old-ass dudes who thought they had game by offering candy to a baby and destroyed that young girl's life. So now you're going to teach her how to be a predator and give her an open book test to an unsheltered man as her opportunity to be just like your dumb ass. But somehow we call this game. We don't call this a second level of inequitable circumstances that we're teaching one group to have power over another. These people who teach game, they are empowering the worst of women to treat men like tools of destruction. To take her actual pain out on the next generation of men that she had because of how she was treated in the previous generation. This is why I personally say that these people's opinion no longer matters. Because now we get to see both sides. Now we can compare ourselves against other societies that actually work. Now we can compare and contrast. The one thing that most maggles didn't want to happen in the first place is to be critically examined. That they can hide behind the broken women and the broken children that they have with those women forever. And to hand them a marginal level of masculine so-called success as a means of being treated like a man in society. Then they go to another place and they get treated way better. And then they turn around and call that guy the traitor. When there was a whole society that sold out that person in the first place. From Jump Street. But see, everybody got so much game, right? How can you call yourself a select man or a jawline guy, but not be responsible for the results of the consequences of the decision in society? You ever notice how the conversation boomerangs back to sex, but not boomerang back to personal responsibility or critical examination or caring about what you create? It's always that, isn't it? It's always that. This is why I don't use these terms, because these terms are nothing but post hoc rationalizations. They are not explanations. You're 100% BS. And if these things actually work, you would be able to look in other societies and see if these things are actually true. If this is what happens in nature, then it would be true in first generation Latin cultures. It would be true in Arab cultures. It would be true in all other cultures that come here that have an intact culture, but come here and operate just fine. You see, what the immigrant have over you is they have focus on what they're supposed to do, handed down to them by strong men. You know what you have? Game, handed down to you by fucking losers. Look at where those old men are, and look at where every motherfucker who claimed they got game are. There ain't nobody crossing the 7 seas to talk to any one of these pieces of shit on how to fucking wreck and ruin and destroy their fucking culture. It don't happen. They don't come over here and ask older black men how the fuck can they improve their fucking community. That's just truly what I'm saying here. So I'm sorry. If this is what you wanted men to put up with, you're wrong. Now you get to watch men be happy. And you're going to have to be able to compete with them, with everybody else in society, despite what you think about it. Me personally, I wanted to talk about how I was able to negotiate this actual obstacle that we have as the marketplace here. The most fortunate thing that I was taught first and foremost is that I was taught to be happy first. How can I know what happiness that I could bring to another person if I never experienced it myself? I was taught to be a resource to myself before I was taught to be a resource to any other person who can come into my life. I was taught never to accept unacceptable things. We have this very dangerous proclamation in the so-called black community of the serenity prayer, of accepting the things you cannot change, when you should be inversing the serenity prayer and changing the things you cannot accept. That shows a level of dominance and control, not the other way around. I was taught that hard work always outweighs the small comfort of an easy victory. I was always taught that. I went to go fill out the actual reports of what classes I wanted to take. Come back to me, tore it up. What is this? General math and spell, like, what is that? You're not going to be a man off that. Grandfather, you're not going to be able to do anything in society off that. When things are hard, you're going to have to be working towards something. And the easy way to go there is not the way that it's going to be done. That progress back then means nothing to you now. Anybody can have the level of pretend dominance that they had back then. Anybody can have that. It means nothing to have that level of so-called dominance, when you're giving up everything in order to have something that's temporary, rather than depending on yourself to actually provide, which is actually forever if you've done it right. So they want to hand their limitations down to you. It's called that game. Any game you play, you have to play to win, boss. What the hell you look like practicing game and you get something that's not worth it out of the deal? How is that helping you out? That might be the reason how come they can't show you any tape of them walking into a marketplace and getting something of actual value. Because here's the deal. You don't need game to get a feminine woman. You don't. You need game to get a damaged woman who you're trying to get value out of, who you shouldn't be around, who you shouldn't try to attach yourself to for the long term. That is something you need game for. You just have to understand that these things are not meant to last a long time. This is why these people don't have any lasting longevity. Because it's impossible to do so in such a system. These people who sell game, what's your end game from game? How do you get to this feminine woman from game? That is correct. It actually keeps the mind, you're actually lowering yourself beneath her to try to get sex from her if she allows you to have it. And then you pay up a whole lot of money in the criminal court system that she's no doubt going to run to. That's the thing that I don't understand about it. My grandfather didn't try to hand down game to me. He handed down a system that worked. Men hand down systems. Men don't hand down game to tell you to be subservient to power that don't suit you. Keith Lamar, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, you need game for a woman trying to game you. Yes. And like, you have to understand, man, like, how on earth is this supposed to work if everybody's trying to one up each other in society? And somehow you are not even ever supposed to bring this up. Because if you bring up this specific notion, then somehow you're not playing the game right. And they try to tell you that a system of equity and hard work is something that you shouldn't strive towards. It's something that you should never see. I don't know. If somebody can tell me how that works, let me know, man. I don't think it really works that way. You have to stop wasting time on ineffective thought processes that isn't meant for today's society. A lot of people may see it that MOT is a hater, but what takes more hate? To hand down a system that you didn't negotiate to unsuspecting people, or me pointing that out to other people? You see, these slick willy ass niggas really think that they have the actual idol of idolatry to sell broken women to fucking men. They know what households these guys was raised in. They know the lack of humanity that these guys was raised around. And they want to sell you and your malformed psyche to a person who have a hell of a lot more experience than you do. And they want to call that game. And they got so much game that they cannot show you any proof. Let me tell you about a huckster and a hustler's level of proof. A huckster and a hustler's level of proof is they want to create a bubble to which you believe they bullshit or not. They don't want to be critically examined about the things that they talk about. This is why they don't do interviews. This is how come you don't see them on tape doing shit. Because it's fucking bullshit. But somehow, since they have to make a dishonest dollar in this marketplace and they ain't got no other fucking skill, we have to keep our fucking mouth closed about this shit. Are we not doing the war on drugs except for we just selling the drug of sex to inexperienced fucking men? It's the same shit. Rather than selling drugs to people who couldn't handle it, we're selling women to men who can't handle it. How's this stuff supposed to work right? If you got the person who claimed he's so fucking real, letting all this bullshit happen in the first place, you got the unreformed fucking criminal who don't want to fix shit in the goddamn community or remove the circumstances that brought his dumb ass to power in the first place. You got the so-called person who got so much information about the fucking past but don't have any sort of words toward telling people not to fuck things up in the goddamn community. And then you have the matriarch who don't know any better. She just get a whole bunch of choices because these people are working on her behalf. How is this shit supposed to work? But see, they'll turn around to a person like me and tell me that I'm not to expect anything from it. Then you get mad as shit when black men decide to get their passports and get the fuck out of here. And go try to have different experiences. Then you wonder why men are smashing trannies and doing stupid shit like that. It's these fucking maggles' fault and these fucking daggles' fault that this shit's happening. Y'all motherfuckers decided to have these fucking kids. And this fucking MAGA was a stupid motherfucker who decided to hand down this broken ass fucking system to another generation of men. But I guess I'm the hater though, right? Because I get to point this shit out. There's not a single man on the fucking planet who come to these stupid motherfuckers for any type of help and advice of any kind. God, we can't have a ruling class mentality. The reason why we can't have a ruling class mentality is because we want all the benefits of hard work without working hard. There's not a single thing in this country that we have here that we're not capable of picking up and smashing over these motherfuckers' head and taking our shit back. The only thing is, we chose big Christmases, big birthday parties, and big proms and big ass fucking everything rather than the shit that need to be said. And these people who have these kids, they know better. They just don't want to do better. But if I bring it up, I'm the person with the problem. But you can sit there and be about this bullshit, and you could be just fucking fine with this shit. These people make it very, very, very fucking hard to fucking stay with this shit. And there's a reason why they want to be the only voice. Because if they're the only voice in the fucking room, then where's the counter argument to this bullshit? I can guarantee you I can sit down any one of these stupid motherfuckers. Any one. And ask them very simple fucking questions and they can't be able to fucking answer. But somehow, these are the people who want a fucking community at the end of the day. Not the people who did it right. They're not clamoring for community. They're clamoring for peace. The people who haven't fucking done it right, they're the motherfuckers clamoring for a fucking community. You have to understand that building a system based off of sexual repression is a very bad idea. Self-actualized men produce more for you. Men who don't have their needs met don't produce shit, especially if they're raised in an environment where they're not taught to be shit by men who ain't shit. I'm sorry if people out there may think that I'm talking down to them. I'm just trying to tell you the unfiltered motherfucking truth. So that way we can get to a better motherfucking place. Because if we rebuild this shit the way that it is, I'll burn it down my motherfucking self. What's going on, Gav? Because we can't say that we care about children and kids and we don't care about the environments that they're raised in. I mean, it's just impossible, man. It's like, man, we've been going through these same situations and talking points and circumstances for so many years, but there ain't no motherfucking action. Everybody won't change, but don't nobody want to change shit that they fucking doing. NIMBY, not in my motherfucking backyard. I'm just saying this, man. If you've been fucking up in the past, hey, man, just turn that shit around, bro. No, this shit ain't gonna work. You want your motherfucking child, whenever you have one, to turn around and actually ask you what the fuck you were doing? Is that what really scares you? That you weren't really doing shit? You didn't really try to take a stand. You didn't really try to do anything. You just decided to ride this wave because you get a piece of ass out of it? Like that's what it is now? Then you get mad at the people who you left behind for trying to go somewhere else and find happiness? Is that what it is? Is that where we at? I can tell you this. Every person who's complaining about that shit is the motherfucking problem. 100%. Men don't leave places that they're not being serviced in. They don't leave those places if they're getting their needs met. Nobody has pure DNA in this bitch. Nobody. Because those circumstances got too fucked up and they had to leave and go somewhere else. Thanks for the super chat, freelance runner. He said, drop a tip into the chip jar. You're already blunt honest and sorely needed. You always teaching. Yeah, man, I am. Because they expect once people leave this shit that they can no longer are qualified to talk about the shit that's wrong once you leave. They want you to be dipped and mired in this fucking bullshit a lot to the point to where you can't even function, and then they expect those people to fucking talk. They don't expect the people to talk who fucking left this shit behind and want people to fucking do better. Then they try to take it off into some emotional fucking corner and think that you fucking talking down to them. The reason why is because I ain't got no fucking kids, but my nieces and nephews got a day half of these crazy motherfuckers. You think I gotta fucking want you? You really think I want to hear this shit? I'd rather that they fucking get it and stay away from this shit, man. That's all I'm saying here, because this shit really isn't that hard, man. You got people who come over here, don't even know English, learn English, and doing our shit better than we fucking doing. I mean, but for some reason, you know, we've just been conditioned to not truly concentrate on the things that we're supposed to, and to concentrate on abject bullshit that we don't fucking own. I'm just telling you this, man. Don't create shit that you ain't got full control over. Don't be with nobody who ain't got your best interests at heart. Stop trying to practice this old nigga shit that haven't fucking worked for them, man. Because I'm not trying to raise another generation of motherfucking parasites. That ain't my motherfucking job, man. And this bullshit that we currently fucking doing ain't fucking working. You know, everybody talk about this 2053 shit. Hey, man, shit, I'm talking 2025 shit. Because it don't take but a couple of innovations and all these normal ass fucking jobs are out of here. Yeah. Right now, I'm on the low right now that I picked up from Nevada. Taken to Maryland, Eldridge, Maryland. There's a place in Sparks, Nevada, right in Reno. And I got paid $9,000 to do $3 a mile, take the shit from the Tesla plant to a Tesla plant at Elk Ridge. Yeah, the fucking money's there. Thanks for the super chat, Keith Lamont. Yeah, you are correct. But the reason why it's not is because it's the perceived notion that somehow being a decent dude is fucking weak. You think it's weak to pass up all this fucking bullshit? You really think it's weak? Like man, like a lot of people think that, man. Like somehow being a decent human being is some shit that you shouldn't strive toward, Keith. A lot of people think that shit. And you hear these viral videos from these fucking reptiles who fucking are proud to fucking say how much of people that they don't need until you start cutting off their fucking public consensus, and then they think of something different. None of this shit's hard, folks. None of it is. It's just that, man, we got to go back to the basics because the weeds have outgrown the fucking vegetables in the damn garden. And it's kind of hard not to burn the fucking whole garden down at this point. But, we're going to go through with there with lawnmowers at this present time, you know what I'm saying? So that's where we're at. So if anybody want to come on, hold on a second. This is my first time going live.
Got 231 people in here watching. Could y'all get the likes up before I send the link out to people? That particular podcast I recorded 6 months ago. How relevant is that shit today? 6 months ago I said that shit. 6 months ago. Still relevant today because we got the same issues that are going on today. Shout out to Goshen for the $100 super chat. Shout out to Alan GH for the $50 super chat. You have to understand, man, that most of these motherfuckers are done. They're fucking done. You truly have to realize that these people are at the end of their evolution. They're already at the end of their evolutionary path. So what we're going to talk about tonight is how the fuck do we go forward from this point forward? Because we're not here to grow the nigger markets, man. We're not. Because the children of 2053 that's going to be experiencing the first end of this shit where this shit's no longer viable, they're going to be born between now and 2030. And my job is to focus on those people. You can't help out these old ass fucking adults who's trying to learn how to be feminine and still pushing game at 50 years. Like, dude, you can't fucking help people like that. They're done. It's over. But you can't help people who are way down the ladder in the road, man. What's going on, Super Trez?
What's going on, MOT?
Nothing much, man. I said that shit 6 months ago. How relevant is that shit today?
Oh, man, it's very relevant, man. Like, I mean, even if you look at some of the streams that I did a long time ago, like my first streams, like the message doesn't change. That degree of consistency comes from a place of integrity. So you're not changing your message because you're not doing it to appeal to the sensibilities of your target audience. There's a genuine desire for the collective individuals who choose to progress to actually progress. And I think the problem is that you have certain constituencies of the ADOS community who put far too much stock in human capital. And they believe that the actual human capital itself supersedes the productivity of each individual. And not realizing that there's human capital all over the world that nobody gives a damn about because they're out of sight and out of mind. So when they talk about the 2053 time frame or actual target time frame. At that point, these people will be relegated to only being human capital because they will have no means of productivity.
Correct.
And but yet they want that communal designation, so that way those that are productive, they can attach themselves to those individuals and maintain relevancy.
Correct. I mean, they want to maintain power without giving up anything to actually be a part of the new power system. Like, they just want to keep their power, man. Like, they don't want to answer for the past. They just want to keep their particular level of power today.
Yeah. And even at the detriment of the community at large. And you know, it's the interesting thing is that there's people who literally don't know. They lack the foresight to really know the trajectory of their actions that they take today and how it will adversely affect the community at large. But then there's those that do know, but they only care about the here and now. They know they won't be there to actually have a level of accountability for the damage that they've done. It'd be the successive generations that they're misleading now that will have to right the wrongs that are being done right now. You know, and I even hear I hear some of these other platforms and they allow people on a platform. It's like, how can you be pro anything and allow somebody who has professed to have consistently engaged in activities that have actually harmed the community at large? So if you have somebody who claims to be a pimp or claims to have pimped, and they're consistently on your panel, and then you allow them a voice to actually influence the youth and spit that same nonsense about the pursuit of women superseding productivity, then you're just as much a problem as they are. And I don't want to hear that nonsense about, well, you just allowing everybody else to talk. Well, I mean, that's fine if you allow them an actual platform, but when you actually pose no opposition to their obviously flawed viewpoints.
Super Trez, I can't hear you.
That was it.
Yeah. All right. It's like we deliberately get community wrong, right? We deliberately get community wrong. And we deliberately get community wrong because we want to make a community in a way that's never been tried before. You cannot have a community of parasites and expect to progress. Like, there's a lot of things that go into community because the communities that I go in and out of, the women are far more oppressible than the men are. The women police the women, the men police the men, and everybody has a good result. How come we can't have that shit here? The problem is that most people who consider themselves a man within this actual space depend on and nurture female irresponsibility. And then they are surprised by the result that they are nurturing. So this is a war that they're gonna lose. It's a war of attrition. They're stagnant in the head. We're progressive and behind. There's always a point on that line graph where you will pass them. All you have to do is leave the things that they're trying to market you the fuck alone. And you'll be fine. What's going on, Edward? Yo, were you there?
Yeah, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm in the background right now. But as far as what you're talking about, yeah, man, I've been listening to your monologue. It's completely on point. As far, yeah, I'll jump back. I'm dealing with something in the house real quick, so I'll jump in when I
Okay, all
need
right.
to.
That's cool, man. King Sigma, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming on, man.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. I'm just glad that I'm past the worst symptoms of my strep throat. I just wanted to jump on for a second. I think that we've been having great conversations in this growing space as of late. And anyone that's sitting there thinking that this is going to be some kind of easy transition where you're allowed to leave a demographic of people who have adjusted to a certain kind of cultural orientation, a certain kind of like validation system, and you're presenting something that they didn't validate. That's not going to be an easy breaking off. You know what I'm saying? So we have to understand that this internet thing is still young. We may think of it as something that's been around for a while, but the social media didn't even pop off until starting around 2008, which is really defined by Barack Obama's usage of digital media to win that campaign. And ever since, it's been growing and growing. So there are a lot of people that are still operating off the old system of thinking where there's a certain chosen validated group that speaks for this imaginary monolithic group. And now every individual Black man and Black woman on this planet has their own voice as long as they have a Wi-Fi. And for a lot of people, it's that whole thing that they call in economics creative destruction, right? So anytime there's innovation, there's going to be losses for certain people that can't adapt to the new reality. And what it is that there's a lot of people that have a hard time adapting to this new reality where everybody has a voice to the extent that they can influence people to listen to them. And I think that for those that are uncomfortable with that, it's going to be a very tough year, 2020, because the arguments are only getting stronger. Brothers' narratives are only getting more and more polished. So when I hear guys saying things like, hey, man, they're smearing and this and that, you should welcome that just as much as a boxer or a basketball player doesn't want to be the best player on the court on every court they go to, because you learn something from the opposition. The opposition gives you an opportunity to be great. And if you are not able to meet that opposition on their narratives, then you will lose. But I believe in the things that I speak and the kind of message that I push. So I welcome opposition because I know that I'm built to respond to like new narratives, and I'll only get stronger. And you guys have to approach it that way as well.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and just to piggyback off of what Sigma said, a couple of quick things. Number one, personal reputations and personal brands are very important. Everybody has a personal brand online. It's called their reputation. And I'll go as far as to say, one of the things I've seen this in the chat, I've seen like Ramil bring this up when he was, critiquing SYSBM, and, rightfully so, as far as his opinion go, is you have the right to say, I fuck with this person, even if I don't fuck with a necessary ideology. And what a lot of people are saying with you, MOT, is they're saying, I fuck with you. Whatever that other shit is whatever that is. But as far as what you're talking about, they seem to want to rally around you. And that's true for a lot of people. That's true for Fantastic Remember, that's true for King Sigma. And that's part of like this social media space where you don't get to say, I have credibility because of reasons. Like, for instance, let's take Boyce Watkins, for example. A lot of people don't see him credible, especially in the manosphere, but Boyce Watkins has a PhD in economics. But the point to that is, what matters is what are you presenting and does it hold up? And the problem is people are struggling because they want to lean on the old shit, whereby I either believe it hard enough or somebody else validated me, so I don't need to validate myself on my arguments alone. And not only is that going to be a struggling year, that's going to be a fucking struggling decade. So definitely, man, when it comes to like your own personal brand, it might, I'll leave it at that. But you hear what everybody's saying. But yeah, excellent point.
Yeah. I mean, it's just at the end of the day that we're at a crossroads to where we can turn this thing around, and it doesn't take long. I mean, we've already tried the focusing on women part of this, but we just need to focus on the men part of this from here on out. Because at the end of the day, the men are going to feed and create for the actual family overall. We've already tried the focusing on women route, and that didn't work out too well. So I think that strong men do feed their families. I mean, I forgot what documentary that I watched a week ago, but at least it was like they did a lot of messed up stuff, but they didn't want their sons going down the path. They actually want their sons to be a hell of a lot better than them, better educated than them, better everything than they did. That they didn't want their own actual people following in their footsteps. They wanted them to be better American citizens on the level of success that is actually here.
MOT, something that I was thinking about. Everyone on a practical society understands that we're in the third to fourth industrial age, right? And everyone understands that the majority of Black people are still in the second industrial age because, again, so much of the Black population's investment was in blue collar work. And like I've told my audience, I have an uncle that was very jaded at the fact when I was in high school. What's that?
No, I said, that's a good point. Because I never even considered what you were saying. Go ahead.
But I have an uncle who was very jaded when I told him that I was going to go off to university because him working for Ford, he had an apprenticeship lined up for me. He thought I should go to they had like a program with Ford where you could go for a year and then you would become you start off making like $25 an hour. He was really pissed off at me. But now when I talk to him now, and he's in his late 60s, he says, you made the right decision by going and getting the kind of education that was going to be fit for the future. And so that's where a lot of this animosity is coming from because unfortunately, and see, I've had this conversation with Edward before. He says that about 60% of Black Americans are going to get left behind, whereas I say it's more like 80%, but whatever.
Yes, agrees with the 80%, by the way.
But the point is, a significant amount of Black Americans are going to be washed away as we make this transition from the third industrial age to the fourth industrial age. And that is not something I expect someone to run up to me with a hug with or to celebrate the fact that there are certain brothers that made the right decisions over the last decade to prepare them to compete in the decades that are coming with the world. Because remember, before we were more in an isolated bubble, but now with globalization, we are competing with people, with anyone that has access to Wi-Fi. And what do I mean? Anyone today, and Edward just brought this about the PhD thing. A PhD don't mean much today. I'm explaining to you why. Anyone that's focused, that has Wi-Fi, can actually become a PhD thinker. So they may not be able to acquire a PhD yet, but they can actually become a PhD level thinker because
and they can get PhD results.
Exactly. Even better than PhD results. That's why you got someone like a Mark Zuckerberg who dropped out of Harvard and now he's one of the richest men in the world. So we're at that point now where the playing field is leveled and it's on you as an individual to decide on what you're going to extract from this moment and how you're going to use it to empower yourself, empower your family, and empower like-minded people. And I think that's very discomforting for a lot of people, especially Black Americans, because they know they're not prepared to compete. And there's that whole misery loves company thing where if they can suffer with a group of people, it's better than suffering in isolated bubbles. And they see the outspokenness of Black men in the space and it triggers them because they don't want you to speak. They want to speak. So it's okay for them to go and dance on the grave of Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter and the other 7 people that were killed. It's okay for them to bring on bottom shelf brads and denigrate Black men. No one has anything to say about that. But when Black men start saying, okay, you can have your celebration over there, we're going to figure out where we're going to go from 2020 to 2030. Now everyone's up in arms. But unlike other people, I don't give a shit because I know that there's certain gears that are in place that aren't going to stop for you, me, Edward, Super Triz, or anyone that's watching right now. There are things in motion right now that ain't stopping for none of us. So either you get on board and you figure out how to compete going forward, or you're going to get left behind. And smears and shaming, none of that shit's going to work. It's going to make you feel good today, but you're still going to have to go out there. Again, I've told you guys numerous times, there's a goal to bring in 10 million illegal immigrants, and there's 5 million immigrants waiting on the visa list. Now, we know that Trump just ended a lot of visas for a lot of people, but he didn't end it for India. And India represents most of the corporate-sponsored immigrants that they want to bring in over the next 10 years. So we can talk about how you're going to compete with 5 million immigrants that are corporate-sponsored, or we can sit around talking about what plantation minstrels are discussing on a daily basis. That's a decision you guys got to make.
I just want to throw up in here. Matty Ghost dropped a $5 super chat. Is it just me, or am I seeing more pro SYSBM videos by random people I've never seen before? And what you're seeing is essentially people are fed up because what's happened. SYSBM is essentially a strike, and I allude to a strike because I just went through a strike this week at work, and I was surprised by the turnout, but at the same time, there are people who didn't participate. And let me explain how there's a correlation between SYSBM and the strike. Because during the strike, or actually preceding the strike, there were lots of complaints about the work conditions, people not being able to take breaks, the wage increases that were not commensurate with the cost of living increases in the Seattle area, and the increased workload without any checks and balances for some of the ancillary staff, among other things, right? So you complain about these things, right? These problems that are blatantly obvious across the board, not just from one discipline. And you formulate. You're part of an organization that formulates a plan of action, right? Now, you've actually appointed or you've agreed to certain leadership within that organization. And by being part of that organization, you're afforded certain benefits. Say, for instance, something happens at work and you're unfairly terminated, or something happens where you need representation, the union is there for you, right? So you accept all the benefits of an association with that said union. Now, when the union asks of you to participate in the strike, and everybody's having this discussion, you're talking about it, right? And you're saying, yeah, the strike, yeah, go for it, yeah. Knowing in your mind you're not going to participate when the time comes. So the day of, right, you got people walking around backsides. They going into covert parking lot entrances. They finding any way to get in the building so nobody sees what they're doing. Playing the strike. Everybody else was out there, inclement weather and all. It was freezing cold. It was raining. This is the rainiest month in history. It's rained every day this month, but everybody else was out there. But you decided to go back door and get right back up in there with everybody else smiling and kicking in everybody's face that you were complaining about previously. And so now, after the strike is all said and done, when people get their wages, guess what? The people that didn't participate get the benefit too. And see, this is where SYSBM comes into play. Because people are sick and tired of making all the sacrifices. You tell the people the sacrifice is needed. They shake their head, yes, we're with you 100%. But when the time comes for that sacrifice, they're nowhere to be found. But all of a sudden, they magically reappear when the benefits are being doled out from the sacrifice of everybody else. And men are tired of it.
Yeah, and that's a con artist. And just to piggyback off what, because that segues a lot in what I was gonna say, in a real community, because you have to pull your own weight, and your own weight is determined, based on how much control you have on the society, where you're at. We get all that. But the point is, you have to pull your own weight at some level. Even kids have chores. And the reality of the situation is what you have is really a community built on, like when you look at what are men really supposed to do in the Black community, really, they're supposed to be sperm donors. And you see that always reflected in all the complaints, no matter what group or acronym, or you doing what the fuck you want to do. It don't even got to be an acronym, the sperm donorship, then it is other dudes that need to manage the kids to get born, because that's beta buck, alpha bucks, beta bucks. That's what it is. That's your job. The one thing you're never told to do though, and these boys are not raised to do that, is be leaders. You're not there to lead. You're there to manage and there to produce children, like a bitch, like a female. And everybody knows it because it's in reverse. It's just people don't ever want to really. They don't really want to say it like it is. What they want to do is just say everything in a community is reverse, but leave that vague. Because if you say it like I'm saying it, then why the fuck would a Kobe Bryant deal in a community like that? And here's another thing too. A lot of people keep talking about. I'm gonna say this and I'll back up. This is the biggest. A lot of people that didn't talk about the Kobe situation was there was nobody who was probably more angry about him choosing that non-black wife than Kobe's own mother. Kobe had a very strained relationship with his mother. And shout out to Fitness Mom. She's the one that kind of jogged this memory in me. So I'm gonna be fair where that came from. And people forget that Kobe's mom sold all his shit out of pettiness, not out of need for money, because they got money on their own. The point being is now that Kobe has passed, so his mom is gonna have to live with the fact that her son died estranged from her, and not only that, she has zero access to those grandkids outside of what Kobe's wife wants to give them. So when you hear all these sisters talking about, well, that money's going to Latins, well, of course it is, because basically his own mom pushed it that way by forcing his hand. So the point is, a lot of these generational curses that are based on shit that people don't want to deal with, at the end of the day, Kobe had to do what he had to do to protect his own family and what he chose. And people miss all of that. They act like motherfuckers are just making this declaration on some petty shit. And they don't even want to have the conversation. The conversation is one way. It's like what you said, Super Triz, the management wants to have their conversation and they don't want to hear nothing else. So the only thing you can really do is strike, because you ain't producing nothing together. So anyway, yeah.
Y'all want to welcome to the panel, Jesse Ville. What's going on, man?
Peace, brother. It's been a long time, man. I just want to say,
Jesse, I didn't even recognize you with that suit on, man. I mean, god dog, man. Look at him.
Jesse, like, I need to get some money out of these white men. That's that outfit.
Jesse on his CEO status. I thought that was some type of Fortune 500 CEO up there.
Hey, man, I got my digital marketing agency, so I'll be I was out in Ghana for a few months, and I'm about to go back in April or May. You know what I'm saying? So I've been focusing on my digital marketing agency these last 6 months. I've been getting a lot of contractors and employees in, so I've been tied up. But I'm gonna start doing some some more content on YouTube and stuff like that. So, be looking for that. I'll be talking more about business and marketing, well building and stuff like that. And that's what I wanted to say on this goddamn panel, man. Like, I hear a lot of talk about, so to me, dealing with the women or not choosing to deal with the women is just a logical first step, man. It's a logical step. You cannot thrive in a matriarchy, man, as a man. So it's like if you have women that are matriarchal in mindset and they're not willing to be submissive and feminine and to be supportive of you in building your legacy and your empire, then you got to move on. God damn it. Like, it's, to me, it doesn't really make sense to harp on it as much as some guys do. And I don't even, as far as SYSBM, I don't even think that it's necessarily, people are trying to make it out to, oh, it's anti-black women and all this type of shit. Like, if you're a submissive ass black woman and you supportive and you feminine, like, you know what I'm saying?
You're
good. Like,
it don't even affect you.
You're gonna get married. You're gonna get married. Somebody's gonna scoop you up. Somebody's gonna put the ring on your finger and let you be a part of a rising empire. But as to what the brother said earlier, like, it's time to get busy. Like, we're in a pivotal point in history right now. You have China that's on the rise as far as technology and challenging the U.S. as a superpower. I mean, you have this fourth industrial revolution that's about to kick off, and you're gonna start seeing China. Well, you're already seeing it. You're gonna start seeing China dealing with a lot of these African countries the same way that the United States dealt with China. And so you're going to start seeing a lot of the cheaper manufacturing and stuff start moving to some of these African countries so they can utilize that cheap labor the same way the US did with moving a manufacturing basis in America to China, right? And so you're going to start seeing a lot of opportunity, man. I've been out in Ghana for about 3 months, and I'll probably be moving permanently in about 2 or 3 months.
Nice.
And
Oh,
there's
wow.
just so much opportunity out
So
there,
what did you
man.
go to
Like,
Accra? I don't mean to cut you off. Did you go to Accra in particular, or
oh,
all over the country?
yeah, I went all over, man, but I mainly will be staying in Accra because, of course, it's the international city within Ghana, and it's a lot of the business opportunities out there. It's a little bit more easier to adjust to Accra than some of the other cities, because you have a lot more amenities and a lot of first world things that you could utilize. Like the internet has improved since the last time I've been there, which was about 5 years ago or so. So yeah, I'll be living either. Well, I'll have a place inside of Accra, but I probably will live outside of Accra just to kind of get away from the craziness of the city sometime. Just like a little apartment in the city.
Probably
But
one. I definitely want you to talk, but probably one of the best things that you could do. Not enough black men have a really eyeball visualization of a lot of these cities, man. Like, so if somebody's like you're there for a longer period of time, getting that footage and getting it to where, huh? I was just gonna say, getting that footage so people can kind of, visualize it. That's probably one of the best things that could really be done. But go ahead.
I wanted to throw
Okay.
something there at the brother because he's saying that he's actually moving to Ghana, and I wanted to salute him for that because I think that as this conversation goes from the freedom of choice is going to go to freedom of movement. So it's kind of like SYSBM is the conversation now, but next year it'll be about passport bros, and eventually it's going to be about expatriation because that's kind of where this thing is going. So it's going to go from
it will be.
What's that? So it's going to go from black men talking about freedom of choice. Do you have choice? Who do you owe? Where's the contract? Whatever. It'll obviously evolve either at the end of 2020 or sooner. It'll go to the passport bros talking about traveling and exploring, and then it eventually will end up where he's at expatriation, as more and more black men say, hey, there's opportunities in different places. But that kind of leads me to a panel that I'm going to do in a couple weeks dealing with like disintegration, the great separation, and Xanatos' clutches theory of the three fates. And I had this passage that I had written down where it said that from Eugene Robinson, where he said that disintegration isn't something that Black America likes to talk about. And he was talking, I think, like 7 years ago when he said that. But we're having those conversations here. And he was talking about, but it's right there. It's documented in the census data, the economic reports, housing patterns, and a wealth of other evidence just begging for honest analysis. And it's right there in our daily lives if we allow ourselves to notice. Instead of one Black America, now there are four. And he listed a mainstream middle-class majority with a full ownership stake in American society. That's critical right there, what he said. He said a mainstream middle-class majority with a full ownership stake in American society. Then he talked about a large abandoned minority with less hope of escaping poverty and dysfunction than at any time since Reconstruction crushing end. And he said a small transcendent elite with such enormous wealth, power, and influence that even white folks have to genuflect. Two newly emerging groups, individuals of mixed race heritage and communities of recent Black immigrants that make us wonder what Black is and even supposed to mean. So that's kind of something that I'm studying right now and I'm thinking on. But that's why we're having this conversation, because see, Eugene Robinson was a prophet, and this usually happens. A book that it did good, but it didn't do extraordinary great at that time. Now it's caught fire amongst free thinking brothers, and it's probably going to sell another 100,000 copies over the next 2 years because there's so many black men talking about it now.
Yeah.
But it's that right there, that fact that what was talked about there being for Black Americans, now brothers are really engaging it, and it's that abandoned poor class that really is the ones that are struggling with this change, and they're the most outspoken. But this thing has been in motion for a while, man, and so some people are going to get left, and it doesn't matter how much they get into.
Some.
Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it ain't gonna be some. It's gonna be most.
I mean, that's
like the thing about that middle class. I challenge that middle class. I actually think it's in reverse. I actually think the middle class is split between the middle class and the poverty class. I think the middle class is relatively small as far as who has the ownership class, and obviously that transcendent class is even a lot smaller. Like, but as far as what it is right now versus when that book was kind of put out there, I would also say to speak to going overseas. The issue here's the thing, because I know what Ramil's gonna say. There's a lot of dudes that are about staying home no matter what and get your shit here. I get that. But what I'm saying is everybody's not necessarily going to expatriate. But what I would say that everybody needs to do is be more international. It just makes sense based on Jesse's own assessment of his own stuff for him to go where he can get the most economics out of, because he can always come back. Nobody's talking about like cutting up their American citizenship. I just want to make it very clear about that. Most black people, if anything, they're going to be talking about dual citizenship, but they're not talking about cutting. People hear that and they start saying, oh, well, you need to do for home. Niggas can't be saved doing that. That ain't for every dude. That's for a minority of dudes that have the ability to do it because it makes economic sense for them to do it. Because like King Sigma, you flip websites, so you know how it is about big money versus small money. And it gets to a point where, depending on what you're doing, to get access to the greater wealth, not just income, but wealth, you have to be where the action is. That's why everybody wants to come to the United States. But that also makes sense depending on what you're doing and the skills that you have to go to other countries to do that. And I wanted to reassess what Jesse was saying, because people, you know how black men is. Even black men are smart. They hear that and then they think, oh, y'all try to sell niggas to all leave the United States on some hotel shit. No, that's not what he was saying. And I just wanted to get in front of that off gate. Like me personally, I would say every black man needs to think international, period. It doesn't matter where the fuck you live. You need to be thinking internationally, and you need a passport, fucking period. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Absolutely.
You took words out of my mouth.
You know, so the reason I'm thinking internationally, man, because we living in such a globalized time right now. Like all of these different countries, shit that happen all over the world always affect you in some way. Like hey,
Jesse, what was your mindset while you decided to move permanently to Ghana?
Intermingle. You know what I'm saying?
More. Yeah, what was your mindset as to why you felt like moving to Ghana would make sense to you? Just, as vague as you need to be. I know you ain't trying to do your business, but what made you come to that decision?
You say what made moving to Ghana make sense to me?
Yeah, what made you come? It's not even about Ghana. It's more about what made you come to the decision that for what you're doing right now, it makes more sense for you to be outside the United States. That's really what my question is.
Okay, so the first thing that made moving to Ghana make sense to me was when I came to the realization that the majority of Black Americans are matriarchal, and that in that type of system, you will never be able to thrive. Your children will never be able to thrive. And you will not be able to it'll be I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's hard to build a legacy unless you're within a like a small group, like a Nation of Islam, or are you a part of the Black elites, the Black Boulets, where they have all these different programs to for their kids to find mates and stuff like that, Jack and Jill and all this type of stuff. That was one of the main reasons. The second reason was the economic opportunity. I believe, based on my research, that Ghana is at the precipice of their industrial revolution. And so my mindset is that, I have a successful business, digital marketing agency and consulting firm.
Nice.
And I can I have clients
You
mostly in
showed up
America,
when the
but really
internet got
in
better.
America and Europe. So I could do everything from Ghana, you know what I'm saying, and still get paid the same, amount of USD if I was living in the United States. So that has
And then
drastically
living is a lot.
decreased my expenses.
What he just said is one of the best things that's been said so far. Because I had just put a little note to you, Edward, in the private chat. He said he's in the digital marketing. He's actually figured a way out how to do expatriation while actually getting his money globally. See, that's where a lot of these guys get confused, because in their minds, because it's been passed down from the boomers and the older generation, they think that the only way to make money is if you're employed in some kind of government job or some kind of corporations, not having a clue that there's people that are able to extract money out of the internet by doing things like what the brother is doing, where he might be located in Ghana today, making his money off of Europeans tomorrow, and then living somewhere in Asia tomorrow and making his money off the United States. So he has not given up his citizenship in America. He has just put himself in a position to move around while getting his money out of the whole globe. So what it is, these dudes don't understand how that kind of money is made because they haven't made that investment. But I know guys that are like, that have been retired since they were like 35, 40 years old that made millions off of what you're doing right now. And what some guys are doing by creating apps, creating different websites. It's a lot of money out there that's on this internet, and half of the world hasn't even come online yet. That's what's really.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing about when you said the Ghana and the internet thing, that was key. Another thing I would say, just to translate that to something that people, a lot of Black Americans will understand. And this is not, I know we know what type of audience is listening, but this is if the audience had to tell somebody, it's like, okay, let's say you live in New York City. No matter if you live there or not, you already know what time it is when it comes to New York City, and it's expensive, right? So let's say you're in real estate. So doing real estate, the dynamics of real estate in New York City is going to be completely different than the dynamics of real estate in North Carolina. Why? Because the area that I live in, everything is pretty much brand new and undeveloped. So you're dealing with new construction. That's completely different than in New York, where you have to tear stuff down to rebuild it. Also, it's going to be less regulation, less cost of living. You see over the course of years, companies, businesses coming here and attracting, a lot of stuff. It's been a constant growth since I've ever been here, right? So that opens up opportunities for commercial real estate and residential that you just wouldn't have, because everything has already been bought up and owned in New York City. Everybody owns the parking lot. Everybody owns the buildings. So you see what I'm saying? So it's not that wealth upsurge.
Well, Edward,
that trajectory.
I'm glad you thing up, because something that MOT had brought up a couple weeks back, he was talking about buying a county, right?
Yeah.
So, and things like that. And it's interesting to look at the data. So like, to start a town in the United States, you need 1,000 people. So that's what that's the requirement to start a town, right? 1,000 people, and that comes out to about 250 households. And if you do, like, the average block in America has like 7 to 10 homes. So if you took that number, you'd come out to create your own town cost about $62 million on average. Now, in some places it's lower. It might cost like 30 million, but in other, it might, like New York, obviously call like 80 million. But my point is that on average, if you got 1,000 people together with the same like mind and the same goal, you could create your town. And then you need like several more towns like that. So like basically like 5 towns, and you could create a county. But when you actually start talking about actual numbers and how you do something practically, that's when the cats that want to live on the plantation run away. Because see, when you start talking about the cost of one house to be built from scratch, employing nothing but Black plumbers, nothing but Black electricians, and Black construction people, you could do that for, on average in America, for about 280,000. So you would create the jobs for yourself, but you would have to have a group of people that could put up 10% of the down deposit. You know what I'm saying? Which would be like, I think like 7 million. And what I think of a lot of people are afraid of is that Black men are actually starting to talk about the actual numbers, how you do it, how you raise the money to do it. And that's what terrifies them, because eventually, if this thing goes through the natural progression that I see it going over the next decade, you're going to have black men in these kind of spaces actually getting together and saying, you know what? Let's go create our own town. Let's call it Frederick Douglassville. And they're going to have that, because all you need is 10%. Okay? All you need is 10% to get the banks to loan to you if you got the right kind of plan. But this takes skills, this takes competency, and this takes exchange. Edward always accused me of being a hyper individualist. And we've been going back and forth.
Absolutely.
We've been going back and forth over this hyper individualist thing for like a year, right? But I said I'm rationally self-interested, because if Edward can help me, if he writes the blueprints, Super Triz does the plumbing, MOT brings in the materials, and then the other brother does the electrical part, that's how you get shit done.
Yeah, to be fair, Sigma, see, there's a difference between what you just said and then folks that what I'm talking about, but I'm not gonna make it about that, because I just find it ironic that a lot of these detractors are actually trying to, I know you've been sick, but you've heard the arguments about SYSBM values groupthink. And I just found it ironic with the conversations that we have had back and forth for a while now on that topic, how now people that are quote unquote associated with SYSBM, whether they're any associated with it, are being accused of being group minded. I'm like, y'all really don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. So go ahead.
If there's one thing that people know is that
here's the problem.
Go ahead, MOT.
Well, here's the problem,
man. So
they're trying to define a movement. They're trying to define a movement that they're not a part of, that they don't know shit about, and they're kind of trying to Conor McGregor their way into a discussion about how this shit is, and we just don't give a fuck about their opinions. This is how they destroyed every other movement, by launching like the Daggle gas within every other movement to destroy that shit. We just excluded them from the outset, and now they're mad as fuck that we don't take the shit that they take seriously within another movement. They don't respect black man's intelligence enough to like exclude people from the outset who cause problems. Because here's the thing. And that's why SBM, if you're a feminine woman on your shit, you ain't got no fucking problem. You never would have a problem. But if you're like a 2 through maybe a 6 who had all this access to this shit before, you mad as fuck because you're being locked out. So the only people who are complaining about SYSBM are the people who held up the matriarchy, or the women who benefited from a system to where they didn't have to compete for men. So all you got to do is just sit back and let motherfuckers attack. It's not hard.
Exactly.
Let them attack. Let them try to define the movement that they're not a part of. The only thing they're doing is exposing themselves as the actual problem.
Facts.
There isn't a man out there who comes and try to disrupt the movement. They can only disrupt the movement with the women who give them power. If we've depowered them from the first beginning, there's really nothing you can do.
And you know another,
except for have more action.
You know another.
And they're frightened by that. Also, by the way, with Sigma was talking about with the county thing, that's something that you generally would never think about either, unless somebody brought it up, or unless you go overseas. Because shout out to Ghana Dan, he's got acres doing his farm thing over there in Ghana, like 50 miles away from Accra. And he talks about how, you lease this stuff for 50 years. Well, somebody might say, okay, this shit makes sense right now, but I don't want to get to a point where I develop this land and renew the lease. So I'm going to be here right now, but on the back end, I'm going to be thinking about, can I get something, take the same shit I learned here and apply that, scale it up to like the Mississippi Delta, where I can get those county numbers going to be a lot less because there's a lot less people. The government has a lot less money. You can get more deals made because you're bringing money into the state. You see what I'm saying? So all those numbers Sigma said about a county, that shit is probably the most inexpensive in Alabama and Mississippi. So you don't think that way unless you go overseas. Well,
See, I said the county thing is a great idea. My only critique to me, the only downside to that, if you're going to build a county in the United States, right? Like I'm thinking legacy minded. Like, how are you going to, or what is the chance that you will find suitable women in the United States to carry on your legacy.
No,
after
absolutely.
you got to.
But here's the thing, Jesse. Like, when you don't have
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to find.
we can have all of the above.
Go ahead.
What I was saying is, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to find people from the United States either, because if it's all about SYSBM, you can find people from anywhere as long as they're willing to be people that cooperate.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. Here's the thing. I'm not saying. This is what I'm not saying. I'm not saying do it here, don't do it there. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, my point to even make saying that is, there's certain thoughts and mindset processes that you won't have as long as you're in the United States bubble. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about the above average smart person that intellectually thinks about these things, but you know what I'm talking about. This is why I always tell people, I don't tell motherfuckers to get out the country to fuck a bitch. I tell dudes to get out the country to just get out the country. Because once you're in a different environment, your brain is going to start having different thought processes, because people don't realize how much of a bubble you're in the United States as far as the media, the people around you, the shit you're used to. You see what I'm saying? That's really what I want to think about.
Again, let me interject something real quick. I
totally agree with that.
Interject. Yeah. I've been asking this question for a long time. Why is it that 19 million people are concerned about 3 million people? There's 19 million black men that can actually do the work, and there's 3 million black men saying that I'm gonna do the work for myself, and like-minded people, I'm going this way. So 3 million black men are going left, and this is for Edward because he's an Idmore guy, so he's kind of in the middle. So you got 3 million black men saying I'm going this way left, right? Then you got 19 million black men that are going right. Now the majority of the black men is on the right side. Why the hell are the guys, the 19 million, so focused on those 3 million that are going left when they're 85% majority? This is for you.
So I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer it in a way I know you're gonna really like. I'm gonna answer it in a way I know you really gonna appreciate, Sigma, and it's gonna actually be quick. It's the difference between why somebody that thinks like a communist doesn't like somebody that thinks like a capitalist. See, those 3 million people that you talk about, they're not, or most of them are not even saying I'm out to the extent that I don't ever want to deal with you at all. What they're saying is, come and talk to me when you actually make it worthwhile for my time, my energy, my intellectual property, what I know how to do.
There you go.
You're going to have to come to the table with a proposal that I say I agree with, not that you can force me to, versus somebody that has a communist thought. They're like, oh, negotiate. No. You do what the fuck I say, because I'm telling you the quote unquote state needs it. No questions asked.
The communist model has failed. When you look at China, the brother brought up China, and I've been doing a lot of research into China lately.
But that's the mindset that the gynocracy has.
But hold on. China actually didn't start to get its growth into the United States, started to do business with it, and they started to make market reforms in the 1970s. The kind of model that you're talking about that the gynocracy is based on is
the Russian shit.
Yeah, the Russian.
See, the China model would be like a matriarchy, where they want, like, the matriarchy, dudes are still running it and women have the household, but dudes are still, it's like, okay, we know we need men, so there has to be understanding to why these men would do it. The Russian model that collapsed, that Bolshevik shit, that's a guy full-blown gynocracy. So you're absolutely right.
And China would have collapsed as well with their original communist model built off the Russian model if it hadn't been for Henry Kissinger and them seeing China as a buffer. See what happened? Henry Kissinger and the presidential administration of Nixon and Carter, they saw China as a buffer between Russia and other groups out there in Asia. So they said, okay, we can't let Russia get China, so we gotta try to influence them to like do free market reforms. And they did. And what happened is that the two countries that have benefited the most out there in Asia were Taiwan and Hong Kong because of those free market reforms. And they
were smaller. Yep. And they were smaller units.
And we represent kind of like in an analogous way the Taiwan and the and Hong Kong. That's what we represent. So they don't want to see us succeed and be like a lighthouse on the hill.
Oh, that's a great point. I throw in Singapore there too, but from a politics standpoint, Taiwan and Hong Kong, that's an excellent point.
Yeah, because Taiwan and Hong Kong, they've proven that the more you give free markets in a stable government, the shit works. And that's why free moving black men scare people, because we're going to be able to present an alternative. And I always call this the Hotep plantation dilemma. And this is what I mean. So the Hotep plantation dilemma is that they don't want you to go, but they can't offer you a better alternative. And they're going to be battling that dilemma forever, because what's funny, most of the leaders of the Hotep plantation dilemma are actually with non-ADOS women. So they're in this dilemma because on one hand, they don't practice what they preach, but at the same time, they want to point the finger at you. And then when you say, okay, I'm willing to hear you out, what's the alternative? They can't offer you a progressive culture, a global culture, and they can't offer you a situation that will be comfortable to you. But then they still say it. So that's why I say they have a Hotep plantation dilemma, and it's not my problem to solve it. They have to solve that problem themselves, because the answer is easy: create a better culture and produce a more feminine product. It's really simple.
But they don't want to do that because they work for these hoes. They're off with their heads. And exactly. Great. This is some great shit. Yeah.
And let me shout out to you. Real quick. Let me shout $10 from Jonathan Morgan. Extremely proud of my SYSBM, bro. Hey man, they're gonna lose this war. They're gonna lose this war talking shit, because talking shit without action, that's how the other 40 years of Black America worked. Motherfuckers are already out of this shit. Motherfuckers are already making their fucking money, and you're gonna fucking pay for even thinking you can try us like that. Trust
They're
me.
Desperate, bro.
Motherfuckers will pay for that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
The money's over here.
The reason
the money's
mad,
here.
The reason they mad is because the motherfuckers that's leaving is all the most intelligent and successful motherfuckers in the community. That's the main reason they mad and shaming motherfuckers for leaving. It's like, damn, well, shit, all the niggas with the money is leaving.
But
what we gonna do?
But this is what I need someone to explain to me. How will shaming work if your theory is that the most competent and intelligent brothers are the ones that are seeking other options, right? So if that's true, why would they think that tact is going to work on those guys when it already stopped working with Gen X? So you had
because they have a mindset of
because it's all that they have. They don't have anything else.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, they have a mindset of
that's the only card that they have, dude. You know what I mean? And they're desperate because they're
working one at a time.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Here's the thing about shaming, right? Shaming, like a lot of people knock shaming, but when you really study it, you know, on an anthropological level, shaming is actually a social tool that most societies use, not to the same degree that a lot of women do online, but like if you go to like Africa, like Ghana and shit like that, like if your ass is like 30 and you ain't married, you getting shamed. Like niggas is not rocking with you. Like your damn parents, your grandparents, like when you get married. We don't really have that type of shaming in the Black community, but in ordered and structured culture, shaming is used as a social tool to curb behavior.
Why does it work?
Because to be quick, shaming is used in absence of tangible consequences. The reason why shaming is usually deployed upon women because the laws are what's used to control male behavior.
There you go.
So the law, dudes don't need to be shamed because dudes will have tangible consequences for their actions. Versus women, shaming is designed to focus on more their emotional ways to get them in line because the laws are not geared to punish them with the same brutality that they will to men.
You just answered the question though. You said the punishment mechanism is in place. Here's why the shaming that these guys are using will not work. They have no power. They're not the most intelligent brothers to debate with. They don't have any incentives or disincentives besides telling you you're an incel or you don't get pussy or you're not as attractive as me. But then what happens the moment that a brother turns on the camera and he finds out the bitch that he's chasing, oh, she gonna suck my dick if I show up. Oh, it's no question. So once you remove that off the table, the access to pussy element, they have nothing. Because the fact is, this is what's changed, and I've noticed that no one talks about this. Here's the difference between the men that are between the ages of like 40, like 18 and 44. This is what's different about 45 and above. That black and white dynamic of the classic man versus the Pookie and Ray Ray might have been relevant prior to like the children that were born between those age group ranges. But what has happened is that most young people today, 44 and under, we all grew up on hip hop. We all grew up in situations for the most part. So what you find is that you have a merger between the hybrid, the classic man that has a little bit of Pookie, and the Pookie that has a little bit of classic man. And what is happening, that's where these spaces are growing, because these men are rejecting all of that black redneck shit, but they have a mixture of those traits, because like someone like me, fucking half of my family would be called Pookie and Ray Rays that I was raised by.
Right.
Okay. Right. But my uncles,
and that's a good point.
Yeah, my uncles and my fathers, they didn't want me to follow in their footsteps, and they would try to steer me away from that shit, saying that you got more potential than that. But at the same time, we all grew up with that portion of us. So these dudes, what they do, they try to create like a dynamic where it's black and white. No, it ain't. Because guess what? I will bet money, and I'll bet money. You got a lot of these like plantation minstrels that try to like do a lot of virtue signaling to the hoes out there. I would bet money that if the men that are having these conversations was actually to focus on that, they would probably swoop up most of the hoes that those dudes are virtue signaling for. That's the truth. And I'm just gonna be honest with that. But these men are more focused on uplifting themselves and competing than the women, because women come with success, whether it be the women that are ADOS or not ADOS or whatever. The woman that you need is out there waiting for you. And how do I know? I can go down my Instagram right now. Thousands of women. They out there putting their shit out there. It's like a menu of sex. You just got to put yourself in a position to win. If you're winning and if you're focused, the women, they're all there, man. Better ones all over the planet right now. So that's not even an issue at all.
Well, notice.
Right. And that's why shame doesn't work anymore. Because before it was one of those things where we weren't necessarily as transient in terms of going into other environments and stuff. But now anybody can go anywhere and basically figure things out as long as they have an internet connection, if you have a way to do that. Like for me, as a trader, all I need is an internet connection to be able to go and do whatever the heck I need to do. I don't necessarily need to be any place I don't want to be if I don't want to be there.
Exactly.
Well, they're counting on you wanting to be in the spaces, because this is where the actual prize being the maggle congregates. Now, previously, like when you look at the actual origins of the actual shaming, which often occurred in school, grammar school, middle school, high school, you were confined to that particular area. So you couldn't escape the ridicule. So if you were there and you were actually being shamed, it was in effect akin to being ostracized, because you were in that space, but you couldn't interact on that same level that you previously could had you been accepted. But now that men have the option to actually entertain different cultures, different groups, go in different spaces, now the only time that shaming tactic works is when you go to those spaces and try to interact with that particular demographic on their terms. This is the reason why you see men consistently going over there, and it's a losing battle. They'll just overtalk you. They'll just say stupid comments. They'll like, ask Edward, what's the term used, Edward? Kick over the table. When they just start getting loud, and it just totally gets off subject. So this is the reason why once you leave, stay gone. Don't even try to go over there and try to talk sense to them, try to argue with them, because that's when they're able to use that shaming language.
That's what you just said. That's 100%. We're at a point now, and I laid it out last spring. I said that there's 10 to 13 seconds. Again, me and Edward had a disagreement on this. I told Edward back in May, I said, bro, we got like 10 sectors that have arisen over the last 2 years, and they all are self-sufficient now. So we had a dispute about that. But I think that if there's a maxim that should be written down, it's something that Edward said. I think this is one of my favorite quotes over the last 12 months. He said, don't be red pill for ADOS women, but be blue pill for other women. If you make that one of your governing maxims that you proceed by, so much of these conversations will be insignificant. So as long as he actually contributed something to this conversation that should go on a shirt. I would put that shit on a shirt. Like,
Yo,
that's powerful statement right there.
I actually did a whole video on that shit last year.
Oh, for real?
You do got a lot of cats that unfortunately they'll talk all this shit about ADOS women, but then be over there looking stupid for the white chick or the Hispanic chick. You know what I'm saying? But just to comment on that original question, like you can't really shame black men. The reason it's not effective is because I don't think it's effective because we don't have a stable community, right? Like there's no organization. Like it's not a community. Like you don't really interact with people like you did. Like maybe the shaming would have worked, 60 years ago, back in the 50s and 60s, when you got to look at people like knowing you. Like it has to be something in the sense of like how they do those damn those sex offenders, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like everybody in the neighborhood is able to identify you, what you did, and they can ridicule you and all this type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the only way shaming in this climate would probably work.
But the thing is though, not like the brother was mentioning earlier about the punishment mechanism. Here's the thing: when you look at my mom's generation and your mom's generation, there were viable women in that generation, and
definitely.
If they didn't have the father figures, they had the stepfather figure. So that was also in place as well. So there was not only the punishment mechanism, but you had if the woman made it, like my father was really a street guy, right? But my stepfather stepped in because he always had a crush on my mother, and he cleaned up. I love him, but he told me straight out. He done told me this numerous times. If I was your age and I had the options that you had, ain't no way I'm doing a cleanup man. But he stepped in because everything was more connected back then. Like there was extended families, there was connection. So a woman, like let's say like my mom, she had me at 23, right? So she could make that first mistake, and the dude they used to have like a real big supply of beta orbiters. My stepfather was a beta orbiter, right? Good looking man, but he was traditional. So he stepped in and married my mother, and then my other siblings came, my half siblings. That generation is gone. Now what you have is men who can say, now I'm not taking no single mother, because now I got all these single women these women are here's a great thing about competition wildlife free market. Because of the sexual free market that we have in America now, the women are competing with each other in a way that they never had in history. I mean, these hoes are gonna look like 10s overall in about 5 years because they're putting the money in, they're putting the fitness in, they're getting surgeries, all kind of shit. So a man today has more options than any man probably since the ancient Rome or something like that. So I think that would have changed that. The black man himself can leave the old situation and now he can create a new situation. And that's what did my own stepfather, who I love dearly. Shit, I took his name. I took his last name. Okay, my stepfather who raised me from birth. But that generation of black men is gone because the rewards to him are non-existent anymore. He doesn't get the same quality of woman. The family is fucked up. Back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Those men got a beautiful ass woman. The family forced her to be obedient. You know what I'm saying? And he also got the benefits of the extended family. Now, all the extended family is single mothers. There ain't no money coming in from nowhere. There's no honor that comes with it. And that's why younger men are saying, fuck being a stepfather. The cleanup man is dead. The cleanup man was dead back in 2008. But now it's just that more black men are saying it. Oh, hey.
No, the cleanup man has been dead. The cleanup man has been dead a long time.
You know what replaced the cleanup man?
It was general.
The cleanup dyke now.
No.
Got the cleanup books.
I'm my own father was a cleanup man.
Oh, for real?
Now my father married my mother before I was born.
Okay.
But my mother already had my sister, right? And so my father actually provided a home in California, like an actual home.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always grew up in a home in the neighborhood in the suburbs. You know, that's what I remember. And my father was actually more lenient towards my sister because she was a woman and because that wasn't his biological daughter. I didn't even know that that wasn't his biological daughter until my own sister told me out of anger.
Exactly.
Right. And so I was probably like,
we got Super Trez.
Yeah.
Okay. We got 343 people watching. Could y'all please like the video? We at 234. Thanks so much.
Yo,
go ahead.
Likes don't cost a thing.
To the people that's listening, before we go back to Super Trez, I don't want to cut them off, but I'm saying, look it, man. If y'all enjoy the conversation and y'all think that it's productive, get that brother Minister MOT above 300. He's good people. He's been stumping these streets for the last year. He's pushing close to 12,000. Support the brothers with the likes, man. You can at least do that. But back to you, Super Trez.
Now, my sister, out of anger, told me that when I must have been like in middle school or something like that, right? And that's the first that I had heard of it. And then I started kind of trying to figure out what was going on. And then my sister had got upset with my father because he was enforcing discipline and saying, like, you know, you're a woman, you shouldn't be out. You know, you're a young lady, actually, you shouldn't be out at this time of night, blah, 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 whatever. So she got upset and she wanted to go live with my aunt. And so fast forward, now my father did all this sacrifice to provide not only for me, but for my sister, who, for all intents and purposes, I didn't know that she was a stepsister because my father treated her like his own daughter. But when she got of age, she changed her last name to the last name of her father, who was never there for her a day in her life. Her biological father. She took his name, got it legally changed to his name, even though he was never there for her. So this is what I'm telling you.
Did she ever give a reason why she did that?
Long time.
Did she ever give a reason why she did that?
You said what?
Did she ever like express why she did that?
Let me tell you something. Children always, especially female, they seek out a biological father, even like my nephew, same thing. My sister had a son in his 20s, right? In her 20s. So he constantly seeks out his biological father. His biological father never did anything for him. Always mislead him, giving him misinformation. And he comes back and tells me stuff that his biological father told him. I'm like, why the hell would he tell you that bullshit? And then, but it's like, that's his biological father. He's always been drawn towards him, even though his biological father only wants to deal with him, you know, every once in a blue moon when he feels like, when he gets around to. But then that's what children do. They seek out their biological father. That's what I'm telling you. Like, as a cleanup man is really a prospect of diminishing returns. Like, you're really only doing it as a charity case. The actual yield for you as the man,
Super Trez real quick.
Thanks.
All right, we got $4.99 super chat from my neck of the woods. I go on better than MT. Thanks so much for the super chat. Dollar Washer supporting my interest and future, as you should. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Super Trez.
That's it. That I just want to say that it's a diminishing return, and that the actual cleanup man prospect has been a dead prospect for a lot of years. And this is the problem, because a lot of men who've actually been through this won't tell you. And that's what really upsets me when you have guys who are in situations. You got guys on YouTube right now that are in stepdaddy situations.
Yep.
But will only speak of the virtues of being a stepdaddy. Will never tell you
Super Trez.
I'm glad that Super Trez told his story, because damn, it's crazy. That brother's story is almost identical to my story I just told y'all.
Yo,
that shows that it's a generational thing.
I was just about to say, man, my like with one of my siblings, it's a very similar situation, except that my mom actually adopted her before she met my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And like the dynamic that two brothers pretty much talked about, I mean, it's very, very similar. And really seeing that as a kid was like, I'd never be a stepdad. Just some appreciative ass shit.
You know what? I want to say one last thing. What you know, there's a rift between my sister and my mom to this day. because my sister feels like my mom chose my biological father over her, and it's like, well, that's her husband. She married him. Her husband's supposed to come first. As a grown, now you're grown, and now mind you, after my sister did all this, changed her name, my dad still bought her cars, still gave her money. After all the bullshit she did, my dad still gave her all this shit. Now, I've never asked my dad for anything. My dad's never bought me a car or anything, never bought me a house. I did everything on my own. But she's still unappreciative to that fact and still holds it against my own mother because she feels as though my mother chose my dad over her.
Right.
Now I do understand the aspect of
All right.
them
Also, let me call the $10 cash app. Studio Ryu LLC, $10. I appreciate the message for inspiring, motivating. Thanks so much, man. We're just trying to move in a different direction.
Man, Studio and Dollar Washer, man, I gotta salute y'all, brothers, because them two dudes right there, man, they some of the
carry on. Sorry about that.
They some of the most supportive viewers of this free thinking black man space. So I just want to salute the brother Studio and Dollar Washer and everyone. But them two brothers right there, man, they just always show up showing support. And I know I appreciate it. I know MOT appreciates it. But listening to Super Chris and the other brother from Ghana, that tells me that there's a generational thing going on here because they both experienced what I experienced with my stepfather and my biological father. But now the children of those unions are saying, hey, you know what? I ain't trying to be a cleanup man. But back to you, the brother from Ghana.
Hey, just clarification. I am from the U.S., but I just live in Ghana.
Yeah, live in Ghana.
Yeah. Just for the clarification.
I don't see your name on the screen. What's your name, bro?
Jesse
Jesse,
Bill.
Jesse, because I don't see your name on the screen and shit.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, but yeah, man. I mean, I understand they wanted to see their biological dads. I mean, it's just something. Even if the motherfucker ain't really did shit, it's something genetic. You can learn a lot just from knowing your biological parents. I mean, that don't mean you have to, be all buddy with them and try to treat them, better than the guy that actually took care of you. I mean, I remember, I don't know if y'all read James Prince's book, The Art of Science of Respect. He had another stepdad situation with himself, which his mom actually, I mean, just read the book. He breaks it down. It's a cold-blooded situation, how he found out and what the whole situation was. But he was raised by, he thought it was his biological dad. But the guy that raised him actually wound up not being his biological dad.
Well, you do realize that when they look at the DNA, that across the Western society, I think they said like 40%. I think it might have been 60% in the UK of children when tested for DNA was not the child of the alleged biological father, bro.
Damn.
I saw a similar study in Australia. Australia was a little bit lower. I think it was like maybe like 28% of the children of the unions were not of the alleged biological father. The father was unknown. But here's the thing. Now, this is something my dad told me. My dad was telling me about it was somebody in our family, and he was talking about how the child wasn't from that father, and my dad told me that he remembered back when the child was first born. He remembered how the women were acting a little weird. And he couldn't put his finger on it back then, but he said, as he got older, he realized that the women knew that he wasn't the father, but they never said nothing. See, the women always know. So it's not like she might have been unsure who the father was, and she thought that the guy was the father. No, they knew damn well who the father was. In all these cases where you have women who are committing paternity fraud, who have a guy believing he's the father of a child that's not his, these women knew from day one.
Man. So I don't know how brothers can travel to certain countries and still want to deal with American women when they get back, man. This shit is just
like
it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like the level of cooperation and femininity outside of the U.S. is ridiculous, man. It's like if we had more brothers traveling outside of the country, like it would really be a wrap.
Exactly. And I think
it'll be a wrap, man.
Because they want to talk about
it's already kind of happening. I mean, if you think about what's happening with Gen Z men, Gen Z men don't want to deal with women that aren't as feminine as they're used to.
I'm glad you said the feminine part, because what I notice is that what a lot of like the plantation sophists do, what they do, they try to concentrate it on race, right? But that's not like you, because I live by a lot of colleges. I noticed that with the younger men that are under 22, type of age range, 18 to 22, they looking at the feminine thing, the cooperation thing, and then more importantly, because when you're under 30, the attractiveness is really most important. So let's be honest. So they see the attractiveness, the femininity, and the cooperation, and they're judging it based off that. So what these sophists will do, they will start to go, y'all talking about the black or they 8-ounce woman. No, you're not. What they're saying is that certain kind of households we know scientifically to be a fact, from sociology, from psychology, a woman's relationship with her father has a serious impact on her relationship with other men after her father that she deals with. So these dudes are finding that, hey, this woman is more feminine, she's more cooperative, and she looks better. That's not even a difficult choice to make. But what they'll do, they'll start talking about race versus personality.
But here's the thing, though. I'll go so far as to say. I'll go so far as to say that there's an issue with some women of different races that are Western or American as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really go by race. I mean, of course, there's higher percentages in different groups, right, in America. But really, I mean, if you compare a Hispanic chick from California to a Hispanic chick from, Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, it's like I'm good, bro. I'm cool on y'all. I'm gonna go over here.
Go to the source. Again, you gotta go to the source. When you compare those from those countries and their patriarchal leanings, that makes a difference. And I know because I date so many immigrant women, and I see the difference. They don't have this like aggressiveness against masculinity that a lot of Western females have, that's actually being refuted by the day, because more and more men are saying, yo, I'm against this misandry, I'm against this radical feminism stuff, and you see it every day, more and more men speaking out about it. So when you see women coming from those cultures, they have a different relationship with their father. And even in situations where I've met women that didn't have a great relationship with their father, what I noticed is that the older women in their communities put pressure on them. And that's a good thing. And I know
because it's in the culture.
Yeah,
right.
It's like a good thing. Yeah.
If you think about it like this, the reason that they're actually pro masculinity is because they're grounded in their true femininity.
Right.
See, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand what true femininity is. A lot of people think that being feminine has to do with being feminist. Feminists and the feminist agenda is anti-true femininity. And technically,
they're losing because of that.
Right.
Absolutely.
And technically, that's why, regardless of who they blame for whatever happens, to be honest, even in America, it's going to change, because you got all these people. Of course, it's a little different because even the Latino chicks here are semi-Americanized, but even the semi-Americanized Latina chicks or Asian chicks are still better than a lot of these other chicks in terms of what men are looking for, because the culture.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
Do you got MOT? Are you there? because I wanted to play a clip that Kanye West was interviewed today.
I am here.
Do you mind if I let Kanye West speak for a couple minutes to add on to what the brother just said, or do you not want those to play? All right, let me play this clip from Kanye West because it builds on everything that we're saying, and we know that he's an SYSBN brother, but he says some real shit that builds on what the brother Jesse was just saying. I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Not the right to vote for whoever the white liberals said black people are supposed to vote for. You get what I'm saying? Then James Corden went in and said, well, this president, you're Christian, and this president, I don't see anything Christian about him. I said, okay, so last year y'all tried to tell me who I'm supposed to vote for because I'm black. Now this year, white liberals trying to tell me who I'm supposed to vote for because I'm Christian. That would be like, I live in Calabasas, so everyone in my car got to be a convertible, huh? This is all based on y'all vision of what I'm supposed to do. We are in a country where we allowed to like whatever we like. 7 years in, 6 years in to the Obama administration, when I was sitting at the Met balls, when I was sitting in front of white people and they thought, I wouldn't thought you would like Trump because of the racism. So you mean to tell me I make every decision based off my color? The most racist thing a person could tell me is that I'm supposed to choose something based on my race.
On a lot of stuff, we're going to have to agree to disagree. Because I think we're going to walk out the door with the same way that we walked in. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what I've been saying. Let's agree to disagree.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I'm here to celebrate you.
God is showing that you can have your own thoughts, bro. I've been canceled before there was cancel culture. Who told you that my career would be over? The same people that are telling you that you can't have a right to say who you will vote for, those people will be soon to take Jesus out of school. Wake up, Mr. West, wake up, culture. Wake up. Everybody think they so woke, but they following the rules of what woke supposed to be. I have turned my back on the idea of victimization mentality. We brainwashed out here, bro. Come on, man. This is a free man talking.
I recently discovered something startling about myself. It turns out that I'm a racist, sexist, misogynist.
Yeah, can't get stop recording. Stop recording. See, like what he said there was very true, despite I don't agree with Kanye West, but at the end of the day, you are your own person out here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's the part that I wanted to point out is that what you're saying is like what has happened is that I think a lot
and do the same thing what other people are. We're not trying to do all the other shit.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, all these facts are out here for you to be researching. So that way you can actually have a result that benefits you locally in your community. You don't have to worry about national parties or any of that stuff. This is why people don't really want to involve themselves in politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to reconcile the entire track record of the party that they are supporting,
right,
from beginning to end. Because I can guarantee you, Kanye West can't tell you. They can't tell you the conservative track record when it comes to black people. Because the conservative track record when it comes to black people is the American track record.
Yeah, I don't get into the label thing, man. I've been
LGBT community was the black people in the 60s.
I don't get into the
label. At the end of the day, I don't care the other shit, but at the end of the day, there's a very consistent track record.
I can't hear you, MOT. You good?
Oregon a little bit, MOT.
Oregon, man.
By yourself. You can't. Go ahead.
You just Borging. You Borging a little bit, man. I can't even hear him right now.
Go ahead. You said what?
You're Borging.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You were having some internet difficulties, and I think you have a bit of a delay too.
Yeah, you got like a delay, man. But what last thing I heard him saying was talking about the conservative. I reject those titles of conservative, liberal. I think that at this point we should be vetted voters, vetted black men in the sense that you got to look at each issue, think it through, and come to your own determination, regardless of party, regardless of label. I think we've actually reached that point now. Like conservative, liberal, that shit don't really mean anything to me no more, man.
You know, you said something. I think that was you that said something earlier, brother, about the Generation Z's. And you had a good point about that, man. Because my little brother's a Gen Z. You know what I'm saying? He's I think he'll be 19 this year, and this little dude was in high school dealing with nothing but Hispanic women.
Yep.
Because he was out in Texas for a while. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really. I mean, he has a black girlfriend now, but for the longest, you know, he didn't deal with any sisters for a while. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't deal with her because she was black, though. He probably liked the fact that she was on his program.
Right, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. If you meet those certain qualities, and the thing that I always tell brothers is, it's like, you know, if you want to have fun and do your thing, I always recommend the Western women because, you know, the sexual freedom is a lot greater in the West. Mm-hmm. But if you're trying to get some women that's on your program for long term type thing, you know, thinking, you know, marriage or polygyny or whatever, you know, definitely outside of the US. I mean, it's just really, man, when you date a sister or a woman from outside of the US that's not in a Western country, like the treatment is just ridiculous, man. Like even the best of the best that you have experienced with like American women, like I'm talking about American women that'll cook for you every day, clean for you every day.
Mm-hmm.
It still does not compare. It's like, god damn, man. Well, it's a whole nother level, bro.
You kind of mentioned something that's cool to think about, because like I had like an ADOS woman, and honestly, I think a lot of brothers had that story where they get older and they were in a phase where they were just trying to hit everything moving. And then they get to a point where they're like, damn, I should have kept that one. And if I would have known today, like if I would have known back then what I know today about like American culture when I was in my early 20s, because I had a ADOS woman who I liked her father, I liked her mother. Her mother was a nurse. Her father was a CEO at a corporation in Wisconsin. And I was just so young, I just assumed that, I'm going to just, stick and move until I get to a certain age. But man, if I would have known now, back then what I know now, man, I probably would have just like made that investment back then, because she came from like a really, traditional kind of family. They were a small family, had money and all this shit. But I just assumed back then that there would be another version of her out here everywhere. And now when I have been proven wrong a million times over that she was actually very much a unique, rare experience for me. And unfortunately, what you're saying is right, that like if you're looking for like something long term, it seems like American women, because of the fourth wave feminism, have made themselves mostly batting practice. Like they're really good at that. Don't get me wrong. The American women, if you're just on some like I want to fuck casual thing, American women are great for that. But if you want like long term, and man, these bitches are washed for the most part, man.
Hey man, like I feel you on that. The sister that I dealt with, she wasn't ADOS. She was Brazilian immigrant, but like the treatment was just. I mean, the only time I've really experienced that level of loyalty and dedication was other women outside of the U.S. And being young, 19, I'm like, okay, this how shit is gonna be. Little did I know, 10 years later, I have yet to find any woman from the U.S. that had that level of devotion and feminine energy and all that good stuff. So,
see, I always like my whole thing. My preference has always been like the girl next door. The saying has always been a lady in the streets, a freak between the sheets. That's always been
right. Absolutely.
For a woman, like she has to be classy in her public demeanor, but when she's with her man, she lets that shit out, that demon out of her. I've always liked women like that. Is that you don't?
The issue is though.
It's hard to find.
Man, this
like, they're just hoes in the streets and hoes in the sheets. You know what I mean?
Exactly. In the words of Minister Jap, the woman is extinct. God damn it.
Damn.
In America, the woman is extinct.
Wow, he said
He said all you have is hoes.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you think about it, it's a good 80 to 20 ratio. It's in America. It's like 80%. And listen, man, I've been on Tinder since I've been back in the US.
Yeah.
And I never noticed how many white single moms there really is. I mean, I've seen the data.
Oh, that number is growing. That number is growing. That's why they're Trump in office, because see what happened is that, again, all you got to do is go back to the Moynihan report and the Kerner Commission. They understood back in the 60s that once you reach a certain threshold of single mothers, everything goes south. So at that time when they wrote it, it was 25% on paper with ADOS women. Now I said on paper, I mean it could have been higher, but on paper, Senator Moynihan and his people said that the black single mother rate of 25% was going to destroy black society over the next coming generation, and they were correct. But white women have started to hit that 25% number, and guess what?
Yep.
That number, they elected Donald Trump. Guess what Donald Trump did? He started closing the borders. He started shutting down immigration. He started saying that, hey, we're about to get rid of this abortion shit. Why? Because based on the Moynihan report, they understand that once you hit 25%, you're going into the red territory of destroying your whole culture. And that's why 55% of white women said, hey, we got to get this shit under control. So they started bringing in anti-abortion campaign. They're going to overturn Roe v. Wade next year and all that, because they realize that once you hit that level of single mothers, the after effects and the consequences can destroy a whole society. And now think about it. It was 25% back in 1965, but now we're at 80% amongst Native Black Americans. Your society is gone at that point.
Well, the only thing that's really holding up America's numbers down right now is really the Hispanic population.
Yeah,
that's really what is keeping it. Because right now it's at 23%.
Don't sleep on the biracials though.
Overall, it's at 23% when you count in all races. So when you look at the Asians and the Hispanics, they're kind of keeping that number down. But if you look at black, of course, 70-something%, 80%. If you look at white, it's probably at about somewhere between 30 and 50%.
I think the white population was at like 28% last. It was black women, Latina women, then white women. So white women was around. They were getting close to pushing that 30% mark at 2016, but they elected Trump. Trump is bringing that shit all to an end, because you got to understand. Now, this is someone that Edward Anderson, I think he dropped off, but he talks a lot about this. You got to understand, since 1973, and this number is out of control, Native Black Americans have exterminated 21 million Native Black fetuses, man. 21 million, which has allowed Native Black Americans population to stay strictly. Black American population for 60 years has stayed at 12%, while the Latino population went from, in 1965, like 4% up to 25% in 2020. Think about that.
Well, you also got to realize that Dr. Carl Edison talks about this political book in the Powernomics book on how the major Latino and Hispanic politicians in America actually created the Hispanic term in the 50s and 60s to bolster their political power. Yeah. So like prior to that time, they used to just do it individually. Like, okay, we Mexican American, y'all Cuban American, Puerto Rican, but they came together to increase their political power in the U.S. and they created that one catch-all term to combine all of the different Spanish-speaking people in America into one political bloc. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons for that increase in population. Really, is when they was able to combine all those different nationalities under one umbrella.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I do support like the brothers and sisters out there that are saying that they're for a Native Black American lineage as a designation, I'm all for that. I don't have any problem with that because I think that the Native Black American experience is something that's unique to American history. So I'm all for that for the same reason that you just mentioned. But my problem is with the fact that as soon as it seems like the majority of Black Native people get on code, they go to war with each other every fucking time. So for me, I just think that Native Black Americans, when it comes to political things and economic power, they're not dependable. And that's my one. Yeah. That's my one problem with Native Black Americans is that the moment that something begins to build power and get attention, they start going to war with each other and they eat themselves. Kind of like how you see with the big tent leftists doing right now. They're just destroying themselves. So Native Black Americans, we, for some reason, the moment that we get to the victory line and we're about to cross the victory line, that's when we turn each other.
I mean, but you have to understand, King Sigma, why that is.
Why is that?
Because most men don't want to move themselves forward without the thought of this Black woman being in charge. And I'm not talking about feminine Black women. I'm talking about the derelict Black women being in charge. Because it's an uncharted territory for men to actually operate on their own accord without her being in charge of everything in society. Like me, I've witnessed it in other cultures. But for a Black man in America, he's never witnessed the fact that game don't run culture. Because at the end of the day, if a non-feminine, fat, ugly Black woman is the same level as a woman who's a 10 out of 10 in the same culture, he's not used to that. Mm-hmm. So he will double back. He will look down at the Grand Canyon of change and he will go the other way every time because he's not prepared to make that jump. He's not prepared to make that leap of faith based on his productivity because his productivity has never been cultured to be something.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point.
Well, that's like my biological father and many of my uncles. Right. They were really
norms
like
and consequences run culture.
Go ahead. Whoever was talking,
I was going. What I was saying was that most people don't understand.
I just was going to expound on what MOT was saying real quick. Is that we have to understand that as much as 80% of Black American men are what I call matriarchal males, right? So when you study the spotted hyena, that is a matriarchal animal group. And so there's a lot of attributes of the spotted hyena in Africa that are matriarchal, that a lot of similarities between Black American men. Not all Black American men, but most of them, the ones that were raised by the matriarchy, raised by, single moms, single grandmother and stuff like that. Like some of the attributes are that the women are bigger than the men. The females are bigger than the males in the spotted hyena.
You talking about the dimorphism thing, that dimorphism thing, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at Black America, I mean, what group of women are the most overweight and obese in America? And what group of men happen to be the most physically fit in terms of muscle mass in America?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at our community, you got a lot of 200-300 pound women alongside these skinny 100-something pound men.
I done talked about this woman
in the South in a higher level that people don't recognize.
I know a woman, ADOS woman, who's a nurse, and she weighs about 350. Now here's the crazy part. I swear to God, on my life, I'm not lying. This female had a baby with a dude, and she is very confident. Like she thinks that she's the shit because of what you just said. Like to her, the Lizzo, Lonnie Love, they consider that the standard of beauty in 2020 for ADOS women. Like that shit is not like an outlier or abnormal.
But you see that out of town. It's a norm. Like it's at least. I mean, like I say, it's never all of the population because in my mind, I always separate I say that 80% of the black community is matriarchal, and there's a 20% of the, the Mark Moriels, the Valerie Jarrett's that are more patriarchal, as well as the, the little sects like the Nation of Islam and cats like that, But another similarity, the spotted hyena males, the highest the highest male is lower than the lowest female.
Well,
The
plantation buck. The problem with the plantation buck is that, in his view, being in an inferior position to the hyena female that you mentioned is a status thing. Like, he considers that a high status thing, and he actually looks at you for saying, it's like the whole Frederick Douglass, Black Maroon, Henry Box Brown thing. Them, you gotta understand, like Nat Turner, Gabriel Prosser, Henry Box Brown, Frederick. You guys do realize that they were in a minority, right? When those dudes escaped the plantation, you do realize that at every step of the way that someone tried to like sabotage them, snitch on them, and even murder them if needed. But Frederick Douglass, being an intelligent man, one of the reasons why Frederick Douglass is like my favorite figure is because, unlike Nat Turner, unlike Gabriel Prosser, and many of those guys, he knew if he told any of these like matriarchal, gynocentric minded Negroes that he was escaping, he would have been a slave or killed. He was smart enough to understand that, hey, I know how to read and write. I'm literate. Right. Let me go ahead and write this path for myself. And remember, back then, the white rednecks, they didn't think black people could read. So he actually wrote his own path in the hand of his slaveholder, and he got the fuck out of Dodge and never looked back. But remember, these guys were the minority, bro. Most people loved the plan. They loved it.
I'll give you one more similarity. I'm gonna give you one more similarity for the hyenas.
Yeah.
To our community, the male spotted hyena has no role in raising the children of the spotted hyena clans.
Correct. And that's the biggest problem that we have, is that the people who have all these kids and who want to aid and abet all this fuckery that's going on, they have no interest in raising the kids that they actually create.
Nope.
No interest. And it's like, it's our job as the people who they don't respect to raise their kids into people who they do respect, so long as they give all the actual benefits of their creation to them later on. It is just stupid as fuck. And this shit don't work. No other community operates like that. So it's like, what the fuck is going on here? We got the inmates running dude, we're letting like the Reverse Flash and Joker inside the fucking Justice League.
Well, you know what it is? Like, I think that we have told ourselves and we've tried to fool ourselves that because they ended chattel slavery legally, that we actually left the plantation mentality out. The more I dig into it, the brother David Carroll did a great upload a couple months ago called The Mud Seal Theory. The Mud Seal Theory. And I don't know if you all have had a chance to like listen to that podcast and actually go listen to the lecture essay from J.H. Hammond. But J.H. Hammond was a white supremacist South Carolinian, or either a Virginian, one or the other. He was either from Virginia or South Carolina, but he was a senator. And he had did this famous speech right before the Civil War called The Mud Seal Theory. And David Carroll had did like a little upload about it. You can go search for it. But one of the things that he talked about in that was that the dude, Senator J.H. Hammond, had kind of made this argument that for the man who lives by the daily labor and scarcely lives at that, and who has to put out his labor in the market and take the best he can get for it, in short, your whole thinking class and versus your hiring class or working classes of manual laborers, as you call them, are essentially slaves. That's a critical quote, because J.H. Hammond made the argument. Now, he was a slaveholder. He was a son of the Confederacy, fought against the Yankees or whatever. He made the argument that Black Americans were fitted to become slaves because of their vigor, their docility, their loyalty, and their lack of action. Those were the main 4 points that he made. He made that fucking statement 162 years ago, bro. Okay? David Carroll's talking about today. We're talking about today. What you brothers is seeming to miss is that a lot of these plantation minstrels have the mentality that they've carried forward for 162 years. So
absolutely.
See, you're looking at them as the problem, but actually the truth is you're the problem because what is happening?
Exactly.
Because you're challenging the paradigm. You're not the norm. You're the outlier. See, I embrace the fact that I'm an outlier. My own family tells me, yo, you're the white sheep in a black family. And they actually celebrate that shit. They were there for my college graduation. Every time I come to my mom, her sisters, my uncles with an idea, they're all for it because they know that I think outside the box. But I understand that I'm the white sheep amongst black families.
And guess what, King Simba?
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the main reasons why I decided to move to Ghana.
Wow.
I came to that realization, like, hold up. All the shit that I'm talking about, the other 80% of the black community in America is not the problem. I'm the goddamn problem.
Exactly.
I'm the motherfucker that comes from free people of color lineage. So I was actually able to maintain that patriarchal mindset, which my grandfather and great fathers passed down. You see what I'm saying? Whereas the other 80%, you know, they came from, you know, plantation mammies that was running the damn plantation over, you know what I'm saying? It's different, it's patriarchal and matriarchal mindset. And so I was like, damn, well, you know, like how can I get through to people? I mean, there are some people like the Matrix, right? There are some people that come from matriarchal lineage based on slavery that were able to get out of that, right? That were able to escape from that whole system and mindset. But for the most part, when I came to a realization that, you know, most black people in America are just doing the shit that they were programmed and taught, you know, for 2-3 generations to do, it was like, man, I need to get my black ass up out of here.
That's true, brother Jesse. But I want to shout out the viewers, chat, and everyone because the brother Minister MOT, I don't know if he's gotten above 300 likes on a live stream before, but this is the first time I've seen it in this space. Because again, when you talk about free
311,
and free
we are above it, 311.
I just want to salute all of the viewers. You got that, brother, above 300 likes. That is fucking historic. And you are appreciated. But back to you, Jesse. I just want to say that because, like, man, yo, you guys may not understand, but when you get 300 likes on a fucking live stream, that's a watershed moment, and you should take note of that, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Congrats on that, brother MOT. But yeah, man, when I came to that realization that you just said, and I came to that realization about maybe 2-3 years ago. Because I was just brainstorming like, what in the hell is wrong with black people, man? Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I have a lot of black pride. We have a lot of great people that we have produced despite our situation. But you know, for like a year, I was kind of feeling like LeBron in Cleveland for a second. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, man. Like, I need to take my talents to South Beach and win some championships. Because this is some bullshit.
Jesse, I got a cousin that's in prison right now, right? And he was in the game for a long time. You know what he told me when I was like 20 years old? He had said to me, "You gonna move to Africa?" And I was like, "What the fuck is you talking about?" But I got a cousin that was in the game, right? And one of my favorite first cousins. And he told me, he was like, "You are gonna move to Africa or you're gonna leave the United States." And it's funny now, 10 years later, and I think about it like, I almost see myself living in another country because he actually told me this shit. He was a street person. He was into the streets. He's in prison right now. He'll be out in a few years. But he had told me, he was like, "You're going to leave this country." I didn't know what the hell he was talking about back then. I thought he was insane. But hearing you talk and knowing that him and I had that conversation, it makes sense now because he saw that this shit was already even 10 years ago, pretty much a done deal. The situation we call Black America, because again, I go by the fourth Black American model. But what is predominant the conversation? That shit cannot compete. That culture cannot compete in the third to fourth industrial transitional age. But it's funny that my cousin, who was a street person,
absolutely
not college educated, was the one that told me you're gonna leave America one day. So that just made me think of that, man.
And that's the whole thing about it, though, right? Like I also came to the realization, like, okay, I am doing much better than an average guy my age, let alone black guy, right? But it's like it's literally like being LeBron on the Cavs. Like, okay, you just incredible player, you're an outlier, great, but are you going to win any championships with 80% of the damn team that's not really contributing to a level to win the championship as a culture? That is the mindset. Like, I mean, you always gonna have outliers. You had outliers during slavery, like you had most of the black people that were enslaved, but you had like I'm from New Orleans, man.
Mm-hmm.
You had brothers in New Orleans during slavery that was millionaires, dude.
Oh,
During slavery, black dudes with mansions.
You just brought
You
me
know what
up,
I'm saying?
Man.
one of the biggest slave owners. Thank you, Jesse, for bringing this shit up. You brothers out there, do your research. One of the biggest slave owners back in like 1830s was a bed wench by the name of Ricard. I can't think of her name right now, but one of the biggest slave owners in Louisiana was actually a black woman who was the concubine and bed wench of a white man back in the 1830s. She was literally the number one fucking slave owner, and her son ended up taking in the force, but they had like 300 or 400 slaves, and she was a Negro bed wench. So when you talk about,
that's crazy.
Yeah, when you talk about the history of like the slavery thing, there's so much shit left out because the fact is 20% of black people were always not slaves. The other
Right.
slaves, but the first case that we have of the legalization of slavery was a black man and another black man going to court over the issue of controlling labor. It's called the Johnson versus Castor case out of Virginia. Anthony Johnson was a native black American man who had accumulated so much wealth and so much land that he started hiring like different black people. And he actually believed in slavery because of the white people that he hung around. And the slave laws that entered the books in Virginia in the 1660s was actually based on a black man and his black laborer fighting with each other. Yeah, the brother Judge Zillick, shout out to him. He just mentioned Cyprian Ricard. I knew her last name, but her name was Madame Cyprian Ricard. She was one of the biggest slave owners in Louisiana. I mean, this woman had fucking power, and she was the concubine of a white man whose wife had died earlier. So when we talk about this whole surviving bottom shelf Brad, and we hear the white worshippers, the daughters of the trade shit, this ain't nothing new. These hoes have been in this.
King Simmer, let me put that real quick for a second.
Go ahead, man.
At the end of the day, like I've been buying up like cotton plantations in the South.
Oh, word?
Yes, 4 or 5 years, and I have specifically been having nothing but a certain type of person working on those plantations.
Beautiful.
And living in those slave quarters that I built new ones on the actual land.
Oh,
live into. And somebody looked at me and they told me that something must be wrong with you. I'm like, no, it's a sick actual realization that I can actually do this in America.
What does that tell you?
Right under their noses, that they think that there has to be something wrong with this guy that 2 generations ago, all the plantations that my family used to work on, 2/3 of them I now own.
MOT is a reincarnation of Anthony Johnson. And what do I mean? See, here's the thing. We were just talking about the situation with Senator J.H. Hammond and the mud seal theory. His mud seal theory said that in any society, there will always be a majority of people who will be the working classes that enrich the elites. MOT has taken it upon himself to say that if you won't do the work, you won't structure the vision, I'll structure the vision and you'll do the work. So in a way, it's unfortunate, and I know it sucks, but MOT is kind of like a reincarnation of Anthony Johnson, who was a black man who was one of the largest landowners in Virginia.
Yeah, that's kind of like the whole what's the name of that book? Animal Farm.
Yep, Animal Farm.
Yep. It's like you're always gonna have that dynamic within society, man. It's just how the shit works. I mean, either you're gonna be in the 20% or you're gonna be in the 80%. The choice is yours.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the other thing. Like, the actual cotton farm is attached to the plantation actual mindset of people who already want to live there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even hiring people who don't want to live there. I'm hiring people who are generationally have that sort of mindset. I have stepped into slave quarters with these people when I go down there. They don't even know I'm the owner of this shit. They just think I'm a temporary worker like everybody else. I go out there and do the same shit that everybody else. They're like, so how you get there? I'm like, I'm just working from out of town. And people look at me like, how are you working from out of town? We don't know who you are. And all this other shit. It's like, dude, listen. If you don't understand how business works, and I don't sell to anybody in the United States when it comes to the product that come out of that shit. The same with the farming that I do. I don't sell to nobody in the United States that come out of that shit. Why? They'll give me loans. They'll give me grants. They'll give me bank accounts in their own country. America will not do that for me.
And now you have Paxum, one of the companies that's arisen to like facilitate those kind of deals, those global deals, is a company called Paxum. I don't know if you guys use it yet, but they're like an international version of PayPal. So we've entered this global age where someone like an MOT, being a capitalist that he is, he's gonna go wherever he can get the cheapest labor and the highest profits. While you got,
I like where this conversation is going right now. Keep it going. Let's talk this business
situation where the Hotep communists and the black woman first drones, they want to continue to talk about they're living. Their mind is stuck in 1955 at the year of the Brown versus Board education, whatever, 54, 55. But society is fucking 100 years in the future. Bro, let me explain something to you. This is a shout out to the Black Brain Trust. I had a little back and forth with the Black Brain Trust over the fourth industrial age in China. It forced me to really do my research. Here's something that stood out in my research. China produces 1.3 million engineers per year, while the United States produces 300,000 per year. Since this is going since 1990. Right now, 300 to 400,000 Chinese immigrants come to the United States.
Right there.
What's that?
You let him complete his thought. Go ahead, King Simba.
Yeah, so we have.
I was saying India's.
Objection sustained. Let King Sigma finish his point, and you will come after King Sigma's point. Go ahead, King Sigma.
So yeah, I got to doing the research on China's like intellectual class, and they produce 1.3 million engineers versus the United States produces 300,000 engineers, and they have 300K to 500,000 Chinese students that come here to the United States, but they're loyal to China. Do you understand the shit that I'm saying? Like, just think about that for a second. Hear me out again. The fourth industrial age is built on the science, technology, engineering, mathematics fields, which is the basis for all like computer science, artificial intelligence. They're producing 1.3 million engineers, while the United States is producing 300,000 engineers, and only like 1,500 of those engineers are Native Black Americans.
Let me just ask real quick before the back and forth. Has anybody besides myself actually been to China?
I haven't been to China yet.
I have.
Where'd you go to China?
Shenzhen province.
Okay, cool. Shit, yeah. Okay.
Okay, now what was your point?
I'm not going to get into that. You know how I work, so we're not going to talk about that.
My point for bringing it up is the fact that MOT is thinking internationally. He's thinking as a capitalist before he's thinking as a ADOS activist, because the shit that he's doing, the ADOS activists will say that he's a criminal or he's a bad guy, when he's actually taking advantage of the markets as they exist, and he's actually thinking global. But the ADOS-minded 1960 guy thinks that shit is wrong because he has a communist 1949 communist Russia, communist China mentality, but he doesn't understand he's living in an age that has like superseded him by like 30, 40 fucking years. Like when I talk about this whole thing with China, here's why I'm saying that, because they're producing engineers in their own culture, but they're also seeing a certain, it's like a beautiful deal that the Chinese made with the United States. It was like Henry Kissinger said that he created a Frankenstein. Henry Kissinger himself on his deathbed said, "We fucked up." Now, why did he say that we fucked up? Because they created their destruction. Henry Kissinger helped the Chinese go from communist country to a partially free market economy because he thought that it would help them against the Russians during the Cold War. When he died on his deathbed, he said that I fucked up because he created a Frankenstein in China. You created a country of 1.4 billion people with a Western mentality, with a free market mentality.
No, there is really no Western mentality in China, besides with the exception of their use of capitalism. But their cultural.
But here's the thing,
cultural mindset, cultural values.
The mechanism of capitalism that was added to China is the reason why they now have a larger GDP, a larger car market, a larger car manufacturing market, and the reason why they're making Africa into a satellite China 2.0. So you can say
absolutely.
Okay, so what I'm saying is Henry Kissinger. You can look this up. Anyone in the chat, Google. Henry Kissinger said we created a Frankenstein in China because they thought it would work to help them against Russia, and he regretted it because he said that now they're going to surpass us over the next 100 years, and he was 100%.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go into any details about it, but I've been to Shenzhen as well, MOT, and let's just say that I was extremely surprised about the level of advancement that their society is experiencing compared to the U.S. Like, it was like some shit off a movie. Like, seriously.
It's not even in comparison, though, because basically China has stolen all of the intellectual property from the United
States. They have stolen intellectual property, but I'm just saying they have stuff in China. Well, probably in Asia in general, but in China they have stuff that America probably wouldn't have available in the mainstream until another, Well, a lot of people say the reason is because the capitalists are milking the as much money as possible off of the technology, so they're not allowing the newer technology to be released into the mainstream, so that they can continue to.
But you're leaving out what Henry Kissinger said. Again, we got to go back to this Cold War shit. Why am I mentioning the Cold War? Because the Cold War defined the last 60 years. Here's two reasons why I say that. One, China was supposed to be a buffer for the United States policymakers against Russia. Two, we don't talk enough about the fact that the Cold War is the only thing that played a major role in ending Jim Crow. We never talk about that shit. It pisses me off. Look it, bro. The relationship between white policymakers during the Cold War, Russia and China, defines the last fucking 60 years. If it wasn't for the Russian propaganda, truthful propaganda campaign against the United States, Jim Crow would have never ended. Okay? China was in the middle of that shit. They thought, okay, we got to stop China from being 100% communist, because Russia and China will destroy the United States. So what happened is that Russia, seeing what the United States was doing with China and certain countries, they said, how can we undermine the United States mission to be the police and the superpower? So they started talking about the racial dynamics, because remember, we're talking about 1948 to today. So coming out of 1948 and the World War II, The United States said, hey, you know, we're this democratic country. We're a republic. We treat our citizens good. We're going to go and be the ports of the world. The Russia said, no. You have a quarter of your population in second-class citizenship. Lynching is a norm in the Confederate States, and you treat black people in the North like shit. So we don't talk enough about the fact that the Russia would actually put out reports all through the 1940s and all through the 1950s to the rest of the world, telling them how white Americans were treating black American people. Chinese saw this shit, so they were kind of split on how to deal with this because they saw the United States talking about their democratic, but they were lynching Negroes in the South and treating them like shit in the North. That's the reason why the United States was forced to end the legal version of Jim Crow. Let's not get it confused. There wasn't a moral reason why white Americans ended Jim Crow. They didn't end it because they thought it was the right thing to do.
It was an economic reason.
It was economic, and it was a military counter strategy to combat the Russians' propaganda against them because of their racism towards black Americans. Now, China was the buffer. So they got the benefits of Russia and the United States, and they set back because of their Confucius religion, and they just let the Russians and the Americans fight while taking all the good parts of Russia and all the good parts of the United States. And that's why China is on path to conquer Africa and to eventually conquer and become the superpower over the next 50 years.
Because America had the opportunity through Mandela to go in with Clinton and do all the shit that China is doing right now.
Absolutely.
They decided not to.
Yep.
And by deciding not to, you have a whole continent where all of Taiwan, like you're not going to be able to form any factory in this planet that's not going to be on Africa in the next 15 years.
Absolutely.
Let's answer Game Changer's questions, MOT, because he said conquer America. What I'm talking about is economics. Here's the thing, and I'll give it back to you, MOT. I just want to say this. So, Game Changer. Here's the
wait. What was Game Changer's question?
He asked the question, conquer America. So I guess he's referring to what I said about the fact that China has started to supersede America in GDP. Now, here's where we are in 2020. China has a higher GDP now in 2020 than the United States, but America still has a higher GDP per capita. Here's where the shit gets interesting, because we have what we call Thucydides' trap. Anyone that's ever read about the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta in ancient Egypt knows that there's a law over the last 1,000 years that says that when a rising power encounters a ruling power, there has to either be war or one is subjugated 75% of the time. Now, I said 75% of the time. So what you have in 2020, China has now surpassed the United States in overall GDP, but the United States remains higher in GDP per capita. But as this China grows, the tension between the United States and China grows. Right. So economically, they've already started to pass the United States overall. And now that they have Africa, here's the thing: 1.4 billion of their people, with half of those people in abject poverty. So they say, how do we solve this abject poverty problem? What we do, we need a colony. We need to colonize somewhere. They've chosen Africa to become their colony over the next years.
Right.
And they're going to bring, so a Chinaman says a Chinaman is better than any kind of African nation person. So they're going to bring half of their population over the next 100 years, just like the United States, just like Europe, just like the French and the British did with Australia and the New World. They're going to make Africa their outpost to send their poor population, who will be first-class citizens in Ghana, Eritrea, Kenya, and then they will make the African second-class citizens. So that's what I was referring to, Game Changer, is the fact that economically.
Here's the thing that people don't understand, that the labor markets shift. They don't really stay the same. The actual cotton markets in the 1800s didn't stay in Mississippi. Mississippi was actually the richest state in the actual fucking union. People really don't understand that. If you have people who are subjugated per square mile, they're going to be able to produce far more than any square mile in any other state in the union.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you don't understand that once those people are out of those circumstances and you don't change things on the ground, they're going to over time become the poorest people in the union. Over time. That's what I grew up at. I was able to go back and track how things happened. Like the actual libraries, there were for Washington County, where I was actually raised at. They paled in comparison from actual libraries that existed within neighborhoods of books that people never even thought about or even heard of from the actual people who were there. So it's kind of like you are actually looking at things in a way that don't make sense. So it's kind of like people don't understand that the way we're looking at the community as a whole, we need to be looking at the community as people we need to be kicking out of the community, not people who we need to be bringing into the community. Because at the end of the day, logic, reason, and actual principle is what brings peace to a community. People don't understand that there has never been a community on the planet Earth that's never been created through instability. We're still trying to create it through instability. As Black people, we're still trying to involve people who've never been able to produce a certain standard of results comparable to any other culture as the standard of community in this so-called community.
Black men are behind the times, bro. Like, okay. Do you realize that every time I fucking turn on my computer or I turn on the television, I see a commercial with a Black woman, a Black child, and a white man?
Yes.
Dude, we've reached the point, like, you Negroes, you American Negroes are so fucking behind the times in terms of what's going on outside of your community, what's going on outside of America. The rest of the world ain't giving a shit about with the race problem. They're moving forward. And the fucking, bro, I was just watching a goddamn commercial today for Trucility, and it stood out of my mind. It was a pharmaceutical commercial. Guess what they had in the commercial? A white man and a Black child. You plantation Negroes are 30 years too late.
30.
But I see Game Changers on here, and he made the comment, and I want to hear what he has to say because I got a lot to say about the China-U.S. Black thing.
That's actually what I want to hear. I want to hear what evidence you have that China plans to colonize the continent of Africa.
Well, I don't. Oh, they're already colonizing Africa. They're already.
Okay, what evidence of this do we have? Let's talk about that because I'm curious.
Well, the fact that they're creating like very numerous contracts with African nations, different African nations, and they're putting them in situations very similar to the IMF Bank, very similar to the World Bank, where they know that they can't repay the loans. Because they're making
King Sigma.
Okay. So they're loaning
Sigma,
them money. Hold on, brother. So they're loaning them money. How does that equate to colonization? When the Europeans colonized most of Africa, did they loan them money first?
Sometimes they did. Sometimes they didn't.
Okay. So
Game changer.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to respond to you, or do you want to talk?
No, I'm asking the question. You said sometimes they did, and then I asked how to follow up.
Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they did. Here's the thing. With the Chinese, they're based their situation on Confucianism. So to understand the Chinese, you have to go back to their religion and to the religion that shapes their politics. Confucianism says that the world is ordered. Chinese think of their world as based on Chinese number one and everyone second. Very similar to Jews. Jews think of those that are Jews and everyone is what I think they call Goyim, right? So the Chinese have a Confucius outlook on the world where the Chinese civilization is superior to everyone else. So what they do with the African countries, there's a stereotype of African nations that they're run by kleptocracies. Trump backed this up. Other people have backed it up saying that To buy out Africans, all you got to do is buy out the 1%, and you can control their countries. So you create a relationship with the 1%. You get them in the contracts with interest rates that you know that they can't pay back. And when they can't pay back, you slowly begin to take more and more control of their land, of their resources, their airports, whatever it is. And then when they can't pay it back, you become the ruling class. How do we know this? In Kenya, the Chinese came into Kenya. Within 5 years, they already created their own apartheid system and their own Jim Crow system over there in Kenya. And they've been going back and forth to the Kenyans.
Could you describe in more details the apartheid system that they created in
Kenya?
The
apartheid system that the Chinese created is that because the Chinese manufacturers were coming over there, they wanted only Chinese spaces. So they started to bar the Kenyans from coming to their upscale hotels, their upscale restaurants, and the beaches that were actually supposedly the property of everyone in Kenya. They said the Kenyans cannot come to these beaches or these restaurants or these hotels when the Chinese are here. So but there was a lot of blowback against the Chinese, and this has been ongoing whenever the Chinese come into Africa. Again,
real quick, because I'm about to step off.
Go ahead.
I want to add on to what King Sigma said, because this system of apartheid has extended to South Africa, where apartheid was allegedly abolished because the Chinese established a Chinese police station. All Chinese officers, Chinese police station in South Africa. Now you look at the actual police station, the actual writing is in Chinese too.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna just leave it at that. I appreciate y'all having me. Shout out to everybody that's in the live chat. Shout out to everybody in the panel. I'll see y'all next time.
Coming through, brother.
All right, super man. Thanks for coming through, man. You have a nice one.
Go ahead, Game Changer.
So I'm not gonna lie, King Sigma. I kind of want to get into this conversation too, because being in Africa and about to move back permanently to specifically Ghana. But so a lot of the stuff you're saying, to my knowledge, is exaggerated, right? So the question I was going to ask you earlier, I was going to ask you, did you know that the same type of loans that China is giving to certain African countries, that they are actually giving those same type of loans to not only African countries, but they're giving those same type of loans to other Asian companies and countries in Latin America?
Brother. You do not know how long I've been waiting for this conversation. Thank you, sir. Yes, you said that they're giving those loans to other countries. But in terms of giving loans out, there's different tiers of people that receive credit from loaners. There's A, B, C, D, and F. So when you talk about Africa, it goes by who is likely in banking and finance. They talk about the tiers and strata. Who is most likely to pay the loan, and the interest rate is different for every tier of loan. Have you noticed that in Africa, the interest rate is higher, the collateral is higher than it is for other countries? And here's the thing.
Have their track record of paying their.
Let me finish. In history, there has never been a powerful country to the degree of the power of China that has gone into other nations without eventually turning into colonies. And we know this because the last 500 years of this South America, North America has taught us that colonizers come in one hand saying that we're doing it for the good of the people, and then in the right hand saying that we're going to do it the good for the 10% of our ruling power.
Okay.
Let me say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick,
brother. All right. So, after America became the United States and the last state became a part of the Union, what colonies did we create?
Oh, they created lots of colonies, but it was more like semi-colonies. So we'll have to be specific. So we talk about semi-colonies. Let's look at Panama. Let's take Panama, for example.
Okay.
Theodore Roosevelt, when he became president, he said, we're going to go and we're going to conquer because of our manifest destiny. I think that was in the first decade, the first 20 years of the 1900s. He said, we're going to go through, we're going to check the Japanese, we're going to check the Panamanians, we're going to check Cuba and Puerto Rico. He went into Panama. Do you realize that Panama produces I think $500 billion per year because of that Panama Canal? You know what? You know what Theodore Roosevelt went in there and said? You motherfucking Panamanians, we need this Panama Canal. We don't care about your sovereignty. We don't care about your individual country. You're going to give us rights to this Panama Canal, or we're going to conquer your country. The Panamanians, out of fear, said, I mean, we're just a little country between Nicaragua and Colombia. We'll make the deal. They put a deal in place for, like, I believe 60 years with the United States, where the United States made the equivalent of $500 billion that went to the elites in the United States, did nothing for the Panamanian people until 1998, when they signed a treaty that allowed finally for the Panamanian people to get control of the Panama Canal. Do you understand?
Okay.
Hold on. James, hold on. Let me finish. They hired 90% of the employees that built the Panama Canal were Black West Indians from the Caribbean. I think half of them were killed in the process of creating the Panama Canal, which benefited white American people and investors on Wall Street over the course of 70 years. That's what happened. Now, that's just one country. Puerto Rico, Cuba, they did the same fucking thing, and with the Japanese.
So Cuba is an American colony now?
Well, it was partially an American colony up into 1957 when Castro took power. That's what Castro was fighting against, because Batista, who was the ruling power, which was a puppet for the United States and other European powers, he did everything that the Europeans in America said for the term of his power. But what happened is that what's the brother's name? Che Guevara, Castro, they fought and overthrew the United States and European powers puppet of Batista in 1957, I believe. And then it became a communist country as a partner with Russia and China. So that's
wait. Were they just part of the UN, or were they officially an American colony?
Were they part of the UN or the official colony? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
They were. Cuba
were they just part of NATO, or were they like a whole American colony?
Cuba was kind of like partial, because you got to understand that Theodore Roosevelt, they went down there and they pretty much conquered Cuba. They gave them a certain amount of independence, but they were control of who ran the country. So they pretty much ran the country of Cuba up until 1957.
So you know how America was a colony of England, and it was unquestioned that the 13 colonies were colonies, and it wasn't like partial, and so it wasn't that. And it also wasn't that in Panama nor Japan. I don't think that what you have described about these superpowers' natural next step being to create global colonies is actually consistent with American history, or the history of modern powerful nations. Also, I think that all countries have trade relations, which includes loans. Now, some of them are unfavorable, especially if the country doesn't have a history of paying them back. So, there is that problem. Credit is built, it's not given. However, I will say that the agreements that China have, according to my research, is far better than America. You see, I remember as a young man, or as a child really, seeing the Starvin' Marvin style Ethiopian kids with flies on their face and somebody begging in the name of Christianity that we send 75 cents a day. That is what America offered Ethiopia. China offered Ethiopia aid in launching their first satellite last month. So I don't know. There's two deals on the table. One has satellites and one has charity food. I think that whatever they got from China, it's far better than whatever deals America has given them in the past. You see, a country without proper trade relations will die. And that's, true for a continent as well. The difference between places like Haiti and Dominican Republic is its trade relations. Mm-hmm. Haiti having poor trade relations because of its history with Europeans. I mean, I see no reason that this can be devastating. I also think that fear of the past of colonizations, some, like 15th century style colonization of Africa is exaggerated and it stunts African progress.
I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because you just mentioned 15th century. Hold on. And I'll tell you why. One, you don't obviously understand the treaty that the United States signed with Cuba over the last 100 years, which is what led to the communist revolution. They had a treaty in place where, because of the sugar produced in Cuba, America was getting they were raping Cuba for a long time. And Castro and Che Guevara, his name was, they came through and said, nah, we can't do this no more. We got to give more to the people. And second, you said 15th century. Who's talking about the 15th century? We're talking about the 20th century right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about that form of colonization. When I ask for it,
we can't compare 2020 to 1500. What we're talking about.
No, we shouldn't. But the word colony is really something that's derived from that.
No, colony is something that exists based on the time we're in. The 2020 version of colonization, we have to look at the most recent history. Now, I'll give you my response and you can respond. When I look at the Chinese, I look at it from the prism of Confucianism and how they see themselves versus how they see the rest of the world.
And also, can I ask you a question real quick?
Just one second. Let me finish the last statement. The thing that stands out to me about the Chinese, not just the Confucianism, but what they did between 1940 and 1950 is critical. Because it happened in Russia, it happened in Germany. The Chinese sacrificed almost 50 million Chinese people in order to make the transition from what they had during World War II to what they had under Mao Zedong. They called it the Great Leap Forward. To the Chinese, sacrificing 50 million people to meet their goals was nothing to them. So when I see the China man in Africa, and I know that they have 1.4 billion people and half of their people are in abject third world poverty, I have to use the standard of what they've done before. And to me, they put China people before Africans. So my prediction, and this is only a prediction, is that those African nations that welcome them will become just like South Africa was during apartheid, and that they will put their 500 million Chinese before all the Africans of the 54 nations of that continent. Go ahead.
Okay. My question, real quick, because I've been very patient.
Yeah, you have.
How are you saying that you're looking at the Chinese through their Confucianism when Confucianism at its core is anti-imperialism and anti-expansionism?
Bullshit. Okay,
so what examples of Confucianism do we have in history of the Chinese conquering?
We about to get it in now, baby. We about to get it in. Because I've actually just read Confucianism, and I've read one of the biggest books on the relationship between Chinese and America. Look at this, bro. If you understand Confucianism is a hierarchical-based ideology that is based on this is universally ordered. The Chinese see themselves as God, Chinese civilization, and the rest of the world. Why do they believe that? Because they have a 5,000-year-old culture. They believe that things like Western civilization are just like, what's the word you would say? Like a temporary moment in time. The Chinese see history through the prism of 100 years, 1,000 years. They see everyone else through the prism of 1 year and 10 years. They feel that their society, because it's existed for 5,000 years, mostly contiguous, is superior to all other civilizations. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So if you understand Confucianism, it's based on hierarchy and everyone being in their proper place. And the proper place for anyone that's non-Chinese is below Chinese people and below Chinese civilization. That's a fact. Anyone can look that shit up right now.
Okay, what should I look up?
Hold on, now when you say imperial,
but that has nothing to do with what you said has nothing to do with the European ideal of imperialism and expansionism.
Hold on,
even
whoa.
Hey, Sigma. Hold on. How come everybody? No, Sigma. No, Sigma. Everybody is getting like 5 words to your 100. No, Sigma. Everybody's getting 5 words to your 100.
Let me answer Jake's question. Hold on.
You didn't even finish. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything about imperialism in Europe. I was always speaking about Chinese. So
hey, he didn't finish his question though. I'm saying everybody's getting like 5 words to your 100, Sigma.
But let him finish the statement so I can answer him. But you didn't.
You interrupted him, brother. Please go ahead.
The question was, how are you saying that's Confucianism in terms of imperialism and creating colonies when Confucianism is so Confucianism is a very soft philosophy. It's about cooperation and ruling through intelligence and soft power and influence, as opposed to hard power type moves like the Europeans do. It's not about just going into war and like there's really no real major history of the Chinese really being expansionist in that way. I mean, all of the imperialists from Asia was like, Japan and the Mongols and those guys, but they don't really have a huge history of colonization and those type of things. And it's not a part of Confucianism philosophy. And I'm trying to find a quote where he talks about rails against that, talking about how expanding too far past your borders can actually cause you to basically like to implode from the inside. And so that's what I'm trying to understand is how are you talking about China in the sense of Western mindset of colonization and war and hard power? Like how are you using what the Europeans did and comparing that to China when China has no history of behaving in that manner?
Okay, are you done? Let me know when you're done. Easy. You know what's so unique about the current Chinese Communist Party? Xi Jinping and the ruling party of China in 2020, most of them attended Western universities or United States universities. Most of them that are in the ruling party, they are products of the free market capitalism and Western thinking since 1978. They have a Confucius religion as their basis, but they've mixed that with Westernism. So they have a mixture of communism, Confucianism, and free market capitalism. And they realize that they want to make China. You know what what is his name? Xi Jinping, I believe his name is, or Xi Jinping, the president and ruling party member of the Chinese Communist Party, sees the Chinese as in a competition with the United States to become the ruling power.
Here's the thing. I got to respond to that real quick. I have to respond to that real quick.
Let me finish before you respond. Let me finish before you respond. In America, they have Make America Great Again, which is return of white patriarchal rule. In China, currently, they have Make China Great Again. Xi Jinping says this all the time. He calls it the Great Humiliation. What is the Great Humiliation? Britain and the United States making China a subsidiary power to them. The goal of the Chinese Communist Party is to put China number one as the superpower economically, politically, and spiritually, and on all levels over the next couple of decades. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so you're correct about China using capitalism and communism, but the thing is that Confucianism supersedes all of that, right? So China isn't trying to emulate the United States. Right, as you previous statement, they view themselves as being 1,000 years plus of continuous civilization, in the rest of us as being like 1 year compared to how long they've been around. So the ideology that they're adopting as far as society and how they move in the world is strictly Confucianism, which is I want to say it's an antithesis, but it's almost the exact opposite of how the Europeans think and are motivated and move. And so the adaptation of Western capitalism is only an economic thing. That's what that's about. But as far as deal with people within society, how they interact within their society and across different nations, all of that has still remained the principles of Confucianism, which is still honoring the family, unlike Westerners and Europeans, where it's about rugged individualism. They still have family values that they cherish and they hold within their society. And so that's my point. Like, okay, yeah, they adopted two economic policies from two different Western. Confucianism has always superseded that in the minds of the Chinese.
Okay, so my response to you would be this. What you're saying is very romantic, and I want to give Game Changer a chance to respond as well, but I'll just say this. This is from the last economic forum, what Xi Jinping, the president of People's Republic of China, said himself. Here's his 4 points for making China great again, and then Game Changer could jump in. It's 4 points. The audience, listen to this. Point number 1, returning China to the predominance in Asia it enjoyed before the West intruded in the Great Humiliation. That's point number 1. Number 2, reestablishing control over territories of Greater China, including not just Xinjiang and Tibet on the mainland, but also Hong Kong and Taiwan. Point number 3, recovering its historic sphere of influence along its borders and in the adjacent seas so that others give it the deference great nations have always demanded. And this to me is the most important point. Number 4, commanding the respect of other great powers in the councils of the world. And I will pass the mic to Game Changer.
All right, thank you very much. So basically, when asked for evidence of attempts of colonialization, you brought up America's brief campaign in both Panama and Cuba and Japan. I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, and you also brought up a 5,000-year-old belief system. That's your proof. Pretty light, my dude.
No, that wasn't my proof, though. I just gave.
Oh, well, please continue.
Okay, so I just told you what their 4 points on their next 25-year plan.
I'm sorry. Presidential rhetoric. Please continue.
It's not just presidential rhetoric. It's actually reality.
Okay.
Because these things have been put into place. Back when you look at China and its growth over the last 40 years, it's grown by 6 to 10% economically. Just in the last 15 years. So this ain't some shit that the president is just getting up there like Donald Trump and just saying something. It's like saying that Donald Trump being against illegal immigration is just rhetoric. No, he's actually got the backing of the Supreme Court. He actually has travel bans in place. He's actually built a $100 billion wall. This shit is actually being done. So when President Xi saying what his 4-point plan is over the next 100 years, this ain't no fucking rhetoric. He's doing.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I should be more specific.
Yeah,
rhetoric that does not specifically pertain to colonizing Africa. I'm not finished. We're going to keep this orderly. The Trump wall was something that he specifically said he intended to do. Xi did not really say that he specifically planned to colonize Africa. Every country, especially those who were colonized and conquered as parts of China was, wants to undo their shame. Mm-hmm. I know African nations do as well. Now, because they are more successful at doing it, that doesn't mean that they intend to colonize major continents that are not their own. But that's your evidence. I mean, do you have more? Please give me.
I just gave you the major point. Okay, so let's stick to point number 4.
That's the major point. So every other point that you have,
are you going to let me respond or not?
Okay.
Number 4, President Z, commanding the respect of other great powers in the councils of the world. That's critical, because it comes down to, what does it mean to command the respect of other great powers and councils of the world? Now,
it means colonizing them.
It means creating satellite countries that you can control and controlling the most valuable resources outside your country. Historically,
that means to you?
Now, hold on. Let me finish. Historically, controlling the seas and controlling the lands and resources of the land have been the measurement by which nations have measured their power. China wants to control the resources of the land and the movement amongst the seas. And that's part of their 4-pronged approach to making China great again. Part of colonies has been to use colonies to enrich the home country. So when the Chinese look out at their people and half of their people are in abject poverty, and they see the opportunity in Africa, they see the same opportunity that Portugal, the Spanish, the British, and the Dutch saw in Africa, the Americas. That's my personal perspective on that information.
Mm-hmm.
So
this, are you done? Are you done?
This is Africa right now.
Hold on right quick. I want to respond. So that last approach, where they're simply saying that they want the respect of other nations, is you took that, and then you took a step, and then another step, then you got into a car, and then you went to the airport, and then you got into a plane, and then you flew across the world, and then you got into a boat and went further and concluded that they want to colonize Africa. Okay, I got you.
Well, I mean, when you put it in that way, that could be like a straw man, because I'm
just exaggerating how much of a
you're exaggerating, but you don't need to exaggerate. You can speak to the point that it's not
that it's a stretch.
Game changer. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
I gave you the 4th point, and I repeated it numerous times. Mm-hmm. So the question that you should be answering, what is the standard by which superpowers measure their power? You didn't answer that question. What you did is you tried to straw man me and say, well, this, and paraphrase. Don't do that to me, because you're better than that, and I'm better than that. What you should do for the audience is go to the 4th point, and you give me the standard by which superpowers measure them as superpowers. That's all you got to do. You don't got to go into exaggerations. You don't got to straw man. Just go to the 4th point. How do superpowers measure their power? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know, but I don't think they measure it by colonizing Africa. Because you see, there are superpowers that exist, and there has been superpowers that exist that don't colonize Africa.
Now name no superpowers.
I'm not finished. So I don't exactly know how they measure their power and what makes them.
Hold on.
You are interrupting me. I don't know exactly how they measure superpower or what do they consider
there
power.
It is.
However, I do know what they don't consider power, and they don't consider colonizing Africa.
That's not true.
I was speaking, Sigma. God damn, I let you speak. Did I not?
Go ahead.
All right. Now, how do I know this? Well, there have been many superpowers that has not colonized Africa. Therefore, the definition of superpower or power itself is not, or power itself or superpower is not defined by the colonization of the continent of Africa.
Oh, I love this. Go ahead, Gator. Go ahead, bro. Oh, I love it.
That's me. Like periods and long commas means I'm done.
Okay, so you're done. Oh, this is beautiful.
Okay.
So you say that superpowers have not measured themselves by how they rape Africa, right? So
I'm saying that the definition of power is not colonizing Africa.
I disagree 100%. And I'm going to tell you why. The audience, I want you guys to ponder on the idea of the Berlin Conference and what they accomplished during the Berlin Conference. In fact, when it comes to European powers, their measurement of their powers is based on the 1884 to 1885 Berlin Conference and the dividing up of the resources of Africa. That shit was a serious, hardly fought battle to decide who was going to control South, West, East, and North Africa, because there were certain resources, indigo, diamonds, gold, and the labor themselves in Africa. And they took that shit very personally, how each one was divided up. They had to bring in third parties to assist the European powers of the UK, Dutch, German, and French to divide up Africa. Africa has always been a measuring stick for power in terms of who is a superpower and who is not. So how do you explain the Berlin Conference and then dividing up the resources of Africa over the last 150 years?
Good question. Good question. Well, that's one incident. My statement was that you can't have power without colonizing Africa. Therefore, just because a person seeks power, that does not mean that they seek to colonize Africa. See, if the definition of power was colonizing Africa, then it would have to be all-inclusive, meaning that each and every single one would have to do it.
What? Wait. Back up. Just can you repeat that again? Because that don't make no sense to me.
Okay. So you want me to define power, right?
No, that's not what I asked you to.
Okay.
No. Let me clarify.
Okay, please do.
What I said to you is that give me a measurement by which superpowers measure their superpower. Now, I gave you an example. I provided you with the scramble of Africa, which occurred in the 1880s and existed until the 1960s. And what I said is that China is replaying that. Now, I gave you a standard. Now, you give me a standard is what I'm asking you.
That a superpower measures its power?
Yeah.
By military prowess? Well, put it like this. How does America measure its power?
By the impact that it has as a police power to control and dictate what other countries do.
Okay, so they do not colonize Africa, correct?
Well, yeah, they do.
Oh, really? They colonized the continent of Africa. Explain how that works.
Who assassinated Lumumba?
I don't know, but it's not the.
I know, but you don't know. You don't know, but I do. The CIA.
Yeah, because I don't care about shit like that. You see, I don't go around.
But why are you talking about a conversation that you don't care about, that you don't know about?
Well, because I just know that. Actually,
but you don't know.
No. Okay, let me answer. Because I was asking for evidence of colonization.
And I gave you evidence, but you haven't given me any evidence.
And I'm saying that your evidence is thin.
Berlin Conference is not thin. It's 100 years of
years of fact. What Europe did over 100 years ago has shit to do with what China is.
It definitely does, because the same
evidence, sir, is thin.
What is Rhodesia?
That's another thing I don't give a shit about. You
don't know shit.
Evidence is thin.
Talk about it because you don't know shit. You're talking about stuff you don't know.
I'm asking about something.
But
I'm asking you to
is the measurement
for proof. The burden of proof is on you, and you have failed to meet the burden. Period.
Says you, game changer. You presented no evidence, brother.
Yes, exactly. Says me. I am the one that you are attempting to prove it to. You
have not presented any objective data, no objective standard, and you just.
Why would I do that when I'm asking?
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why.
I'm asking you for the proof.
You don't know what the fuck.
Listen, Sigma. I'm asking you for the proof.
I just gave it.
Why in the entire world would I present data to somebody who is trying to prove their point to me?
But I presented all the data to you.
Okay, and it's not enough. Thank you.
You.
Of course, the person is asking for it. You see,
where's your counter data at? Where's the counter data?
Here's the thing, Sigma. I asked you to prove to me that there is some of colonization.
European countries have been raping Africa for 100 years.
Information, Sigma. God damn it.
Bro, game changer. You're done. You're finished.
All right, I'm finished.
You're done. You have no facts. You don't care. You
have no facts. You just have this.
Everything I say is a fact. Hey, audience, prove me wrong on the Berlin Conference as a measurement of superpower.
No, I don't. See, here's the thing, Sigma.
I didn't ask you. Game changer. Pause. I asked the audience if I'm lying about the United States, the European powers dividing up Africa as a standard of what superpowers are supposed to have colonies that they can rape for their resources to enrich their country, then prove me wrong.
No. I'm not going to prove something that's speculative. I mean,
it's not speculative. I just told you the 1884, 1885 to 1965. The European nations divided up Africa amongst their superpowers because they saw the Africans as inferior, as a slave class, and the resources that they would.
Okay, hold on, bro.
Okay, here's a proof right here. Here's a proof right here.
Okay, wait, no, brother, don't go down that. Don't go down that, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to switch the burden of proof. The burden of proof is on you. Hold on, brother. The burden of proof is on Sigma to prove intent of colonization. His proof is thin. I'm sorry, you failed in the endeavor to prove to me that that's true.
Okay. And what I said to you is that based on the historical standard, I didn't speak to the. Hold on. I will agree with you. I'm using the historical standard of what every superpower has done for the last 10,000 years. You're saying what you're saying about the last 10,000 years is not true for the future. Okay. I can't predict the future, but what I can say is up until today, over the last 10,000 years, superpowers have defined themselves and competed against other similar powers based on how many colonies that they can have to enrich themselves. So I will give you that. I can't prove what's to come for the next 25 years. But if I'm going to the last 10,000 years of history, I've never heard of a superpower going into a country that was significantly weaker than them economically, politically than them, and militarily that they did not subdue in due time. That's what I will say. So I'm not going to sit up and say, hey, Game Changer is 100% wrong that the Chinese could be going in a different direction over the next 100 years. But using history, I'm going to go with the last 10,000 years and say that when a ruling power comes in to a weaker country with resources, they subdue that country and take what they need and make them a satellite of the home rule.
Let me just say, in terms of my opinion, based on my research, what China's basically doing, right? And so the whole thing about King Sigma, your theory is a very popular one, particularly in the pro-black community. I have several quote unquote pro-black and conscious people that are very upset with me for not China is trying to colonize Africa. So for my research and the conclusion I came up with is that, of course, the blatant thing what they're saying is that they're basically trying to recreate the Silk Road, right? And so to my understanding is that the fact that they are in a industrial revolution and that they're growing and modernizing more and more as a city is that, as a country with more and more urban cities, it's like, I think they're trying to get it to about 80% of the population are going to be in cities at a certain point in time. They're trying to get to that point, and they are in dire need of resources, natural resources. And so their whole thing is that they're basically building up the infrastructure in Africa so that in order to trade, they can more efficiently extract the resources through trade with Africa. And so the issue in most African countries right now is that it is more feasible for a lot of African countries to trade with countries that are right next to them because they don't have the infrastructure to efficiently and timely transport those resources through by way of land, because they don't have the railways. Okay. They have a lot of raw land where they don't have the networks to transport it efficiently. And so the idea of the Belt and Road Initiative is to create and open up a bigger trade route from China to all of these other countries that don't only consist of African countries. And the second point is that the loans. So when you were talking about earlier about how China is taking over, different infrastructure projects. So a lot of it's not like China's just like stealing and like deboing people for these projects. These are actual negotiations for countries that are delinquent on their loans, and they're actually negotiating different terms based on the country. Like you have ports that China has control over based on, like, you have some countries that they only gave China a 22-year lease of this particular port, or a 60-year lease, or a 30-year lease, 50-year lease, 99-year lease. It's not this oversimplified thing of China just coming in, oh, you didn't pay your loan, so we're going to take over this property, or you didn't pay your loan, we're going to take over that property. So yeah, that's the whole thing. What China is doing is that they're trying to make it where they can get more efficient resources, and they can open up more with these different African countries. And in order for them to get those resources and to able to maintain the infrastructure projects, they actually have to help out and invest in the infrastructure projects like railways and roads and all of these type of things to make it feasible to get to the resources.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that give me an example of a superpower that's gone into a country and eventually did not subdue that country completely. I'm just looking for an example. Let's say just take the last 200 years. Give me an example of a superpower over the last 200 years that went into a country that was weaker than it, that they saw as culturally inferior, that they did not eventually conquer or put into a inferior position that benefited the home country. Just give me an example of the last 20 years, and I'll concede if you can give me an example, because I'm looking for answers.
Wait, ask that question again.
Give me an example over the last 200. So we're looking at 1820 to 2020 of any superpower that went into another nation, starting with like the IMF model, the World Bank model of giving out loans, creating infrastructure, that did not eventually conquer that people, control their ruling class, sometimes even create a buffer class that they have control over, and dominate the society for the benefit of the home country. Just give me an example so I can use. So I say, what?
How about the Soviet Union and Cuba?
The Soviet Union and Cuba.
Is that a good example? Will you accept that? The Soviet Union forming an alliance with Cuba and giving them loans when they were embargoed by the U.S. for several years, and pretty much assisting them with staying afloat. And Russia never conquered them. All they did was pretty much in exchange.
Now Cuba's interesting. Now Cuba, I would consider that more of an outlier, because Cuba, because of the political and the geographical position that
you asked for one example.
Yeah, so the Cuba example is not really what I'm looking for, because again, that was more of a geo location between the United States and America. So that's not. I'm looking for something more thorough. Give me a more thorough example.
But I think it's the perfect example, because it's in a similar way. China is not.
Marco said USSR in Nicaragua.
You said what?
Marco said USSR in Nicaragua.
America has so many. Oh my God, Nicaragua. Oh my God. I don't like that example, because U.S. has they've had so much influence in Nicaragua, man. That's not a good example either, because again, with Africa, see, the thing about Nicaragua and Cuba, they're in the backyard of the United States. And when you get into the details of like the influence that the United States has in its backyard since Theodore Roosevelt, it's incredible. Africa is interesting because it's kind of the midway point between America and China. So what they're doing there is very unique. So I need an example that's more analogous to what China's doing in Africa right now, and what the Europeans have done over the last 150 years or whatever.
Well, that's.
Oh,
I
God.
mean, I think it's
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of
think that any
moving the
answer would be
goalposts
yeah.
at this
I'm not
point
moving the
because,
goalpost.
like, you know, you got you have two examples. Yeah, the political situation may be a little bit different because of the geography, but I mean, those are not stipulations that were asked. And it's hard. It's hard to give an example.
What did the United
Because
States
you're
do to
talking about.
Nicaragua? What did the United States do to Nicaragua in the last 2 years?
Let me finish real quick.
Yeah,
It's hard.
Let me
finish real quick. Let me finish this statement. It's hard. It's hard to give an example because you're talking about two different times, and you're talking about superpowers that have two different ruling philosophies.
Yeah.
So it's like it's extremely difficult to give an example of a superpower that didn't do this or that when you're talking about the difference in philosophy between Western philosophy and Confucianism. It's very difficult because you haven't had a superpower.
Right.
You haven't had an Eastern superpower in like hundreds of years. You don't really have an example.
Well,
you don't really have too many examples of.
Brother,
I'll say it again. I'll just make my last point. Look it, bro.
Okay, please.
The United States, when it comes to the Western Hemisphere, over the last 120 years, man, when you're actually looking at the details of the kind of regime change that the United States has had in Latin America, Japan, America is very good. That's what makes America so unique. They're very subtle in the way that they go about manipulating other countries. And Nicaragua, they've been controlling that country for the last 100 years. Panama, Latin America, Cuba. But one of the dark arts of the United States, they've created the CIA to act as in a covert way. So I'll just say that. So I'll just leave it at that. Look, sometimes you just have to agree to disagree, bro.
Fair enough. Now that that conversation is over, brother, what's your name? Brother in the blue suit?
Oh, Jesse.
Jesse, thank you very much. Jesse, do you feel that Africans should not have trade agreements with anybody for fear that they may be attempting to colonize?
Absolutely not. And the president of Ghana made it very clear at the World Economic Forum that Ghana will choose its own friends.
Okay. And do you think that China perhaps is a better friend than, say, the U.S.?
Absolutely.
So if given the choice between trade relations between U.S., China, and none at all, which is the better option?
Wait, what's the question again?
The question is, if given the choice, A, America, B, China, and C, no one at all for trade relations, which would be the better option, A, B, or C?
Oh, definitely B. I mean, China brought fiber optics to West Africa. I mean,
right, and they brought satellites to East Africa. Right.
It's a lot of quote unquote pro-black people that talk. Oh well, Africa shouldn't be doing no business with China, but it's like it's easy for you to say that shit from the comfort of a first world country. It's very easy to say that.
Right. They will never actually go there or live there like you are. So, yeah, I find it fascinating that from what I've seen in recent times, it would appear, Jesse, that pro-blacks want to keep Africa impoverished.
I just think that pro-blacks are extremely paranoid, isolationists in their mindset, and
I think
just misinformed.
I suspect something more sinister to that than that, and I will not attempt to present proof. However, I think that because white supremacy is what unites them, either consciously or subconsciously, they work to support it in order to have the very thing that unites them as a people to continue.
And that's a great point because essentially that mindset that China is in Africa to colonize is a white supremacist talking point. I mean,
absolutely.
If you look at a lot of the articles and a lot of in American media, I mean, that's pretty much what they're saying. And it's funny because on Facebook, somebody reposted an article from a white person warning, quote unquote, warning Africa about doing business with China. And the next post, somebody posted up an article about the Chinese opening up a chemical factory right here in the U.S. And a lot of people don't know that the country with the most Chinese infrastructure investment is America or the U.S.
Right.
A lot of people don't know that. Go check out. There's a watch and organizations that actually track China's investment dollar per country. And Africa is not only the last continent to start receiving those dollars, because they have stuff all over Asia, all over South America, Central America, and of course North America as far as the U.S. So let me see. I'm gonna put that link up in the chat. People check that out.
Okay, so I want to respond. While you do that, I want to respond to somebody with a long ass name. If you are not pro-black, then you must be anti-black. There are no gray shades. Good night. Not only are there gray shades, there's yellow ones, there's red ones, there's blue ones, and every subsequent colors that come from those base three. It is amazing that people are so short-sighted in their lives. It's kind of pathetic. Now, good night. You got the link?
Yeah, I don't really. I'm trying to figure out where did the blacks come from. Where did the pro-blacks get in?
I have the only thing I mentioned pro-black is that I said like basically the idea that you have of China colonizing Africa is an extremely popular viewpoint amongst the pro-black community. That's why I brought up the term pro-black.
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? What'd you say?
The same theory or opinion that you have of China basically colonizing Africa is an extremely popular view amongst pro-blacks.
Now, I didn't know that, because if anything,
man, listen, I'd have been called.
That's why he brought it up.
That's gonna be a shock to pro-blacks that I and them have anything in common. But my opinion actually has nothing to do with like pro-blacks or China. My opinion is based on the history of colonizers. So I just want to clarify that for the audience.
Right.
My view is not.
We're on a different topic now, though.
Game changer. Ease up, bro.
Okay.
Ease up. Fall the fuck back, bro.
Okay, I have the link.
My view
it's called China Global Investment
Can I
Tracker.
finish the thought? Just let me finish the thought and I'll give you the mic back, bro. I waited 10 minutes. Can I at least finish? So what I was saying is that my view is based on 10,000 of years of history of colonizers, not pro-black or China. You got the mic back since y'all want the mic. Damn.
Okay. Can we stick on this topic?
Well, you're the one that changed the topic. I thought we were talking about super.
Yeah, and I did. So when I was talking to Jesse, we were talking about how this relates to pro-blacks. You chimed in, which is your right to do, and then you brought back the previous topic.
Yep, I'm connected.
Et cetera.
Pro-blacks and colonizers.
This topic, pro-blacks, please, Jesse.
Go ahead with the pro-blacks thing. Explain to me the connection, because I didn't know this.
He just did. Okay, go ahead. He wants you to explain it again, Jesse. Are you there? So basically, the concept of Chinese colonization is one that's popular amongst pro-blacks. That's the connection.
Mm-hmm.
So
based on what? Based on who are the pro-blacks that are saying that you're aware of that make this connection? Because I never heard this before. So explain that to me.
Yeah, well, it's Jesse's assertion.
So, you don't agree with him? You just going by what Jesse said?
Well, I believe him when he says that. It sounds like.
Why do you believe him? Why do you believe that there's a connection?
He said.
Why? Why do you believe it?
Once again, because it sounds like some shit that they would say.
Okay, so you're just going by, it sounds like, but you don't have no reference to who said it or who believed it. You just saying it sounds like it, right?
No, he told me and I believed him.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're going off belief. Okay. So I was just trying to figure out who actually said this because I never heard this.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know who the source is, because that's shocking to me because I've never known pro-blacks to think globally. Most pro-blacks, all they ever talk about is American white supremacy. So the fact that blacks are making a connection between blacks and their potential colonizing mindset over the next 100 years is a shock to me. So yeah, I'd like to know who said that because that's a shock. That's a leap. I'm actually got to sit back and think on that one because I've always known pro-blacks. I've never known them to talk about geopolitics for the most part. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't really listen to them all together. But I guess he'll tell you when he comes back.
Yeah, we'll see. What else you guys got that's on your mind? Because I think he dropped, man.
So basically what I was asking him about the A, B, or C, what's your answer to that?
Which one?
So A being continue trade relations with America,
mm-hmm.
B being begin new trade relations with China, and C don't have any trade relations with anybody but themselves.
I got to go with C. Yeah, I go with C.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that one of the things that I've always thought that'd be great. So let me answer. So the brother Hardcore, you've been riding my dick for a long time, this conversation. So what is his name? So I guess
not really paying attention.
Rich. Look it, bro. The fact that you would think that I should just talk about one area of human activity shows your ignorance. One of the great things about this space is that I engage brothers in all the 9 areas. So when I don't know something, one of the things I do is I will do the work. I'll do the work. So don't try to pigeonhole me. Hey, you should talk about hoes all the time. You sound like a buster ass dude, to be honest with you. So back to the conversation. I would say C, because one of the things that I've always talked to when I talk to like immigrant Africans, that I would love to see the 54 nations of African continent to unite into like a union and to create trade relationships with each other, to have cultural exchange with each other. Mm-hmm. So I would have to go with C, man.
Okay. I disagree, but okay.
So which one did you choose? You chose A or B?
I was asking the question. He chose B.
Mm-hmm. What about you?
I believe that a continent that's not globalized will fall behind. So I would also go with B.
Now, why do you choose China over the United States exactly? So why do you choose?
Because they have been more successful at creating infrastructure and technology for the Chinese people and wealth than America has.
Mm-hmm. And what do you see that mean in like 10 years, 20 years, and 50 years in the future for the indigenous African people taking that B deal that you support?
Well, I think that it could likely mean the same thing that it meant for China 30 years ago, when they were a developing nation and they took a deal with the U.S. They took a manufacturing deal with the U.S. Mm-hmm. So I see that perhaps many countries, if not all countries in Africa, will advance to become a first world nation, much like China did.
Okay, so you said that they will advance to become a first world nation, but will that benefit the indigenous people on average, or will it benefit the Chinese interlopers more?
It will. Okay, so this is how I see it. America was the first world nation, and they went into a third world nation and made them a manufacturing deal that benefited America heavily at the time. Now that deal that they made with China has turned China into a first world nation. I think that China is making a similar deal with the continent of Africa, and then the continent itself will begin to develop its own first world nations mm-hmm. to the benefit of the people of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so you and I will disagree. I will say that
we already do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will say to the audience that the last 10,000 years has taught me that no superpower has ever gone into a country where they have the advantage economically, politically, and militarily, and it benefited the indigenous people overall definitely in the immediate time. So let's say 50 years, it's always benefited that ruling country and their countrymen coming into that country. And often this has created situations like American Jim Crow and South African apartheid, where they come in, they eventually buy out the 1% ruling class. Then they create a system where it's like an apartheid type system, and then they take over everything for the benefit of their home country. So this is good, you know, this is not a bad thing. Because one of the things I noticed in the chat, like, you guys will hear panelists disagree. It's not a bad thing that myself and Game Changer and the brother Jesse disagree. This is good, because this means that brothers are having a different perspective, and we'll see what happens. But what I've read so far, it's nothing, and I've read historically, that would lead me to believe that the Chinese have altruistic goals, whereas the brother Game Changer disagrees, and that's good. I just want you to know that in the chat.
Well, no, see, I don't know or care if they have altruistic goals. I do know that certain ill-favored deals do later work to the advantage of the person or of the group of people who it didn't favor initially.
Okay, now when you say later, that could mean a lot of things.
It could mean a lot of things. But in China, it took 30 years. In Japan, in Japan, it took quite fewer. However, their trade relations with the Europeans did put Japan on the map.
And it also got Japan bombed and had like a what?
That was a trade relation thing?
Yeah, that all happened. The whole situation with Japan had to do with trade. You're not aware of that, Game Changer?
No, please elaborate.
Oh, the situation with Japan is that they were making moves to take control of North Korea, South Korea, and different islands in that area. And they were violating agreements that they had in place with Russia, the United States, and Britain.
So it wasn't making the trade agreements with the Europeans, it was attacking other nations, right?
No, because the treaties were based on recognizing the power of the United States and the jurisdiction of the United States and Great Britain and Russia. Japan.
Okay. Let's go down this hole for a second.
Hold on. So Japan said, we feel like we're being suffocated. North Korea, Taiwan, and different countries. There was a battle between Japan and the Chinese that said that we don't want the Europeans telling us what our backyard is. Fuck that treaty. And they violated the treaty. And that's why they bombed Pearl Harbor, because the United States was interfering in their relationships in what they thought was their natural backyard.
So once again, it wasn't that the Japanese were violent against the Chinese and other groups in Asia. It wasn't that. It was the trade agreements that the Japanese had with the Europeans.
No, it wasn't.
So it wasn't Pearl Harbor. Let's be clear. Hold on. Pearl Harbor. This was just like a deal that they had.
You just equivocated. You asked me, let's go back before you go too far.
Okay.
You said, was it not Japanese being violent toward Chinese? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Actually, it was. You know how many Chinese the Japanese killed back during that time when they were trying to take over Korea?
No, I don't.
You realize that the Korean War was won by the Chinese, but it was Japan started the whole thing because Japan felt that North Korea, when you look at a map, North Korea is very close to Japan. They felt that North Korea was their natural colony, their natural satellite. The United States had different plans. China had different plans. That's how we got North Korea and South Korea. Do you know how many fucking Chinese the Japanese killed back in the 50s, man, when they were trying to take over North Korea? It was major violence. They killed a lot. They killed not in America. I think they killed like, what, 6,000 United States Marines and Navy people back in the 50s. That's why most Americans are not taught about the Korea War, because America lost that war. So they ended up splitting South Korea and North Korea, where the Chinese had more influence over North Korea and the United States and Japan had more influence over South Korea. But the whole thing started because the Japanese at that time felt, again, like the Chinese feel today. We need respect from other nations. So we have to go beyond our borders and create satellite countries and colonies that pay homage to us and pay tributaries to us.
We're bringing up old conversations. Let's not do that.
Why not? History matters.
We're bringing up conversations that you and I had tonight that ended.
But
So,
I was clarifying because you said, did the Japanese act violently against China? I said, yes, they did. So I'm clarifying it for you.
Wait, no, okay. Let's put it like this. Chinese was a developing nation. They were behind the times. They made deals and treaties to be ahead of the times. That was the results of their dealing with the superpowers of the time. That was the results. Even though they took deals that were unfavorable at the time, it did help them create a future to where they were a competitor in 2 major world wars. Now, what they did and the fact that they lost that war is something that's uniquely them. However, the deals themselves did give them what they were seeking, and that was international respect.
No, at the time they made it, actually, it was looked at as a form of humiliation. One of the things that the Chinese, for example, with the deals that they took from 1900 to 1970, do you realize that in Chinese schools they call that the century of humiliation, bro?
Okay.
They didn't see that shit as a good thing at all because they became satellites of Great Britain and the United States up until just the last 20 years. They had to go by whatever the United States said. They had to go by whatever the Britain said. They didn't consider that shit a good deal.
They don't.
You said what?
And now they don't.
But that wasn't because of those deals. That was because of the Cold War that came later. The reason that the China became great, and people don't talk about this enough, is that because the United States saw them as a buffer and as very, very critical to stopping the spread of communism after World War II in Asia.
Well, so did they make deals with okay, so put it like this. Were they a developing nation still after immediately after the Cold War, after the wall fell?
Well, I mean, they were always developing. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then since then they became the global power that they are today, correct?
Yes, because of the United States, yeah.
Exactly. So once again, the deals that they made with the United States, though it did not benefit them immediately, over time, they did grow to be a nation whose total GDP, not per capita GDP, exceeds our own. Correct?
Yeah, but not as part of the deal, as a actual unintended consequence of the deal. It was not part of
they intended that, or at least wanted it.
Well, you gotta.
I don't think that the U.S. intended it, but I do think that they wanted it. Now, the Chinese.
No. Hold on. Whoa. Henry Kissinger, the key component in this conversation, he said, "Hell no, we didn't want this. We created a Frankenstein because of our hatred of Russia." So indirectly, they ended up
after the Cold War.
Well, the Cold War lasted from 1950 to about 1988. When did they tear down the Berlin Wall? Like 88, 89?
It was during the Reagan administration, so that's about
probably like 88, 89. So it was like 48 years, 50 years. So
and then during the Clinton administration, they began the trade agreements with China, correct?
Well, the trade agreements have been in place from 1948 to 1988, but when Kissinger was the lead on that during his terms, and he said that was the biggest mistake he ever made. So his goal was never to uplift China. His goal was to keep China as a satellite that would become under control of the United States, but it didn't go the way that he intended.
Okay, so once again, the trade agreements, the modern trade agreements, primarily happened after 1988, correct?
The recent ones?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they change them every 10 years, probably, yeah.
So my point is that it was due to that trade agreement that, though America didn't intend it to, it made China the powerful nation that it is today.
Yeah.
Something similar could happen to all countries or many countries in Africa, whether the Chinese intend it or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about probabilities. Now we're getting into the speculation, but
well, I mean, I see that happening.
I could grow wings tomorrow if I evolve into a mutant. But what I'm saying is that based on the last, so here's my.
Have anyone ever grown wings?
So,
to your recollection,
possibly, but it's probable. Maybe I could. We used to have tails, right?
No. But to your recollection,
Okay, let's go back to regulation. This is good. I'm glad you went there. Regulation. The last 10,000 years, History has been on the side of the colonizer or the superpower, not the inferior satellite country. So based on the last 10,000 years, what we know is when you have a superpower that goes into what they perceive as a weaker country, a culturally inferior country, they rape that country to the extent that they can. But again, all things change all the time. So just because you are today the superior and the conqueror does not mean tomorrow that you will not be the inferior and the conquered. Because again, civilizations die, societies grow, rise, and fall. So when you talk about probabilities, I have given you that already. I've already conceded the point that Game Changer could be right in the future. But you're taking the optimistic view of the future, and I'm taking the realist example of the past.
Well, the realist, the what's been consistent in the past is that though these things happen, is generally the conquered or the inferior civilization, whatever you want to call it, over time usurp the superior one.
But then we are in agreement with that because
and during that time they do maintain relations with the superior civilization.
Okay. Now we're talking about the long history. I just said to you. So we agree on the point that here's the thing. We could be talking 10 years, 100 years, 700 years. Let's take an example. Mm-hmm. The Moors conquered Gothic Spain and Portugal, parts of Portugal and parts of Europe, I think in 711 AD. Guess how long it took them to come off from under the rulership of the Moors?
800 years.
700 fucking years, bro. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking 700, 1,000 years, okay. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying to you, I wasn't talking 700 years. I was talking the next 100 years. So this is where you and I disagree. My disagreement with you is that over the next 100 years, China's results will benefit the indigenous Africans. Here's my thought about the next 100 years of China based on what I've read so far. Mm. My thought is that based on the last 10,000 years of history and using a recent example like the United States, Great Britain, or the Moors, those people will conquer those people and they will rule them for a long period of time and get rid of as much of the indigenous population as possible. And maybe sometime in the future, maybe 200 years from now, they will rebel. But over the next 100 years, I see China taking half of their population, which is in abject poverty, moving them to Africa, creating like a China 2.0 type of situation, and making those Chinese of their own country their ruling class. So I guess that's where you and I.
So you mentioned the Moors, the Spaniards. How did they overthrow the Moors? Curious.
Well, the way that they overthrew the Moors is based on, obviously, we're talking about 700 years. So we're talking about 711 to 1492. This is a long fucking period of time, bro.
Right. I get it. So how did they do it?
Well, they didn't do it. The people did it. The Moors did it to themselves. When you look at the cycle of nations, right? Look at the cycle of civilizations. They go through what they call the fall phase, the winter phase, the spring phase, and the summer phase. Over the course of that 700 years, the Moors went from a hungry 10,000 soldiers with a code and a mission to find a place of their own to conquer to a decadent people, a weak people, a very leisure people, while living off of the benefits of a majority population. Over a 700-year period, those groups had fought many wars amongst themselves, so they couldn't get control of the Moors because the Castile, the Aragons, and it was like 4 other peoples amongst the Gothic Spaniards. What happened is that over that last 50 years, they decided to work together. So Castile and Aragon united the Queen Isabella and the King Ferdinand to unite the competing tribes of Gothic Spain under the Moorish rule. They said, these are our enemy, them. That happened in the 1470s, I believe, if I remember my math is correct. And then they ended up fighting the Moors in the decadent phase of the Moorish Empire, the War of Granada.
Where did they get their weapons?
Where did they get their weapons from? Well, they had deals with Charlemagne, UK, the French, because remember again.
Wait. Trade agreements.
You said what?
Oh my God. Yeah, trade agreements. They had trade agreements. They had deals with the French in the form of Charlemagne, with the UK. They had trade agreements. Oh my Lord.
But hold on.
No, they won based on trade agreements.
Hold on. I never said that trade agreements were bad. Is that what? So I never said trade agreements were good or bad.
But it would be bad for Africa. And you believe that when a superpower like England and France at the time,
game changer. You're moving the goalposts, bro. You can't say because I said that what's going on with China and Africa based on history, I believe is a bad deal for them long term, and then say, well, you had the Moors in Spain, and then
you brought the Moors in Spain.
The Castilians and the Aragonians made a deal so they could overthrow the Moors. That's a different conversation. We can have that conversation if you want to. I know that history very well.
Okay, well, no, you brought that up, and you do know that history very well.
Yeah.
However, they made a trade agreement that favored them.
And how do you know that? How do you know that it favored them?
Well, because Spain is Spain and not a Moorish colony. That's how I know.
Exactly.
Because so we know. Wait, no, you spoke. You spoke. You gave your history. You gave your history. Now let me give mine. Okay. Now let's just say if Isabella and Ferdinand took your advice, right, and instead of trading with the dreaded Europeans, they decided to trade with each other. They just went to other, royal houses of Spain and said, hey, here's a knife. Here's another knife. Let's attack the Moors. Nope. That shit would not have flown, would it? Right.
Well, you can't.
They had outside agreements. They were a globalized nation. And what was the first thing they did after they conquered? What was the first thing they did after they conquered?
After they conquered who?
Or excuse me, after they got their territory back.
They sent Christopher Columbus to murder 100,000 indigenous Americans. That's what they did.
What was he out looking for?
He was looking for a trade route to India.
More trade. Oh my God.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. But game changer. Here's the thing that you're missing.
Everybody listening.
Here's the thing that you're missing.
Hold on right quick. But let me just make my point. Trade is good. Trade is good. Trade is good. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I never said trade is bad. I'm a capitalist, bro.
Okay, well, I think trade would be good for Africa.
Now you think it will, but here's the thing. You forgot all the other examples of that trade ending very badly. So let's take the example of what you're talking. Let's continue down this path.
The trade ended badly for the Spanish.
Let's continue down the path that we paved. So Columbus, he was going looking for India for a trade route.
Right.
He wanted a quicker route to do trade with India and China. He ended up in the New World. He could have had a trade agreement with the indigenous people. Nah. He said that we're coming as conquerors. Fuck trade. We're going to take the gold. We're going to take the labor, and you indigenous people that are here are going to be our labor class and slave class for us until we can bring in Africans 100 years later. So there's another example.
So through a transatlantic slave what?
Transatlantic slave trade.
Oh, okay. Trade is good. Trade is good.
Good for
trade is good.
Okay. Indigenous Americans.
Well, they weren't trading with the indigenous Americans, were they?
They were conquering the indigenous Americans.
So once again, from China's point of view, or excuse me, from Spain's point of view, trade is good. Trade is good. Trade is good.
From the indigenous population, which I think it's parallel to Africans, it was not good at all. Guess why? When they arrived,
they didn't trade with the Americans. You just said that they conquered them.
And that was my whole point about
conquest is bad. Conquest bad, trade good. Conquest bad, trade good.
Here's where you see them missing the point. How many treaties did the Spanish and the Portuguese sign with the American Indians and indigenous? How many?
I don't know. How many?
Many treaties. Guess what? They violated every single treaty, which was trade, like you're talking about and you're saluting. They violated everyone. Why? Because they saw those people as inferior to them. Do you know how many treaties they signed with the Native Americans in North and South America over the course of 1500 to fucking 1850, bro? Many treaties. Oh my God. You should read some of you live in California. Do you know how many fucking indigenous people were? It was sport in the 1800s to kill Californian Indians and Dakota Indians and Denver Indians. It was sport. And they had treaties in place. The same thing with the South Americans. They signed a treaty initially with the Aztecs, with the Mayans, and with the Incas. But guess what? They were under the rule of nature. The Europeans saw it as like, yeah, we're signing this piece of paper, but actually we're under the rule of nature, which says that power concedes nothing but to power. That was the rule that they lived by. And we still, I mean, let's be honest. We still live by that rule is the argument that I'm making. I'm making the argument that Chinese will default to that rule. Yeah.
So answer me this, because I still believe trade is good, but let's go down this avenue for a second. Had the Native Americans not signed a trade agreement, you're saying that the Europeans would have just stayed away?
No, I'm saying it was just wiped them off completely.
Oh, so once again, it would have happened regardless of trade.
Yeah.
So now let's get back to the whole trade is good, because we were talking about Spain and how trade benefited it from being a second-class citizen in their own country.
But I never said trade is bad.
To being a world power.
I want to clarify.
So we have many historical examples of how subjugated people benefited from trade. Honest trade.
Honest trade, yes.
When I make my predictions on how this would benefit Africa, it is based on that. It is based on trade is good. Trade is good.
You don't have an argument. If you have honest, good faith trade, it is good. So you and I don't even disagree on that point. But, but what we disagree on, I'll get back to it.
Doesn't really matter the faith of the person. I don't think that Charlemagne knew that he was creating a Frankenstein in the form of Spain.
I think that you underestimate the intelligence. You got to remember these guys studied Machiavelli, so keep that in mind. But
well, so did I. I don't mean them anything. But I mean, so you saying that they wanted Spain to be the European power?
What I'm saying to you is that when it comes to understanding people that lived 500 years ago, let's not assume that we know what they were thinking, because
I don't. You bring up 10,000 years and assume that you knew what Confucius was thinking.
Because I'm actually basing on examples of what actually happened.
It is an example of what happened.
It's an example of what happened, but I just told you there were three sides to the conversation with the Spanish. There was the Spanish, there was the Moors, and then there was the American indigenous people. Guess what? Hold on. Indigenous people, there were 100 million indigenous people before the Portuguese and the Spanish came to the New World. How many are there today?
5.
No, 1 million.
Okay.
So their population has been shrunk down by 99% over the course of 500 years. So I don't think the indigenous people say, hey, we got a good deal. No, they didn't get a fucking good deal. So what I'm telling you is
that's the deal that they would have got whether they took the trade agreement or not. So I mean, I get it. According to you, the Native Americans should have just said, I'll give you these bows for these arrows and let's fight the Europeans.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying for the Africans.
If you want to ask are you asking if you want to know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that the Indians, if they were smart, they would have killed every European that landed on their shores in that first manifestation. They would have actually never had to worry about it anymore, because it was the Indians actually helping the original colonists from Europe to survive. That was their downfall. So
I get it now. So let's apply that logic to this current trade situation. You're saying that the Africans should kill every Chinese person that sets foot in Africa right now, right?
No, that's what. No, that's 100% wrong.
Well, okay. Well, let's relate it to today, because
so if you want to ask me, what are you saying about your relationship with China? Which one do you want? Do you want to tell me, or do you want to ask?
I've already asked you. I give you 3.
You got me off, game changer, before I can answer. Which one do you want? Do you want me to answer? Or do you want to tell you? Which one?
Well, you've already answered. So, I will remind you. I asked you, what should they do? Should they A, trade with America, B, trade with China, or C, just trade with each other? You chose C.
You're right.
Now,
correct.
If we apply that thinking to, say, the Native Americans,
Mm-hmm.
A, being trade with, I don't know, England.
No, take the first country to come into their world was Spanish and Portuguese. So take the
Okay, the Portuguese then.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. A is trade with Portuguese. B is trade with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Another ruling power of Europe. Or C, trade with each other.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that this is your analogy relating to present day situations, that you would choose C once again, which is trade with each other. Now, trade with each other would mean that they are trading bows for arrows, and they would eventually get conquered anyway.
That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. That is such a dude. You just totally just flipped history. First off, we know for a fact that the first waves of Europeans that came here were actually helped by indigenous people.
Sure.
So if those people had united, what I'm saying, so let's use an example of what I said about Africans and China and compare it to the Europeans and the Latin Americans.
Please.
If those tribes had united and said, yo, these people mean trouble, and killed every one of them, do you realize that they would have never sent not one more shit? All you gotta do
is that option available to Africans?
You said what?
Is that option available to Africans now?
Of course it is. It's been available for the last 50 years, what they call the African Union.
So you suggest that now. You suggest that.
Go ahead.
So when you're bringing up the analogy, just as you suggested that the Native Americans should kill every white person that set foot in the U.S.
Specific situation that they found themselves in, yes.
Does this specific situation apply to this trade agreement with China?
No, because they don't have to.
Then why are we okay?
Because
I'm entertaining it, but I don't understand why. Because you're bringing up parts of the analogy that doesn't apply to the situation.
You were talking about colonizers, and you were talking about trade agreements. I gave you an example because I was
talking about how trade agreements benefited Spain, and then you brought up another group of people that it didn't.
But Spain is connected to the new Americans because the tree that you were talking about is directly connected to the outcomes in the new world. Fuck are you talking about, man? So when we talk about Africa, we're talking about a different situation, but based on a historical model. What I'm saying to you is that if I was in the African 54 nations heads, my major goal would be to make the African Union what the United States became. But again, this is fucking wishful thinking. But if I was in their position, knowing history over the last 10,000 years and using the more recent example of the Europeans and Americas, my number one would go to get over our tribalism, get over our issues of the state. And I would be like, these 54 nations, we have to work together. We have to trade with each other before we even dare build relationships with other powerful countries that can come in and take all this shit. So that's what I'm saying, to clarify for you.
All right. Well, let's do it like this. With your vast knowledge of history, who only traded with itself and went from being a lesser power to a greater power?
No country has ever traded just with itself.
Any tribe, any group of people? Come on now.
But who the hell said to trade with just yourself?
Well, it depends on how you define yourself, but you did.
I'm asking you.
Africans should trade with Africans. That was C. That was the option.
What do you mean by yourself?
Well, I said Africans should only trade with other Africans.
Africa is a continent with 54 nations, so that's not yourself. It's 54 separate nations trading with each other and building their own political alliance.
Once again, C was Africa trading with other Africans. It is a continent. I know
that. You said yourself. Whoa. Kenyans don't see themselves as Nigerians. Nigerians don't see themselves as South Africans. Libyans don't see themselves as Cameroon. What the fuck are you talking about? Yourself.
When I say yourself, African nations, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, should trade with each other.
But that's not yourself.
Ghana, Nigeria.
Those are different nations that they're trading with to get the resources they need.
When I say Africans, okay.
Africa is a continent.
What in the hell? I know Africa is a continent.
With 54 nations. With 54 nations. That's not yourself.
Oh, God.
They're not united right now. They're separate 54 nations, bro.
I know that Africa is a continent. When I say that they should trade with each other, the nations of Africa should trade with other Asian.
But that's not what you said in your example. You said who would trade? What is an example of country that traded with their self? You said yourself. Those are 54 nations, not yourself. They're 54 separate nations.
Okay, well, I didn't want to expand it. Well, no. I didn't want to expand it throughout a continental thing. However, okay. Because now you're just being obtuse. Let's do it.
Because you're being obtuse.
What group of people only traded with their own group of people? However you define a group.
I don't know many groups that have done that.
Okay, you want to know why you don't know many groups that have done that, King Sima? Because it's stupid. And nations don't thrive that way.
But who cares about that? We're not talking about people trading. It's like if I said a Minnesotan trading with, bro, I never said Nigerians should only trade with Nigerians. What the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't say that you said that. I said Africans, meaning that the countries in Africa, that the countries in Africa trade with each other. Now,
France, okay, I'll give you an example. The United States just trying to sign a deal with Canada, Mexico. Who else was it? It was Canada and Mexico. Let's just say Canada and Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That was a deal between the United States, Mexico, and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So if a deal is done between Nigeria, South Africa, and Liberia, that's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. We need more deals like that between the.
There should be more deals like that. I agree.
So that's what I'm talking about.
However, the only deals are are Iceland, Canada, and Mexico are only trade partners?
Sometimes they are.
No, they're not. I don't think that is ever the case, ever. It
depends on the situation.
No, that's pretty much.
Let's take an example.
That's pretty much never been the case, sir.
But I never said it was the case.
Once again, it would be foolish if we only traded with North Americans.
You're not gonna straw man me, son.
Okay, then please.
I just set up here. I told you what my thesis was. I said I believe that the 54 nations of what is called the continent of Africa should focus on creating trade agreements and political alliances with themselves before they allow China and these other countries to come in and have a say-so in their internal affairs. That's all I said.
Okay, well, then you wasn't answering the question, because the question was, should they A, maintain trade agreements with the U.S., B, create new trade agreements with China, or C, continue to create trade agreements amongst each other.
God.
When I say amongst each other, and when I say amongst each other, we work the question. You're interrupting. And when I say C, just to clarify, C, meaning that African nations shall only trade with other African nations.
Okay, well, that's a false dilemma, because that's not. So here's what. Now that you said that only, I will say neither. None of the above.
Last time. Only last time.
I'm gonna say none of the above. I'm gonna give you a D. So here's D.
Mm-hmm.
He says the 54 contiguous nations of what is known as the continent of Africa should create trade relations between themselves, get over their tribalism and their ethno-racism towards each other. And once they get strong relationships between the 54 nations and they empower the African Union with the kind of powers they need to have a robust confederation, then they should welcome China for trade. But until then, they should not welcome China, because it will end badly for them, just like it did with the Europeans. That's my opinion. That's all.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree then.
Cool. Now, I respect that. So is there anything else that you want to say before we get off, man? I appreciate, again, that's why I like brothers like Game Changer, you know what I'm saying? And my brother Preem in the chat. Shout out to Don Calypso. I love these guys, man. Love them. These guys make me really have to build my own understanding. I love this shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know that our enemies hate this shit, though. They hate this shit, man. I want to get your last thing before I get off, Game Changer. What's your last your closing statement, bro?
Okay, so basically, we have seen nations become very powerful off of trade agreements. We have seen Africa become better as a result of their trade agreements with China. We have no real reason to believe that this will not work out to its favor. We can't accept the possibility that it won't. However, no such evidence has presented itself with this particular individual agreement.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Every time I have like a long pause, that's pretty much.
Well, I'm just trying to respect your time, brother.
I got you.
So I would say I would disagree 100% with Game Changer on that. In my closing statement, I would say that actually the evidence that we're getting out of Africa now is that there's a lot of complaints coming from the ruling parties of different nations that they signed certain deals with China. China didn't deliver the goods that they expected. They didn't deliver the quality that they expected. And they've left a lot of unintended consequences for China from Chinese people in Africa that they didn't expect. So I actually disagree with him that there's a lot of proof that the Chinese have done quality work there, that they've come in as like with a conquering mentality, and that even the African leadership of the different 54 nations themselves are starting to rethink their relationships with China. So hopefully everyone had a good conversation. I respect to the brother Game Changer. You know, he always brings a good perspective. I bring my perspective, and hopefully the audience, at a minimum, you walk away from these kind of conversations and say, hey, let me go do my own research. Because at the end of the day, don't take Game Changer's word, my word, or anyone else's that you hear. Go do your own research, and then you come back to these panels, and let's keep this shit going, man. Because I think, again, this is what we're trying to push forward, is that a new mentality for Blacks in terms of what we consider important. So with that, I'm going to sign off. I appreciate MOT having me on. Wow, the brother, let me check these likes. Damn, wow. I mean, it looks like he got like over 358 likes, man.
That's what's up.
Damn, have you ever got that many likes, Game Changer?
Probably not. I don't really check the StreamYard.
Yeah, I don't think I might have got 200. What you think the most that you ever got on the live stream, man?
Yeah, probably around there. I mean, I don't really get as many like viewers at the same time. Like I always get like anywhere between 1 to like 220 or something like that. So I don't even get 300 on at the same time.
Yeah, that's pretty. So I gotta say, yo, shout out to the viewers. That is incredible, you guys. So I'm looking at it, says 361 likes, and there were 4 dislikes. So Game Changer, who you think the dislikes came from? Who would you?
It's always 4 people. No, it's honestly on my channel too. It's always 4 people. It is.
So what do you think that is, man? So like you got 364 likes and 4 dislikes. Who do you think these people are? Are they just trolls, or do you think they're actually enemies of MOT? Who are these people that do this? You know,
I think that there's 4 people or 1 person with 4 accounts that go around and not listen and just dislike everything. So I'm being this. It's always 4, and like if I do something really egregious, then I'll get like a little more, like maybe like 9 or something. But it's always 4, like while the stream is going on.
So let me get this right. So you're saying that there's like a crew of like 4 people that just like whenever like one of these black men having a constructive conversation, say, hey, having a constructive conversation, let's go down like that shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because that's like, they don't even make any sense, bro. Like you got 364 likes, and then there's like these 4 dislikes, right? Like, I mean, that shit is funny to me, dude. Like, damn, are y'all mad at me? Are you mad at MOT? Are you mad at Game Changer? Did we say something? Because I noticed it on these videos, like they'll have like 300, 400 likes, and then it'll be like these 4 random ass likes, man. Dislikes. This is funny, but all right, man. But
wait, I want to check something right quick because you brought up an interesting point, and I want to see if it's still 4. Like, I want to just check right quick on my channel and see if it's still the same 4 people. Right quick, hold on. So my last video, Beware Steven, 7. So 121 ups and 7 downs. But yeah, I think it was around 4, like while it was recording.
See, I don't know, man. That shit's weird. Because if I check my channel, it's probably the same. Like literally, I think on my last video, it was like 200 likes and like 4 dislikes. Like, It's like you got like four lonely. Is it four lonely women, or is it four lonely white supremacists, or is it four black woman first drones? I'm just like, do you niggas just like stay up 24 hours a day, and is it your job to make sure that any live stream you gotta have 4 dislikes? I mean, this shit is just funny to me, man. But I'm gonna go and get some sleep.
It's probably all right, but it's probably 12 of them, and they work in shifts. Like you take first shift, it's probably 12 of them. They just like rotate.
Are they paid by YouTube? Are they paid by like someone else, or is it just they're doing this shit for free? I mean, what is it, man?
Well, they're just, because I thought about this when I first started, because when I first started going to YouTube, and I know you're about to go to sleep. When I first started using YouTube, it was for music and music only. And I would say to myself, who in the fuck is thumbs down in Stevie Wonder's My Shit No More? Like, the shit is like 30 years old. You hop on to a song that you heard over and over and over again and thumbs down the shit. So I don't know. It's weird ass people in the world.
Oh, I'm glad you said that though, because I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, it wasn't until I actually started like coming on. So February will be 2 years for me. This is gonna be very sad to say, but I didn't even fuck with YouTube until 2018, bro.
Okay.
Like, people look at me like, damn, you was behind the times. Like, I just never went to YouTube, right?
I didn't either.
Oh, so I'm not alone.
No, I'm not a social media person. So the way I found YouTube is because my job blocks everything else. It blocked iHeartRadio. But you can't. No job will really, at least for my job, they won't block YouTube because it's a learning tool. You need it. So they're never gonna block YouTube. So people who do like Mixler and shit like that, they're really hurting themselves because nobody at work is gonna sign up for something called the Negro Manosphere and have IT try to figure that shit out.
Right.
It is what it is. But
so it's an automatic block with Mixler or something like it's like automatic block.
No, I haven't tried it with Mixler. I'm just saying that YouTube is a safe bet. It's work safe. It's something that you can always put on your work computer and nobody will give a second look to it. So that was my form of tuning the white people out of my brain while I do my work.
Damn, you like that too? Shit, I'm like that too at work. Damn, I'm glad. That's what I like about this. I meet brothers that think the same way I do at work. But
But then music just started like getting redundant, and then you get the commercial every time. So podcasts were longer, so I started listening to those, and that's how I started getting into Tommy and shit like that because people would just drone on, and then your shift's over.
So you came through in 2018. So you only discovered YouTube in 2018 too?
No, I think it was like 2015. I think it was a little bit sooner, but that was like Manosphere 1.0.
Oh well, you even longer than me. See, I'm literally saying that like, okay, so it would have been about 2017 that I started watching like business podcasts and documentaries on YouTube, right? And then like in 2018, I kind of found a lot of the Hotep shit, like Mr. Neely Fuller, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and shit like that. Because I had known about Tariq Nasheed from his website, but I didn't know he was on YouTube until like 2 or 3 years later. Because I used to go to his website all the time. I was a moderator on his website. And I found the Black Manosphere in 2018. And the thing that stood out to me now that it'll be February, it'll be 2 years for me. I didn't know that there were so many miserable and toxic Negroes in America until I came to YouTube, bro. Because I always accepted like, the separation between Black Americans and wild ass Negroes. It was a normal.
I call them niggas. To save syllables, I call them niggas.
Well, the only reason I'm not saying that is because one of my goals for 2020 is to try to eliminate that word from my vocabulary. So yeah, I'm on some square ass shit, but
oh no, one of my goals is to use it more.
I just say black rednecks and wild Negroes. I don't like when I use that word. I hate that fucking term, man. Hate it. I want to get out of my vocabulary, even though it applies to a certain group of people. It's just one of the words that I find that I start saying it, and then I start saying it a lot. And when I think about it, I'm like, I don't like me saying that shit. So it's coming to this space that I came to really realize the level of toxicity amongst American Negroes. And what was interesting to me is like, these are the ones that call themselves the intelligent Negroes of America.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, not to shit on anybody who's a fan of Francis Cress Welsing. I actually seen her live and met her in Sacramento. And
who's that?
Frances Cress. Well, when she was with us, of course.
Yes, sir.
When she was amongst us, and seen her live.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing in this world like seeing a woman in her 90s draw a penis on a whiteboard. I must say that I walked away from that like, this person is very interesting.
That's how
a 90-year-old woman just drew a penis on a whiteboard. Yes. This happened. This is who people follow.
What was her point? What was the point of her doing that?
She was saying that it's a symbol of control and this is how it works. Something. It was ludicrous. And basically
ludicrous. Because I heard the theory that she has about the penis is that the gun is symbolic of the penis.
That's pretty stupid.
Now why now your conclusion is that it's stupid. Now why is that stupid?
Well, I don't know why things are stupid when they are, but that is.
But
you see, okay. I will say this. Guns pretty much primary function is to destroy life. That is
not necessarily.
Primarily.
I would say I don't.
Okay. Everything is subjective. You're right. Guns do not.
I would say, like, you are right. That is one of the roles, but I would say that guns are actually to protect life and deter the taking away from life.
Okay, and is doing and in order to do that, it takes life away. Whether the person is good or bad, it does take life. That's his primary function. It gives a person the power to take life away.
Yes.
Okay. A penis is the power to give life.
Or take life away.
So let's end this conversation then.
Nope. You see what Game Changer did, audience? He opened up this can of worms. He's like, hey, we're not going out here.
No, it's not a can of worms. I don't want to sit here and talk about, like, are guns harmful? And, like, do guns take lives and do penises give lives? Because then we get into the whole, what do you mean? It's like, nah.
What I said, okay.
Some things are too obvious, and when you get with a person that's going to argue something that's
Game Changer said too obvious. So I'll let him, but I'll say this. The penis can be a giver of life, and in some views, it can be a taker of life by blocking out the creation. So I'll give an example, and this is based on Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, because he talked about how he looks to her speak. And I understood her metaphor. He says it was bullshit, and I think it was actually profound. Again, me and Game Changer are almost 90% of the time going to be on the opposite side, which, again, this is good, because I'm glad to have brothers that oppose my views, because that teaches me stuff. But she argues from the stance that white men fear the black penis because it blocks out the creation of white life. So it destroys the opportunity for white life. And as the black penis conquers more and more land and more vaginas, it blocks out opportunity for white men to spread their DNA. So in that way is what I mean to agree with Dr. Cress Welsing that it can destroy life as well. And obviously we know that it creates life, because we have one of the most viral set of testicles on the planet in 2020. Black men produce the most testosterone, the highest level of testosterone, and the highest sperm count in the world. And that's not even having the best diets, not having the most investment. So when I hear her say that, that's what I mean when I say it can take life. Because she comes from the standpoint of, she believes that the penis is the biggest symbol of white supremacy's continuation or its destruction.
Oh my God. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, brothers who are listening, whatever you do, please do not bring a penis to a gunfight. That's all I have to say about that.
And brothers, whatever you do not bring a gun to lay up with these hoes. Bring an erect penis and conquer that hoe's vaginas. That's what Dr. Welsing was talking about.
those are that was not
dangerous full of shit.
Listen. Anybody who looks at a penis and sees something as bad as a gun is a feminist. That is how they view the world. Penises are bad. And then they find a penis and they say, what else in the world is bad that looks like a penis? Oh, a gun. I am going to convince black men and boys that penises are bad, like guns are bad. I shit you not. That is the type of fucked up shit that goes through old ass feminist bitches' minds.
Oh man.
Hey, so yeah. But
right. Hey, you guys heard what Game Changer had to say. So I think something that'd be good to lead the audience with is that it's good to hear Game Changer's his perspective on it. I hope that all of you guys take the time, this year, maybe pick up a copy of the ISIS papers that Dr. Francis, that's her magnum opus. And again, like Game Changer, a lot of shit that she said in there kind of threw me off when I first read it. I was like, whoa. But then as I thought about it more and I looked at the history of like colonization and slavery and conquering and shit, I was like, there might be something to this. So it'll be interesting to have you people read ISIS papers and, give us your opinion on what you think. So he takes the opinion that it's, what was the terminology that you used to describe her theory?
Bullshit. Bullshit. And know this. Why the fuck are you reading a woman? Understand that women are meant to be seen and not heard. And why you laugh?
Because it's like I don't 100% agree with that shit, man. I don't 100%. Like it's some women that have written good. Now I will agree with you on one thing. It's rare that I read a woman's opinion, but I've read some books from women that I was like, okay, this shit was not too bad. But in general, I actually do agree with you though. Most of the time, 90% of the time, I can't fuck with the female writers, but there's been a couple times like, examples like Dr. Frances Cress Welsing and Shahrazad Ali. There's another chick named Christina Summers, Camellia Paglia, Helen, what was her name? Helen Smith. There's a couple times that I'll read a female, but it's rare. I will say that.
Seen and not heard. The thought that we as black men are reading the works of bitches while other people are reading like Sun Tzu and Machiavelli is what keeps us behind. Fuck whatever she has to say, seen and not heard. And when you listen to them, they will pollute your ears with penises, guns talk, and all kind of weird ass shit.
So what's your thought on Shahrazad Ali?
No, my thought is that if she is echoing the thoughts to her husband, and that's one thing. And she is primarily speaking to women, which is fine. Women are to speak to other women, especially elder to younger, and to preach femininity. I get that. I respect that. However, men, that's not our realm. That's not our domain. If she want to teach other bitches how to knit or whatever the fuck they do, that's perfectly fine with me. However, men should listen to wiser, better men, period.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. So Game Changer's view is that women should be seen and not heard. I would say 90% I agree. This is where I disagree. Some of the best game about life that I ever got was from black men that they would be considered very ignorant from the standpoint of like academia or something like that. But the certain kind of experiences they had in life, they were fucked up in it. I'm talking like homeless men that I've met, dudes that are just fucked up in the game, but the knowledge that I got from listening to them ended up being great. Some of the bitches that have taught me a lot are women that were older women that told me, I'll give you an example. I ain't trying to like keep you on here. I know you got to get sleep too. But I remember when I was like 17, 18, and I met this older hoe. She was a black bitch, and she was an older hoe. Old school. She fucked with she liked younger men. Mm-hmm. And she told me some shit when she was like, we were just talking about like, relationships and stuff. And she was like, yeah, well, you know how you could fuck any woman. Now this is an old hoe. And she was like, if you bring a woman over to your house and she sits on your bed and you tell her that she can sit on the couch, you could fuck her. Right. So this was an old hoe. It was some real simple shit. But I used it. I tested that shit over a lot of times, and every time she was right. So I have to disagree with you. Like, there's times when someone that you see as inferior to you can teach you a lot of shit. Again, I can go to Game Changer, who knows a lot of shit, or that homeless motherfucker that's out there eating out the trash can. I actually am more interested in talking to him because I want to find out what the fuck did you do in your life that got you eating out of a trash can. You know what, 9 out of 10, these dudes be telling me shit like, yo, man, I used to have hoes. I used to have clean cars. I had this and then I'm like, what happened? It'd be like 1 or 2 mistakes that they made in their life. And they asses on the street eating fucking garbage. And I know you out there in North California. Mm-hmm. Y'all are the fuck. You know that San Francisco and LA lead the country now in homelessness, man?
Yeah, I can understand why.
So to me, I can't take that view that you take because and I know that you don't agree with this, but I believe that every human being on the planet can teach me something. Mm-hmm. I really, truly believe that. I'm talking about from the lowest to the highest. Now, it doesn't mean that I have time to listen, but if I find myself in a situation, man, I done had some homeless motherfuckers like, you know, they be drunk as hell asking for money, but they'll say some shit that's dope, like out of nowhere, right? Mm-hmm. So I got a different take. It could be a California versus Midwest thing, bro, but I actually believe that every human being on the planet has a unique perspective on the world, and I can learn something about the greater world or that individual or even possibly myself through seeing the world through their eyes. That's just me. So you and I, we're going to leave it at that, but I think
we're not going to leave it at that because I don't want the audience to go out and read bitches. No. I'm being honest. You know.
So you don't read any like anything that a woman would write. You would not read that shit then.
Oh no. From time to time, I'll read like nice fiction. I read nice fiction from an entertaining female from time to time, and I've read Their Eyes Are Watching God. You know, I was forced to in college, but I read it. You know.
So did you go to a Pac-12?
What's that?
Did you go to a Pac-12?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. But the shit's everywhere. Mm-hmm. You know. See, the point is that by reading their shit and in encouraging them to do whatever ficticity that they're up to, encourage them to write more bullshit. Mm-hmm. I don't care if like 1% of them have sage wisdom. I can do without it as long as it don't encourage 99% of other bitches to step out of their lane.
Man, y'all support Game Changer. We at 375 right now. I want to see in the next 5 minutes before we get off, can we get this brother, man, and tomorrow? That brother, Game Changer, is on here. He's giving you his time. He's giving us. Can we get the bro? I've never seen someone in this space get 400 likes on a live stream. Have you?
No, not that I know of. Maybe like
before we get off, fuck it. It's Sunday. It's Super Bowl Sunday anyway. Ain't nobody waking up to noon anyway. Audience, do y'all have it in you to get this brother MOT Game Changers on here dropping game to 400 likes? Let's break a record tonight. Go ahead, Game Changer. I just want to. We only 20 away from 400.
Yeah. Let's get the likes up. And this is what I'm talking about. Shin just said it. Oprah has a reading club, and men read her recommendations with women. Ain't this a bitch? You see, when you take their shit, instead of for saying get me a sandwich, then you have Oprah. See, every now and again you have a wise sage bitch. Every now and again you have a wise sage bitch that says something insightful, and then a whole generation of other mini bitches want to grow up to be her instead of growing up to get me a goddamn sandwich. Mm-hmm. And then what do you have? You have Oprah. Now all these little African bitches want to grow up to be her. You know, it fucks up the entire dynamic. It fucks up the world. So shut the fuck up.
Hey, you know what? If that motherfucker Game Changer runs for president, he got my vote, man. He's even stronger on his shit than Donald Trump. So, hey, you got my vote, bro. Because I'm all for it. But
make families great again. Like, if you want to make families great again, it starts with, women shutting the fuck up, and I would change the American flag to a picture of a bitch shutting the fuck up. Like, that's how the nation becomes strong again.
Game Changer don't give a fuck. He's hardcore red pill patriarchal with his shit. Don't read these bitches. Don't listen to these bitches. Get in that kitchen, take off your fucking shoes, cook this food, and give me a blowjob after work. I'm not against that, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean,
y'all telling me that's not worth 15 likes for what Game Changer just said. He just gave you the formula for the new 2020 and forward red pill standard. He said, don't read these bitches. Don't listen to these bitches. Go to the scrolls, memorize that shit. Otherwise, you off code. So you got
exactly.
Is that worth 15 likes or not, bro? You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, get the likes up, please. I want to keep the conversation going until like MOT like get out of his coma and shit.
MOT ain't waking up, dude. It's so bro. That dude is gone. He's gone.
Man, he be on some Odin shit. I swear. Like this man.
But he on the road though, man. He's like I think didn't he say he's like in Vegas right now and like picking up a load? So that man is like, you know, truckers be like sleeping. They don't have a time of day that they sleep. You and I, we sleep at night. They sleep at like 1 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 12 in the afternoon. They sleep whenever they can, man.
But no. I mean, look, we have gender roles for a reason. Like, and of course you're gonna have outliers. You know, you're going to have these Xena bitches, you know, with hella testosterone and shit that want to be out on the battlefield with the rest of the fucking Vikings. You know, I mean, I guess you can make exception, especially if you really need warriors, but it sets a bad precedence because now these little girls who are not Xena bitches are going to want to grow up to be like her. They're impressionable that way. Mm-hmm. And then you fuck up the population. You done created a monster. So yes, many of them have wisdom, you know. Mm-hmm. Hell, the mother of computer science is the Countess of Lovelace, Ada. You know, I mean, she helped funded Charles Babbage.
Yo, GC, they want to know where they can find your scrolls at, man.
Oh yeah, I've been working on it, fellas. I'm gonna get you the scrolls. I'm gonna
put your email so that once you're done, because it's a brother that he's asking where can he find your scrolls. So like, you should get him your email so once you're done with it, you can send it to them.
No, I'm gonna charge it. I'm gonna make an iPhone app, or not iPhone. I'm gonna make an Android app, and I'm gonna charge it.
Where can they contact you?
Huh?
How can they get a hold of you?
No, at GameChanger00100@gmail. But I'm gonna put it in the App Store.
Okay. So
yeah, it's gonna be called Scroll, please. So look out for it.
What is it gonna be called?
Well, actually, I shouldn't get a name, and maybe I'll change the name. But no, I'm going to make an app for that. I've just been busy with other projects and work.
Well, y'all go to Game Changer's channel, and then y'all can get the updates through notification once he finishes that app. I think that's the shit. Like what you talking about right now, by creating the app. This is the shit that I love, bro. That's why I say that, like, the stuff that we talk about on these streams, man, all it can do is elevate brothers. That's all it can do, man. This dude is talking about creating an app, man. That's powerful shit right there. Because I'm not at the stage of, like, just rhetoric and empty talk. I'm at the stage of progressive, constructive conversation that gets results. I don't care about nothing else no more, man.
With men. Let's make that part clear, you know.
Well, the women ain't go. Here's what I learned about the females, bro. Like, when they hear constructive shit that's real, women understand that shit. It's weird, but they actually have less resistance than a lot of these plantation minstrels do. And I know that sounds crazy as hell, but my experience, okay, I'll give you an example. I had a viral video. I got more responses from like plantation minstrels than I did females negatively. There was a lot of negative female comments I had to delete. But I was actually more surprised by men making comments. I was like, what the fuck? Protecting a dude? So I actually came to the conclusion that the women, they do a lot of talking and shit, but at the end of the day, they know what's up. I think that they're less delusional than a lot of these single mother home raised black males are. That's just my theory right now. I'm working on it, but
well, you gotta know what it's like. Okay, so did you see the Tolkien movies? I didn't read it, but I seen the movies. Did you see Tolkien?
Nah, Tolkien?
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah.
Right. Just asking. So, remember when Gandalf was in the forest and they were like, the wizard is behind us. And then he said, don't let him speak or he'll put a spell on you.
Mm-hmm.
That is how you treat these women. You see, these fellas already had a spell put under them. Mm-hmm. That is why their interest is always theirs, or it's always the interest of the women. They have a spell put on them. You know, they're witches.
Real shit. You're right about that, bro. I heard it was a brawl here on YouTube not too long ago. She was even saying that. She was like, she says some shit where she claimed that it was because of black women's witchcraft that Kobe Bryant died. I was like, what? She actually said this shit, bro. She was, and she went viral. That's the part that killed me. She went viral saying that black women had put a curse. She was actually worshiping Kali Ma, an Indian goddess that she claimed that American black women worship. And I have heard Cardi B say that she worships Kali Ma as well. But the black bitch was saying that black women had put a spell and a curse on Kobe Bryant through Kali Ma, and that's why he died. And I'm like, I mean, I'm just sitting there like, these fucking women in the Western world?
Exactly.
They're gone, bro. Like, they are fucking gone. It's gone.
Exactly. You have to prepare yourself. You have to defend yourself against it. I've developed resistance to the spells because of the when I infiltrated and I took the scroll. Like, so, you know, I just developed a natural tolerance for it, and which is why I can, but every now and again, they still try to fuck with me, but I developed a natural tolerance against it. I'm telling you, they got scrolls, they got spells and shit like that. Do not let the shit pass you. Do not let the shit pass you. And they will fuck up your civilization just because. Like, who's that bitch? The Oracle. The Oracle. We always talking about red pill and green pill and shit like that. But what about the Oracle, right? Now, here you have a goddamn woman, a black woman at that, right? And instead of shutting the fuck up, she is fucking up the Matrix. Now, I get it. That works for the human, but bitch, you ain't human. You are a machine yourself. And instead of for working in the best interest of the machine, Reed shutting the fuck up, you got to fuck with the architect. The architect builds the Matrix and you fuck it up. You spend your entire existence working with humans trying to fuck up his design. And he said, what does the architect do? He builds the Matrix. What do you do?
Interesting. I like the analogy. Like, I never thought about it from that standpoint. That it's funny how you just brought up that dynamic where the dude was the architect of the Matrix, and then the broad was the destroyer of the Matrix.
Yes, that's what they do. It is in their fucking nature. It is in there. And she didn't do it as a hobby and then move on to something else. Nope. She did it like with 7 different Neos. Every time she just was thinking up new ways to fuck up the Matrix. Like, she woke up every morning, ate some cornflakes, and thought of ways to fuck up the Matrix. Like, that is what they do. Why in the fuck no, get me a sandwich. The only reason why I let the women on my panel so I can teach them the value of getting a sandwich and shutting the fuck up.
So you would have had that bitch getting a sandwich, not giving predictions on the future of the Matrix, huh?
Well, I mean, so she's conniving with the enemy to bring down the Matrix. You know, why would you even consort with somebody like that?
That's interesting because that analogy can be applied to a lot of these white male worshiping chicks that I see on here saying things like, I had a bitch come into my chat and tell me that she said that it doesn't matter about Bottom Shelf Brad because we're the prize to Bottom Shelf Brad. I was like, what? But the same bitches will tell you that you should go fight a race war against the white men that they're sleeping with. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, the mental gaslighting that has been done on Black American men over the last 60 years, I don't even, you know how Sigmund Freud, when he died, he said it was one thing he couldn't figure out, what women want. I guarantee you, if you ask him about his thoughts on the relationship between Black American men and Black American women, he'd say, I can't figure this shit out. He would have just threw his hands up and said, let them all be slaves. That's what he would have said, man. Because that's what J.H. Hammond said in that Mud Seal that David Carroll was talking about, because I was really disturbed. I didn't want to read the essay, man. I didn't want to read it. I really did not want to fucking read it because I heard David Carroll talking about it. And I said, I'm not going to read this shit, man. But then I was like, that would be really foul of me to talk about it without reading it just off his opinion of it. So I actually went and read it. I was kind of disturbed, man, by the shit he said, because he said it 163 years ago. And honestly, he was right, man. That's some disturbing shit. So I would like to see someone like a Freud do psychoanalysis on Black Americans and the mentality that they have as Black men in America, and then Black men and Black women and Black women in the greater society. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get that kind of analysis, because, man, psychologically, like, I think most Black Americans are just fucking gone, man. They're gone.
Exactly. I mean, we have to, we have to regain our patriarchal place. Period. That's the only way to get out of this quagmire that we're in. Once that happens, we're not far gone. But I can tell you what's not going to happen. What's not going to happen is listening to like penis drawing 90-year-old bitches. That's what's not going to happen. No, it's not, because here's I didn't read her shit, but I did get the quotes from Baby Boy. And she says Black men think of themselves as boys. And I was like, well, that's bullshit. And then she used like urban slang, or the slang of the time, to try to prove it. But really what she's saying is that Black women look at Black men as boys. So that is what she was really getting at. They don't respect us. However, Black men have the utmost respect for them. And I say that's bullshit.
Yeah, that is bullshit. I can't stand that. I can't stand like how what you mentioned, how the disrespect for Black men, I mean, across social strata. Like I'm talking about like lower class, middle class, upper classes, education, TV, whatever. No, I said it on my last stream. There's only one approved group for hate by society, and that's Black men. And it's so sickening to see American Black women at the forefront of Black misandry. Like they're literally carrying the fucking torch, setting themselves on fire for Black misandry. And then at the same time, while they're doing this shit, you have all these plantation minstrels and drones caping for the same hoes. I mean, it's like, you know how sometimes, like, I don't know if you're a religious person, but I used to be religious and then I became spiritual. And I asked the creator of the universe, I say, why? How is this even possible? You know what I mean? Because I just look at the situation and like, this shit don't make no sense. But then when I read the mud seal theory by J.H. Hammond, the shit did make sense. So I had to move out of my spiritual thoughts, my emotions, and go to the logic of those that actually enslaved those Black Americans. And he said, these motherfuckers are docile, they're loyal, and they're vigorous laborers, and they're incapable of higher abstract thinking. That's what that motherfucker said 170 years ago, man. He said that shit when he was arguing with, so he was in the Congress and he was having these debates right at the break of the Civil War. You said what?
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, and so he said that they're fit to be slaves, and he laid out his argument in the mud seal theory. And he broke it down. He was like, we have 4 million slaves in America. And he said that at any given day, they could murder all of us. But for some reason, for 200 plus years, they've been obedient slaves. And that is an interesting conclusion. Then he broke down why he thought that. And he was like, they're loyal, they love white people, and they work hard, and they're dumb as fuck. This dude said this shit in Congress, on the congressional record, in the famous speech called The Mud Seal Theory, written in 1858. And I'm sitting there in 2020, and I'm thinking to myself, this motherfucker was right. Because that's what I see with the majority. He didn't say all. See, that was interesting about it. He didn't say all Blacks were like that. He said our Black slaves are like that.
You know, that's interesting because I don't think it's true. And I would challenge him to tell the whites of the South of the time to drop their weapons.
But he talked about that, though. He actually talked about that in the mud seal theory. He talked about the whites and shit like that. And he said that he actually compared the Black slaves to the poor whites and said they were the same thing. So he wasn't even, that was weird about it. He actually talked about the poor whites, right? And he said that the black slaves are just like our poor whites.
No, but what I mean when I say that, and so I mean basically what he's saying is poor blacks is the same as poor whites. But basically what he's saying, if what he said was true, then like drop your whips and guns. Like, why do you have whips and guns if they're just innately, prone to this condition?
That's a good point, but here's my thought on it. And what you're saying, that's a good point. But here's what I'm saying. We don't have the whips and the guns. All right. Do you think that you saying the things that you're saying as game changer will get more blowback than someone like one of these dudes that caters towards black women, for example, like Steve Harvey? Who do you think is going to get the most blowback? You, who's sitting real tight on the third rail. That's what I call this space. My nickname for this space that we have, right? I call it the black third rail. And what I mean is that in politics, they call the third rail any kind of conversation that's explosive, is controversial, and is politically incorrect. And I said that we sit on the black third rail in this space because we have the conversation that Roland Martin can't have, CNN can't have, MSNBC can't have. Game Changer has these comments every day. But you will get attacked for it. I will get attacked for it and everyone else. But if someone like Steve Harvey saying the bullshit he says, he's celebrated, he can make millions off of it. So when I'm looking at that, I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time feeling that J.H. Hammond was wrong. I'm having a hard time, man. Because you would think, okay, you're in Silicon Valley. I'm going to guess. Don't tell me until I finish, but I want to see if my guess is right. My guess is that you work with more Asian, Indian, and white people than you do Black American people in software development.
Yes.
Now you give me the numbers, the percentages.
About 4%.
4%. 4%. Okay? Indians, what percentage of the population of America is Indians?
I don't know. I think it's like less than 2.
Probably less than 1. But how overrepresented are they in your industry?
Oh, extremely. Extremely. They have a cultural connection to it like we do with basketball and athleticism.
He said extremely overrepresented in his industry.
Right.
Now, one would think that a game changer would get the red carpet and would be given space to speak his shit. But actually, you will be the one to get the most fire from the majority against what you're saying, even though it's the truth. Maybe you can help me understand. I'm giving you a standard that was set for the last 165 years or so that I'm looking at it and it makes sense to me. Maybe you can help me out with this because we're only 5 likes away from breaking a record of 400 because we're going to end at 400.
Okay.
But maybe you can help me out. Give me another lens to look at this shit because looking at it through that mud seal, man, the shit looks really clear to me.
Sure. Basically, if that were true, then the Civil War would never happen. I'm talking about blacks' participation in it, who were free black men fighting for their freedom of enslaved black people. First of all, there wouldn't be any like former slaves to farm battalions and shit like that because they would, be in that situation. And in fact, and even though there were few that did, the South would have, simply just armed their slaves against the North.
But they did.
No. But once again, what did they offer them in exchange?
More slavery and for some in the South, they offered them freedom.
Exactly. So, okay, well, put it like this: the majority of them, did not accept their condition. Now, people generally accept what they were born with, the circumstances that they were born under, and then once you're introduced to something better, sometimes people take to the better thing and sometimes they don't. If you take somebody who is accustomed to a wood burning stove and then you introduce them to an induction stove, they may take it or they may not. I know that not many people start throwing away cell phones. I mean, even though many were born in a world where they didn't exist. So people become accustomed to the world that they live in. And that is how slavery was able to perpetuate itself for so long. However, as far as the conditions now, it's all patriarchy. Like the communities that you are talking about, the Asian communities, that dominate Silicon Valley the way they do, are patriarchal civilizations. Now they're gonna lose it due to their own stupidity, but that's on them. That's on them. I see in them, and this is from my day-to-day dealings with them, that they're gonna fuck up their good thing. I hear the men talking about women's rights and women's liberation and shit like that. And these are men that
are they on some male feminist shit, or are they talking about it in a way like they don't like it? Which one?
No. They're talking about in a way that they do like it.
What?
I wouldn't go as far as calling them male feminists, but they do like it.
That's a male feminist, bro.
Well, it's just a stupid person. Like, because I don't think that they would wave a flag for it. But because, like this one guy, right?
So you said that they like now, yeah, like they like feminism, or what?
Well, they see it as women's rights, and they think that their way is oppressive and can lead down to a path of more oppression. And they say that I haven't seen the oppression that other peoples have suffered. They're being in their proximity to the Muslim nations. I'm talking about the ones who are here H-1B.
Yeah.
They're saying that, yes, but these people do this. I was like, wait, yeah, well, when was the last time you seen a fat ass bitch in Saudi Arabia enter the stage and with her panties on? Yes, it sounds fucked up, but I mean, it's to protect it from this. Well, Indian people are different. I was like, they different because they were raised different, motherfucker. Like, why do you think it is? You think that people are just born different? No, it's a whole nurture thing. So and he's in an arranged marriage. This nigga is in an arranged marriage right now. So he's H-1B, meaning he is not a citizen. He is here for as long as he works. However, he brought his wife here, and they had a little boy who is a naturalized citizen. And once he becomes 25, he can sponsor his parents, and they will become citizens. So he is anchored in that way. He was surprised when I tell him stories about, my affairs. First of all, he's surprised that I'm single at my age, and rightfully so. But he was surprised about how he was like, "Hey, game changer, have you ever had sex with a white woman?"
I'm like, "Yeah, 10,000 of them bitches."
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, yes, I have.
Now, because I noticed with the Indian dudes, like they look at a white woman as a prize out here in the Midwest, at least.
They're fucked up that way. And see, and here's the thing, because not only that, they look at what white men do as wise and sage.
Colonization from the British. That shit was deep with them, man. Them Indians, that colonization from the British, a lot of them Indians, that shit is real deep in them, man. Because I got like a little East Indian doctor that I'm talking to right now, and I was actually kind of, to be honest, I was surprised that she wanted to fuck with me, because I have had an East Indian woman in the past, but I've always seen them as kind of like a whitewash, like you're saying. Like I've always kind of seen it that way, but surprisingly, man, a lot of these East Indian women out here, them bitches is choosing up, man. Out here.
And that's my point. That's not supposed to happen. They come here and they let their daughters and sons do whatever the fuck they want to, and in 3 generations, they're gonna be niggas too. And that's how that shit works. It's an unfortunate tragedy. It's like watching like a great civilization burn. I shit you not. I see it like with my own eyes. You can see it amongst other communities. The only thing that sustain them is a constant flow of immigrants with the current culture. But if you look at the difference in behavior and family structure and progress between first and, let's just say 3rd or 4th generation of any Asian peoples, it gets all fucked up.
So what do you think that is? So what do you think the cause is? What is the root cause of that? Is it just Western society? Is it America? What is it about it that you feel that it always ends up fucked up from an American perspective? Is it American culture? Is that the cause? Well, what is it exactly?
It's the bitch in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you think it's the Matrix overall?
Well, it's the bitch in the Matrix. Like her job, like put it like this, let's look at it like this. Every culture is its own matrix. It has an architect, which is the men, and it has a group of people that is just waiting for an opportunity to fuck it up, which is the women. Now, other cultures, say the Jewish community, the Muslim nations and shit like that, they keep the shit under control indefinitely.
Man, I gotta be honest, like the Muslim women, I swear to God, I learned so much from being around Muslims, man. Like, it's the older women that set the fucking standard for female behavior. That taught me so much. Because it's like, it's interesting. Like, if you look at this YouTube space, for example, it's the Gen X women and the younger boomer women that are selling all these fantasies to the millennial and zennial women.
Right.
Compare that to the Muslim women. These older Muslim women that would be our equivalent of Generation X and all that, they be checking them young hoes, man. Like, they not no joke. Like, this Muslim woman I was dealing with, her mom, she had 4 sisters. Man, her mom, it's like a part-time fucking job. She like, where you going? Oh, I'm going here. Is it going to be any men there? Like, this is how she was. Like, she wanted to know where her daughters were. These were grown-ass women. She needed to know where the fuck they were or where she thought they were. And I noticed that with all the older Muslims, I'm talking about 40 to 70 or whatever, man, they be on them young broads, man. Don't bring the baby back home. Don't be out there fucking with the random dudes. And they implement this shit through, I mean, I'm a man, so I can't explain it, but the females, they set the standard for the younger women. And I've heard a lot from that shit. Like, that's what matters. Like, you and I talking about this shit, we can talk until we're blue in the face, bro. And it's gonna have like a 10% impact. But if what we're saying is said by the lead women, then women will change tomorrow. So on this space, we talk about the bottom shelf Brad worshipers. If that group of women that's out there worshiping bottom shelf Brad, basement Brad, was to say to the black women, you need to do this to fix the situation in Black America, this shit will be changed in 5 years.
No, it won't, because they won't. You're working under the assumption that they want it fixed.
I know they don't. No. I know they don't want it fixed. I'm being idealistic. You're right.
If they were to actually do it, if black women were on board, then we would have a whole different conversation. They're not on board. They're
not on board. You're right. 100%. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. They're the bitch in the Matrix. They want to see it destroyed. First of all, you're never going to have ever. And when this shit collapses, and it will, hopefully not in our lifetime, but when this shit collapses, you will never again have a civilization where the women are more free than they are here in the Western part of the world, ever in Western culture.
You're right.
This will not happen again, ever.
Yo, bro, I gotta stop you though, because we're only 5 likes away from breaking a record tonight. They don't want you and me to go to sleep, homie.
Probably not.
5 likes away, and you can let Game Changer go to sleep. You can let me go to sleep for Super Bowl Sunday. They don't even want to give us 5 likes, because we ending this shit at 400.
Right.
But what Game Changer is saying is true. The American black woman likes the system as it is.
Exactly. They are the primary beneficiaries of it, even more so than white women, because they can claim, they can claim 2 types of, suffrage. Yeah,
one more, bro. One more.
All right, that's cool. That's what's
bro, we hit 400 likes. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I gotta bring the screen. Let me bring the screen up, man.
You can't. He's not awake to. Yeah, he's not awake to approve it.
Oh, he ain't even a.
Well, can you change your icon to it? Just show your camera or something, or not? Actually,
let me see. I got something else for you though. Let me see. I got something else for you.
Just put your cell phone on
it. That don't come up, but let me see. Can y'all see that?
Refresh the screen.
Homer Simpson.
Okay.
Okay.
Refresh your screen.
Let me know if y'all can see the screen.
Oh wait, I'm not looking through StreamYard. That's a little faster for me. So there's a delay with the thing.
Can the audience see Homer Simpson? Nope. We hit 400. Let's see. Homer, where you at, Homer? Can you see that game changer?
Nah, I can't see it. I'm looking through StreamYard too. I can't see it.
Hopefully the audience can see. Homer Simpson, 400 likes on a live stream. Game Changer said he hit 200. I've hit about 200. MOT hit 400 likes on a live stream. This is historical. So let Homer Simpson get his. You can't see that shit, Game Changer?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna let it sit for 10 seconds. I'm gonna take it down, but I got Homer Simpson saying 400. Woo! We should celebrate this stuff, man, because again, we might be black men in our different clans, in our different tribes, but one thing that we want to do, we want to dismantle the gynocracy.
Absolutely.
We want to promote black male first media, and we want to restore a family structure that benefits Black Americans at large. So it doesn't matter that you're a black pill, red pill, purple pill town hall guys, SYSBM, free thinking brothers, passport bros, wolf lifestyle, Negro manosphere. These are all sectors that exist. Mm-hmm. What matters is that we're all trying to dismantle this gynocracy that produces nothing but death, destruction, and dysfunction, bro. So the fact that the brother MOT hit 400, and this is a salute to the viewers, Game Changer, Jesse, Super Triz, MOT. Am I missing anyone?
Jesse, I got on when Jesse was here, so that's all I know about.
Damn, I'm missing somebody.
Hold on, let me just
Edward Anderson was here. All of you people that came on the panel.
Super Triz.
Yep, I got Super Triz, Jesse, MOT, Game Changer, King Sigma. So yeah, if I missed you, I'm sorry. But look it, man, we gotta learn to celebrate each other, okay?
Yeah, most definitely.
Getting 400 likes on a live stream with only 12,000 followers. If you understand the data and the analytics of this shit, that's humongous, because people get caught up in subscribers. Subscribers is not what you judge YouTube by. You judge it by engagement. So when you got a person with 12,000 subscribers that gets 400 live likes and gets an audience of 300 plus, that is powerful. Okay? Because again, the brothers in this space are at a disadvantage. We're not doing purely entertainment, comedy, sports over here. We're doing edutainment. So salute that brother, man. I just want to just salute that brother, man. And get like 5 seconds of just silence. Just salute. So with that, I don't know, Game, should you have something you want to say before we end? Because like I just want to hit that 400 mark. Wow, I'm shocked, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Like 400 likes on a live, that is fucking incredible.
No, I don't have anything. I'm about to call MOT on the Hangouts right quick. So give me a second. Hopefully his computer will ring and wake him up.
Yeah, wake him up, because like we can't end the stream until he ends it anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
but like I just want to salute the viewers, man, because y'all might not understand it, but I started creating content back in June. Okay, so I've been doing this about. And when you're doing like live streams, when you're getting like you hitting 400, and then you get fucking 400 likes, that's incredible. Because that means that people are engaged, enjoying the conversation, and that's a salute to y'all, the audience, man, for real. Because the most likes I got is like 200, and I think on a viral video I got like maybe 1,000. I don't know, but I know on a live stream I ain't never hit no motherfucking 400 likes. That's for sure. So y'all need to salute that brother MOT. Support him. Support Game Changer. Support Edward Anderson, Jesse, Super Triz, and the other brothers that come in these panels, because we try to bring, edutainment, man. And again, that's one of the things that they don't want black men to do, because we have a different kind of charisma, we have a different kind of charm, and we have a different kind of perspective on things. And they fear us because anything that we touch, if we get deeply involved in that shit, is game over. We're going to dominate, man. Anything.
True. But fellas, we got to get our patriarchy back at all costs, because we do have more raw potential than a Saiyan. So, but it will only function under a strong patriarchal structure, period. It's not going to thrive under the current conditions. So we got to pick our leaders carefully, no more 90-year-old women who draw penises on boards and shit like that. We gotta understand that we need leadership in our household. We need the power and understand that we have to accept the responsibility that comes with it.
So see, I never got a chance to hear Dr. Francis Quesson in person, but Naam Akbar came to my university and he spoke. Did you ever get a chance to hear him on tour? Naam Akbar. He wrote this Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery, and he wrote a lot of books, man. He was a Fruit of Islam guy. Okay. He was big back like 10 years ago. Did you ever get a chance to hear him?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I was wondering because he said a lot of the shit that you're saying right now. He was a Muslim, but his name is Naam Akbar, man. He said a lot of dope stuff, man, especially in regards to black men in our role as fathers and things like that. Because I think that's what a lot of black men are searching for. They're searching for legacy. They're searching for a quality Stargate and purpose. Because life without meaning and purpose is just like a leaf in the wind, man. I think that's what a lot of black men in 2020 are trying to figure out. How do I have a legacy? How do I find purpose? And how do I find meaningless in a dying culture? And I think that's why they fear black men like us, because we've been at the bottom for so long. Anything that we do as far as progress is a good thing. So that's why they fear us, because to be honest with you, and there's going to be a lot of Miss Anderson that hate me this statement, I actually think that black men are going to rule America in 50 years. We're going to be the rulers of America because we have the right kind of value system that we're pushing. The patriarchy that Game Changer is pushing, a belief in the American creed, and a historical oppressed position. There's no one more positioned in the next 50 years to rule America than black men. And that shit terrifies white racists and all the black misanders out there, because they know what I said is true. The reason why the patriots that created the United States and freed themselves from Britain, they fit all the categories I just mentioned. They felt that they were oppressed. They felt that they were discriminated against. Black men have been the most discriminated against, the most hated group in America. But no other group loves America more than black American men. No one believes in the American creed more than the black American men. Why do I know that? Because even when they were in slavery, they still fought in the Civil War and every war since. Black men believe in the American creed more than any other group in America. White men, Asian men, Latin men. And that's our strength. White men don't believe in the American creed. They believe in white racism. They believe in black male hatred. Latinos don't give a fuck about America. They care about opportunity to make more money, to make America another part of Mexico in 100 years.
Well, I mean, America's creed is very flawed. And you see, too much freedom is not a good thing. And I know that all countries have freedom, but we have far too many liberties that work against our best interests.
Mm-hmm.
These liberties were taken away in certain places for a very good reason. I mean, look at how destructive, say, freedom of speech is, freedom of press is. You know, I mean, these things can promote and perpetuate things like white supremacy and other very damaging ideas like feminism. You know, and also democracy is a very flawed belief system, because what if white people voted black people into slavery? Or what if women voted men into slavery?
That's not democracy, though.
That is definitely what democracy is.
You're missing a factor. But go ahead. I'll tell you what the factor you're missing is. Go ahead.
No. Please elaborate.
See, what you're calling democracy is actually oligarchy. Okay? Here's the difference. Oligarchy is bent on a small percentage of a society being educated. What you call democracy is not democracy, bro.
No, it is democracy because education is immaterial of it.
No, it's not.
Well, okay. Well, listen. Whatever you described, oligarchy, and I thought that meant something else, but I could be wrong. Anyway, what you described is a small percentage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not talking about small percentages. I'm talking about the majority of this country is white.
No,
if they were.
No, you're talking about a small percentage. You're talking about a small percentage.
No, I'm not. The majority, there are more. This country has a population that's more than 50% white.
Now, let me explain. Let me answer to you. Here's my response to Game Changer. This is what I'm referring to. If you actually read the writings of Socrates, who hated democracy, that's why I like reading his writings, Plato, and Athenian Democrats, right? Democracy has one critical factor. The only way you can call a system democracy if the majority of the population that are included in voting are educated, civic-minded people. That's why I disagree with you.
Well, semantics aside, and by modern...
Hold on. Let me finish. My contesting with you is that the majority of Americans are hella ignorant and are not intelligent enough to do what you're saying that they're doing. But you got the mic.
All right. So because it was written with a modern understanding of it, and democracy as it stands right now doesn't exclude the uneducated or, anything of that liking. It's flawed as it stands. And even if it did only include the educated, it would still favor a certain demographic. That demographic would have the power to enslave the other demographic. So once again, under the current regime, it is possible for whites to vote blacks into slavery. There is a fundamental flaw in the democratic republic that we now live in. Simply is. There are things that the Constitution did not anticipate.
Now, I want to go back to that flaw part. Okay, so you said there's a flaw in it. Now, we've only had three systems in the last 10,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Aristocracy, monarchy, and democracy. Quote unquote. I got to put quotes on democracy because that shit is like, we have republics and democracy. It's not the same thing.
Yes.
So those are the three basic systems.
Yeah, I get it.
So those are the basic three systems over the last 10,000 years. Again, monarchy, rule of one, aristocracy, rule of few, democracy, rule of many. Now, how do you separate the flaw? Now, what I'm trying to get at, how do you separate the flaw in quote unquote democracy? You got to put quotes on that shit versus aristocracy versus monarchy.
How do I separate the flaws? What do you mean?
Because you said there's a flaw in democracy. So I'm saying there's only three systems historically over the last 10,000 years. Again, monarchy, rule of one, aristocracy, rule of a few, democracy, rule of many. Now, what flaw have you found in democratic republics, because that's what we have, versus aristocracy versus a monarchy? Explain that.
Well, I just described that it has that flaw, that a large group of people can vote a smaller group of people into subjugation, or they can a large group of people can exploit a smaller group of people through votes.
Now, what about an aristocracy is a system where a few people can vote for slavery, which is what we had most of our history, 10,000 years, and monarchy, which is one ruling one man or one woman. Well, it's been a couple women, but mostly one man monarchy can create slaves. So I'm saying the flaw in democracy, the best system that they've created in the 10,000 years, I mean, it's still the best outcome that we've had over 10,000 years. What do you propose? So what I guess I'm trying to get at, so if we have 10,000 years of the worst case scenario for most people is monarchy, aristocracy, and the best case scenario is democratic republic, what would you propose exactly?
Well, I'm not proposing one. See, to point out a flaw in a system doesn't require that you propose a...
No, I'm not saying that no. I'm not even knocking that you point out the flaw.
Right.
Because we have those three models as a software engineer, your whole thing is about solving a problem, right? So if the flaw is what you said it is, what would you propose to fix that flaw is what I'm asking.
Right. I'm not a sociologist. I'm not. You're right. I am a software engineer. And by definition, we create software, which sometimes requires how we solve problems, but nothing like this. Solving the world's management problems is not really my forte, but I do see the flaws in democracy and really just the American system. And I can see it imploding over on itself, just as the Republic was about to until Caesar took over. Now, and that eventually folded over itself too. So it's hard to say what will work better. I mean, monarchies have outlasted republics. In fact, now that I think about it, republics are relatively short-lived.
They are. I mean, if you look at the 10,000 years of civilization, the shortest history was republics.
Right.
So you're a very aristocratic, oligarchical, plutocratic, monarchical type of dude. That's basically what you're saying.
Well, here's the thing about monarchies that republics simply don't have, and that is their power is tied to the nation, those who make votes. Therefore,
monarchy is tied to the ruling party, which is usually a king or a queen.
Their power is tied to the nation.
Well, the nation is the king and the queen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So what I mean by that, Sigma, is that say you have a king of a nation, let's call it Wakanda, right? If Wakanda fails, his entire family is destroyed. That's what that means. It means that, you are now the Bolsheviks. You are completely fucked if you fall. If Wakanda doesn't fall, which means that you not only have to think about what's best for right now, you have to think about what's best for the next 1,000 years for Wakanda. So monarchies do breed that type of thinking. Now, a democracy, a motherfucker could say, I do not care what happens. If I can make $5 billion and fuck over the country, I would take that $5 billion and move to another country.
Do you consider yourself to be in that party?
Am I that selfish? No. But what I'm saying is...
I'm not. I mean, the selfish thing, I don't even want to say self. I'm saying, like, do you consider yourself to be more leaning towards monarchy and aristocracy? I mean, be honest, man.
Well, it depends on the monarch. But...
like, okay, tomorrow if we had an election and we had a choice between aristocracy, monarchy, and a democratic republic, and you were one of the candidates, which one would you choose?
I don't think that anybody's qualified for monarchy.
So monarchy is off the table. So
at this point, however, if there was a qualified individual who was capable of being a monarch, and really, aristocracies are come from monarchies. It's just that their distant families become the nobility class, and eventually.
Well, the monarchies precede aristocracy, though, because usually, like, if you look at the historical,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so I'm asking you. So you said that monarchy is off the table, right?
No, I'm saying that because monarchies do precede aristocracies, there's really no, we might as well just say monarchy to start there.
If you had, okay.
So if you're asking if there was a competent monarch, that is, suitable for the job, yeah, or like Zone suitable for the job, I would say yes. So a monarch, and the what was it, Mao regime, was a competent monarch.
Now, hold on. I want to make sure I understand. So, if you got three options, you're saying that you would choose if a competent monarch was there over a competent aristocracy and a educated democracy. You're choosing the monarch. That's what you said?
No. That's not what I'm saying. If given all three, okay, so one of them requires that the aristocracy is competent.
Mm-hmm.
The other requires that the general populace is competent.
Correct.
And one requires that the monarch, of course, is competent. I would prefer that we have a general populace that's competent. However, Americans are stupid as fuck.
That's true.
That being said, the power should not be in a population that's largely stupid as fuck and dumb as hell.
That is true, though. You're right about that, though. It is true. What you're saying is scary that the United States IQ scores and test scores across the board has gone down over the last 20 years, man. It's kind of sad, man.
Right. So if we had a competent monarch that said things that the people didn't want but needed, and this person was to just say something and then just take off the shirt and say, do something, I'm the motherfucking king of America, and it was for the best interest of the people, then I would say absolutely. If he was to say no more titty Tuesdays, in fact no more TV period, deal with the shit, then yeah.
But they think Trump that you described, though. A lot of Americans claim, quote unquote, that Trump fits that model that you're describing. So what's your thought on him and fitting that monarchical model that you just described?
No, he's not a competent monarch. I don't think he's very competent at all.
Now why does he not fit the competent monarchical standard that you set?
Well, he's just not that bright. No, the person I picture as the monarch would be more Frederick Douglassy, and not just not just for racial reasons. He would be more Frederick Douglass.
Black quarterback. Yo, Patrick Mahomes, go out and win that Super Bowl. You a black quarterback, nigga.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not even a Kansas City fan, but I'm be honest, man. Like, I'm voting for Patrick Mahomes because he's half black. So what? Fuck it. Go ahead.
I'm a nerd. I just found out that a local team was playing in the Super Bowl.
You like a serious nerd. Like, I'm kind of like a, I guess, kind of a nerd because I love sports. But yeah, you like a full nerd because I remember you don't give a fuck about sports. I remember we were talking about some sports with you. You was like, man, I don't give a fuck about no sports, man.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. When Rude and Keith was gonna fight.
What?
And
wait. What?
Yeah, they was talking shit on my channel. So Keith was like, meet me in the gym. So they had the gym set up and everything.
Oh, so basically you're saying that they're gonna fulfill my prophecy from last year. For those that don't know, before I started making content last summer, I made a prediction. I said that in these black YouTube spaces, someone from this space would end up killing another person from this space. I actually said that shit in 2018 or early 2019.
Well, let's hope it don't come into that.
But I'm gonna say it again because you just mentioned it. Again, King Sigma speaking. My prediction before the end of 2021, because of the nigga, I call it, you know how they talk about doxing and all that shit? I call it noxing. And they're like, what do you mean by noxing? And I hate the word nigga. I hate that fucking word. Replace the D and put noxing. That means nigga, noxing. That's what I mean, right? Mm-hmm. So when you bring different classes of brothers into a space together, this shit is not gonna go well, bro. It's not gonna go well. My prediction, I'll say it again. Before the end of 2021, and I saw this shit on Facebook. I know you saw it too, Game Changer. There was a black man who killed his side piece last year on live camera, yo. My prediction, before the end of 2021, there will be a black man from this space that kills another black man from this space within 24 months, live on camera. And here's now you saying, fuck you, cking, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, I'm gonna even add another little, I'm gonna add something on. Not only is a black man from this space in the next 24 months gonna kill another black man, it's gonna be because of a bitch. So there you go. That's my prediction. So I just want to add to what Game Changer was saying, because honestly, through my Surviving Bottom Shelf Brad series, I've learned way more about the black mentality than I ever thought I would, man, through my research, bro. These motherfuckers are sick, man. Like, they are sick. Like, they talking about they want to have a ranged fight. I had a homeboy that I played football with in high school, man. He was killed by a dude that he knew, man. That shit fucked me up for a long time. You know, one of my best friends, his cousin, who played football with us our senior year, he was killed by a dude over a bitch, man. Because the homeboy was in the club talking to a broad. He didn't know that the broad was with another group of dudes. She didn't say, oh, I'm with this guy, I'm with that guy, flirting with her. Mm-hmm. He comes outside the club at the end of the club. This shit was like 10 years ago, man. And he comes to find out that the broad he was talking to was with her boyfriend and his crew. Man, they beat my homeboy to his death, man. All of them got like 15, 20 years in prison, yo. And that shit kind of like fucked me up, you know what I mean? Because it again, I'm admitting it. I have a lot of bias to certain shit. So she got to move on with her life. All the dudes that beat my homeboy up and killed him because they beat him so badly, they all got 15 to 20 years in prison. The bitch is out there fucking everybody, probably. She might have a bottom shelf Brad. Maybe she fucked DJ Pope. But my point is that when you bring certain energies together, like Game Changers talking about, man, that shit does not end good, man. That's all I'm gonna say. And that was fucked up because it was my homeboy. He was like a good singer and shit. Like, he know how to sing. He used to do talent shows. And one of my best friends, that was his first cousin, and we all played football together, but I just couldn't believe when I opened the newspaper and I saw that he had been killed over a bitch, and the broad was out free, but all the dudes involved, the dude that was killed and the dudes that did the killing, were all in prison and fucked, either dead or in prison. So yeah, so anyone out there saying, hey, King Simi, you biased, you're right. I am biased. I never listen to bitches for the most part, but I'm not as bad as Game Changer. I don't say 100%, but I'm more like 90%. Like, I don't like listening to these hoes, man.
No, it's not a matter of that. I mean, you know, a woman in a woman's place, you definitely, you know, but Francis Cress Wells isn't. So why? But nevertheless, I didn't know about the Super Bowl until I called my dad, and he told me that he was going to be busy tomorrow for that reason. To make a long story short.
So your dad considers you to be a lame, and he's the cool one.
Well, my dad was an athlete. I don't know what's, you know, if he considered me a lame. I don't think so. But I mean, you know, he was an athlete and I wasn't. And he watches the Super Bowl and I don't. That makes him cool, I guess. Then he is cool. I mean, I
love the fact that you have a good relationship with your dad, man, because I remember the fact that you was telling me, you was like, yo, you know, I took my dad down to out of the country and we celebrated his birthday. You a good son, brother. Salute to you, man.
Oh yeah, thanks. Well, he's a good dad. But so yeah, he lives in Dallas, and I was gonna have him make sure that these niggas don't or these brothers don't beat each other to death or no shit like that. So but he said that the Super Bowl was tomorrow and he's preparing for that. So that's that. But yeah, and then he told me that the 49ers was in it. But I don't really follow that shit, to make the point on that.
Mm-hmm.
But no, as far as a monarchy, it would probably be something like that. But generally, monarchies make themselves apparent because they are the only one willing to take the mantle when a republic is destroyed. Like nobody wants to like step up when a nation is falling. They just don't. So the person that do is generally the one that's most competent. And I use Julius Caesar as an example again. Now, of course, his reign was short-lived.
So talk about that, because let the audience know about that, because that's deep. You just brought up Julius Caesar. Like, he's one of my favorite people. Julius Caesar and Napoleon are my kind of like two of my favorite people to study. So let the audience know what you're talking about.
Well, so Rome was a republic and voted in its leaders. All the members of the republic, all the freedmen and citizens of the Roman Republic had the right to vote. Now, through years of corruption and coercion, and just the decadence of Rome through things like gladiatorial events and free food, read welfare, things like that. They called it bread and circuses. People were essentially buying votes.
Mm-hmm.
And the citizens lost the habit of voting for the most competent leaders for the Senate. And in its place, they just voted for the richest people that spent their wealth on them.
Thank you for saying that, because right now that's relevant, because we have like Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer. They're very focused on buying the 2020 election. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
Right. So that was the state of Rome, and then there was a previous dictator that took over Rome through violent means. I think his name was Tullius.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, and Pompey took him down. So there was a lot going wrong with Rome. It was a civilization at the brink of its own decline. And then Julius Caesar came, and he also was a dictator of sorts. However, he didn't really take it directly by violent means, meaning he did not bring his military directly to Rome. He conquered all of the opposition who felt that he was a fugitive, and he was simply the last person standing. Now, it's not so much how he became the leader of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
But it was more what he did as the leader of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
He replaced free jobs, or he replaced free food with jobs, giving freedmen the ability to feed themselves. You see, Rome was oversaturated with slaves.
He was interesting. That dude, Julius Caesar, like, of all the people, he's an interesting guy to me, because his softness, like, he was a very hardcore individual, but that one little bit of, he taught me a lot. Like, Julius Caesar was like one of the most hardcore motherfuckers during that time. But the one mistake he made, he was a cleanup man. Let's not forget. Caesar was a cleanup man. He was like in a relationship with Brutus, the dude that ended up killing him, mother. That was his concubine. And he had got a soft spot for his concubine and the child that she had. And I got to be honest, bro, like, if you study Julius Caesar, it really turns you into a really jaded motherfucker, because here's a guy who 99% of the time he was hardcore, didn't trust nobody. He moved according to the Machiavellian model, but he fucked up and made one mistake. He got a soft spot for the bastard child of his concubine. And that ended up being the motherfucker that stabbed him in the heart, man.
Yeah, I mean, because Brutus, he wasn't just his lover's son, and quite possibly his son. He was also of high nobility. He was the descendant of the founders of the Republic. Therefore, having him as a symbolic friend, worked well with the people. He looked less like a dictator. But I mean, the interesting thing that I want to bring up about Julius Caesar is that he wasn't the first person to attempt. He wasn't the first person to attempt it. But because unlike Tullius, he didn't want power for the sake of having it. He actually had a vision for the future of Rome. The people embraced him. And and that's what I mean when I say competent leader. Because he took the reins of something that was on a decline and put it on in a proper direction. Now, his predecessor, who was actually of no relation, but Julius Caesar didn't have any male heir, so I don't know how that would have worked anyway.
Well, I mean, the same model that you're speaking of applies to Germany. The same shit, because Germany is more recent history, but the same shit happened with Nazi Germany as well. Because you got to remember. And I love talking about the fact that the Nazis, we forget this. We really do forget this in America. They were a democratically elected party. Just like Julius Caesar came to power through a democratically elected constituency. That's the shit that even to this day kind of I still haven't figured it out yet, man. Because the Nazis were elected by the will of the majority of the population. And then they came to be a kind of dictatorial situation, just like Julius Caesar, man.
Yeah, I mean, he was elected into the Senate, and it only made sense. He had money from Crassus, and he had military victories of his own. He was essentially, made into consul because no one was able to oppose him. I mean, that was kind of like under the threat of knife point.
Right.
Consul being that the Senate votes it in and they weren't in a position to do it. He would kill you if you didn't. So that was not entirely the case, but he did make it as far as the Senate. Mm-hmm. On his namesake and his charisma, or whatever you want to call it, by playing politics. But the point is that he was a competent leader, and Augustus was more competent than him. So, and then of course they had some true fuck ups, but they got another 400 years out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Out of a nation that was pretty much on a decline. So, there are pros to monarchs, as long as the monarch is competent. And now I probably would draw the line at lines of succession, meaning the father, the son is the automatic king and shit like that. Because
he was impotent, man. That motherfucker Julius Caesar, he couldn't get it up, man. That's why he couldn't produce an heir, man. He was impotent.
Well, he produced Caesarion, but I mean he produced daughters. He just was one of those guys,
Yeah, that shit is interesting because I got a homeboy, man. All that motherfucker do is make sons, man. He got like 5 sons and shit.
Well, it's sexual discipline too, and that's something that black men need to work on. I mean, Julius Caesar spent the majority of his life at war, which takes, like a nigga would never do something like that because it's like you ain't getting no pussy, even though they spend the majority of their life in jail. They still will say, they still will never voluntarily go down a path that doesn't lead to more pussy, no matter how much power you get from it. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he spent the majority of his life, in Gaul, fighting Spartacus, fighting the Cilicians.
He was fucking Cleopatra too. He was banging Cleopatra too, man.
Yeah, like I said, Caesarion. So he did have a son. He was capable of having children. That didn't go well, but he was capable of having children, even boys, provided that he wasn't cuckolded.
Do you think that black men fear death? Because I've been thinking about this. Like, I I got a crazy uncle, man. He's a crazy motherfucker, right? He used to say shit to me that I didn't understand. Like, he would say, now, remember you talking to like a teenager when he's saying this shit, like, you should picture your death. And I'm like, what the fuck is this crazy ass old man talking about, right? So he would say you should always picture the ways you could die. And one day I experimented with that shit, right? And I come to find out that I'm actually convinced that most Black American men are afraid to die, bro. And that's why they don't understand their strength, because a lot of these American Negroes, man, they think that they're supposed to live forever. And bro, I done thought about 1,000 ways that I could die.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, from being on fire, from falling from an airplane, I've tried to think of every fucking way I can die. Every way. Being shot in the head, shot in the heart, all that shit. But I come to the conclusion that a lot of Black American men are afraid to fucking die. Like, it's some weird, like, they don't, when you tell them things like the brother just said in the chat, right? I'm convinced that most Black American men have no idea how much greatness that they have in themselves. Like, I really believe that most Black men have no clue.
Well, I mean,
you ruled Europe. You ruled Europe alone. I'm not talking about, I won't even talk about Africa. You fucking went into another nation of 5 to 6 million people with 10,000 soldiers and conquered them motherfuckers for 700 years. But yet, because in 2020, you American Negro men fear death so much, you don't even understand your own greatness, man. But I'll get a mic to Game Changer, man.
Well, I mean, it's not really a fear, in my opinion, it's not really like a fear of death that inspired the Moors. It's something, knowing that something existed more important, that was more important than their own life. Because they feared death. They just feared, I don't know, the results. They feared the wrath of their religion more, you know, or, you know.
Explain that part.
Well, they had something greater than themselves to believe in this case, Allah. Absent that, you know, there's nothing stronger that overrides our fear of death. Most people fear death. However, they fear something else more than death, and they will choose death over having that fear realized. For example, a father would probably fear the death of his children over his own death. Mm-hmm. So his actions, you know, to protect his children would override his fear of death. Now, in the case of the, huh?
So you said protect his children. What do you mean by that exactly?
If he found himself in a situation where he had to choose between the life of his children or his own.
Because I'm just kind of curious about it, because when I study the Moors, and I haven't finished the book yet, but I'm reading through it. It's called The Golden Age of the Moor by Dr. Ivan Sertima. The thing that I noticed is that the idea of their children was never mentioned. It was always about the what you mentioned earlier, Allah, and they believed in a stronger power. But the children part was more of a secondary concern. It was like the agenda and the goal was more important, because if that was successful, the results would be good for the children.
Well, when I said children, I wasn't really applying that to the Moors.
Mm-hmm.
I was applying that to myself, something that I would fear more than my own death, and that would be that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said that to you to have it something that's more relatable, because you are not a Mohammedan African. So, mm-hmm. You know, that's why I brought that up. But they had that. Modern Black men don't really have anything like that.
Now, that's interesting that you said that. Now, you say they don't have anything like that, but a lot of Black men would claim they're Christians.
Well, there's different levels. I mean, you know, I think that there are people that are Christians. as long as it doesn't require any work or sacrifice on their parts. And as modern Christians practice their religion, it don't. It means you can eat, do, fuck, and do whatever you want.
So you don't believe that they believe in the actual principles of Christianity?
Not enough to practice any of the tenets of Christianity.
I mean, you do realize that we gonna be on this motherfucking till 12 noon if you don't wake up MOT.
Well, I called him. He didn't wake up, but I'm about to go regardless. I'm about to go in like 5 minutes regardless. But
all right.
I mean, no, I think that a lot of Christians of all races are simply Christians because it's convenient. It doesn't.
Man, call MOT, bro. Why you call him again, man?
No, his number changed. I had like his old number. I think it changed when he moved, or just don't pick up.
You do realize that if we get off here, that this shit is gonna be going on until like 12 noon.
Yeah, I don't know when he's gonna wake up, but he sometimes wake up soon. So hopefully that's the case.
The MOT is like between Las Vegas and Salt Lake City somewhere, asleep on the side of the fucking road right now, bro.
Hey, yeah. True.
But I mean, the points that you made, like, is very good, man, because, you know, I just, like I said, man, I salute the brothers that listen to these kind of conversations, because the more I study the mainstream media, man, I don't know if you guys know, but they fear us, man. The fucking mainstream media does not believe that black men would even have this kind of conversation at all.
They do not fear us at all.
Oh, they fear us.
No.
Again,
not even close.
I'll tell you why. Oh, go ahead. I'll tell you why. And you go ahead and say what I'm going to say why I think that's fear us.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't see a need to prove the absence of something. I mean, they just simply don't. They have no reason to.
I think they do. If you had no... Okay, so here's a question in Game Changer. If you had no reason to fear someone, why would you talk about them and mention the threat that they offer?
Because it makes good news, I guess.
Well, not really. No one gives a fuck about black men, so that doesn't make great. I would actually disagree with you on the point that you don't ever got to mention black men in the news and you'd have great news. So I don't agree with that.
I do.
Okay, so explain to me, why are black men relevant in the news when no one gives a fuck about black men?
Well, no, people do give a fuck about black people. However, people like
No, hold on. I said black men, not black people, black men.
Okay, people give a fuck about black men. I mean, they make good news. Hell, I watch niggas all the time. I don't know why.
I didn't say niggas. I said black men having a kind of...
No. I'm just giving an example of something that makes good news that you don't necessarily fear. I watch niggas all the time. I don't necessarily fear them. You know, I just think that they make great news. You know, watching them do dumb shit is really like the highlight of some days. You know?
Now, what about now? Okay, I get the black redneck part, but that's not what I asked you. I said, why do they fear black men like you or I having these kind of conversations?
I don't. Yeah, and I don't think that they do.
No. I know you don't. I do. You said that it's important for them to report on it, though.
Oh well, do they report on these type of conversations?
Hell yeah, they do. Every fucking memo that I read coming from the media or the Democratic Party is about black men like you and me. What the fuck are you talking about? The last months.
Like whom?
The DNC. Let me see who wrote this.
We're talking about black men like you and me.
University of Illinois, the University of Connecticut. They got whole fucking memos.
What are they saying?
Hold on, let me bring it up. It's called. Let me bring up the name of it. It's called "From Pickup Artists to Incels: A Data-Driven Sketch of the Manosphere." Okay. Now, they were talking about the white dudes, but it applies to us because everything they talked about, we're doing. They got fucking literally funding $100,000, $250,000 academic studies into our conversations in what they call the quote unquote manosphere space. So I can't agree with you, bro, because
well, okay, I'll put it like this.
Because I think it's critical.
Okay, I misconstrued what you meant by us. I thought you were just talking about generally black men or the plurality of black men. I thought you were talking about that. Yes, they do have reason. They do have reason to fear the cultural change that the manosphere can provide. Every civilization do, just like Mexico don't want its citizens to come to America. Americans don't want its citizens to leave either. You know, they want us to be content in the current situation. We're not, and that is a threat. But that's more of a man thing, not really a black man thing.
Well, I can tell you right now that they're speaking specifically to all men that have patriarchal leaning like you.
Yeah, exactly. No, they have reason to fear that. You know, definitely. Patriarchy is not good for business. The way this country is set up right now, because of its decadence, patriarchy has the propensity to destroy that for the oligarchs. It does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's money involved in it. You know, and the whole bling bling lifestyle, and the whole, you know, spending the money to get the pussy lifestyle. There's a lot of money wrapped into that. People profit from it. There isn't much money in boy meets girl, get married, and then, you know, save up for the kids' college fund. There isn't much money in that.
Okay, so with you saying that, so I'm a believer that again, I actually enjoy people that disagree with me more than that agree with me. Now, there was a $250,000 study done by the University of Binghamton, University of Illinois, and the University of Boston and MIT about you and me. They called this study From Pickup Artists to Incels. They consider you to be an incel. You realize that, right?
But I have sex.
I know, and I have a lot of sex. You have a lot of sex too. But they consider you and I to be either pickup artists or incels. They call it a data-driven sketch of the manosphere. Anyone, especially you, they call you a misogynist because you said you don't want to hear a bitch talk, right?
Right.
So you're actually listed in this study. This was a $250,000 study conducted.
Was it conducted by bitches?
Actually, what I call a male feminist, like 4 out of the 5 researchers and professors were actually men.
So here's the thing. There's niggas, bitches, and there's bitch niggas. So what you're describing is bitch niggas. So they fall under the category. It's a Venn diagram. They are bitches.
Read the first paragraph to you. I want to see what you have to say. In the chat. It's important. I put it in the chat for everybody. So take a look at the chat, Game Changer. The link is in there. This is called from incels, from pickup artists to incels. And it's important that we in this space read this shit, man, because they're trying to smear us as incels, misogynists, whatever. I'm just going to read the first paragraph. Here's what it says. This is from January 21st, less than like 2 weeks ago. $250,000 study. Over the past few years, a number of quote-unquote fringe online communities have been orchestrating harassment campaigns and spreading extremist ideologies on the web. In this paper, we present a large-scale characterization of the quote-unquote manosphere, a conglomerate of predominantly web-based misogynist-like game changer movements roughly focused on men's issues. We do so by gathering and analyzing 38 million plus posts obtained from 7+ forums and 57 subreddits. We find that milder and older communities, such as pickup artists and men's rights activists, are giving way to more extremist communities like incels and MGTOW, with a substantial migration of active users. We also show that manosphere is characterized by a volume of quote-unquote hateful speech appreciably higher than other web communities, including those such as Gab, known to be hateful. Overall, we paint a comprehensive picture of the evolution of the manosphere, highlighting the relevance of studying these communities using computational social science methods. That's into their paper that's like 13 pages long.
Okay.
And that was, again, $250,000 spent between the end of 2019 and the first quarter of this year on studying brothers like you. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're here. They're listening to us right now is what I'm saying, Game Church. Like right now.
Probably.
While you and I speak, these male feminists and radical feminists are listening to you and I speak and literally getting paid to study this shit that we're saying.
All right. Well, I want them to hear this because they are listening. Social science isn't a science, and therefore it doesn't deserve my respect. All right. Try launching rockets on social science, niggas. All right. You people are adept at convincing something that you have something to offer civilization. You don't. Your studies is bullshit and your research is nothing. You know. Now, here's what's really going on. You want to maintain the status quo because you think it's going to get you somewhere. And it might get you somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
However, it will not push society forward. Period. And you don't have to be a social scientist to see it.
Are you surprised though?
Huh?
Are you surprised that they're listening to you?
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm aware of the threat that it poses to society. You know, like I mentioned, it poses an economic collapse.
Mm-hmm.
This has the potential to collapse a economy, and we can't afford that. Because our economy, you see, America, as you know, is an economy based on itself. It's weird. I didn't even think shit like this would even be possible. Like you could really just sit and scratch your head and say, where does the money come from? And not have an answer. It's kind of like we're living on a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been for maybe 40 years or so. Mm-hmm. Like it's so because people have jobs to support other people. Meaning like if you work at Toys R Us, or not Toys R Us, they're out of business. If you work at Amazon, then you're making money from people who is spending money, who's also making money from people who is spending money. Like everybody here is making money from people who is spending money.
Mm-hmm.
But where's like the new money coming from?
Foreigners, that's about it.
No, because we're not like shipping them anything that they need. Like if we were selling something, if we were exporting Fords to China, then that would be one thing. But we're not actually, you know.
The only thing that America really is exporting at this point is entertainment industry.
Exactly. And that's one of the few remaining bastions, but the majority of the country do not work in the entertainment business. And furthermore, we're losing grip on that. I mean, like other countries.
That shit is real. Like what you just said about that, like I wish more people would actually think on that because Alibaba, as quiet as it's kept, they created a Hollywood version of, you know, MG Graham and whatever. They're producing fucking movies and they're putting big movies behind big money behind movies that actually speak to Western audiences. Because they had like this movie that I saw on Netflix. Damn, I wish I would know the name of it. But Alibaba created a picture company and they produced a movie that was like some real patriarchal.
Wait. There's not just one. You talk about like it's just one. Like the last 5 or 6 binge watches I seen on Netflix had subtitles and was dubbed into English.
Real shit. I know, man.
So and these were good. Like these were good shit.
Good movies too, man. Yeah.
I mean, and let's not mention that like, you know, Game of Thrones was damn near almost completely English. You know, like it's it's really starting to. So we're losing grip on that. So the point is that we're just like working on momentum of consumerism. Patriarchy threatens that, and not really patriarchy, just the concept of both. I mean, like a pickup artist is very profitable.
Do you think it was fair to put us all in the same pickup artists?
Huh?
Do you feel like that was fair? The way that they tried to put like pickup artists and general black manosphere, and then this quote unquote incel, which I don't even fuck that means, all in it, like where you weren't surprised they put us all in the same box together.
I was surprised that it came from them, yeah, but I'm familiar with the tactic, and it kind of highlights their intentions. Whenever someone uses that word, it's a shaming tool.
What do you think of that word?
It's a shaming tool. I think that word is used to shame someone.
Mm-hmm.
Into becoming either a pickup artist, which is someone that you can profit from, or actually, yeah, just that, a pickup artist.
So you think that like when they say like incel, they're trying to force you to be like a pickup artist. It's like a either or situation. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, that's the only two categories that they presented.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, they want people. Okay, here's the thing. Historically speaking, people listen at this carefully. I don't want passive listeners on this, because you got to be clear on what's going on here. Pussy is the commodity of man, and he who controls it controls the labor, wealth of its citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Society is sustained when society have said control over pussy. Meaning,
now, do you feel like
you keep interrupting, brother? So I'm going somewhere with this.
Illegal is what I'm asking. So you just gave that example. I'm saying like
that's not an example. I'm going somewhere with it, but go ahead, man.
Oh, I just want you to clarify. Are you talking about legal or illegal? That's all.
What are you talking about? Like sex and stuff?
Because you said control over pussy. The easiest way to control pussy would be a legal system. So I'm saying, are you talking about illegal or illegal control of pussy? That's what I was asking.
No, it's neither. It's just a way that society functions to do it. It's not like through creating laws and shit like that. It's a matter of society itself gaming women, and then they are doing it that way. For example, gold. Society realized that women like gold because it shines so brightly. It has no practical use as a metal, at least not in the past. It didn't. However, women thought this shit was pretty. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it became the monetary standard. Society gains control over the gold. They give you gold in exchange for your labors and anything else that you have to give of value. And as a result, in exchange for that, you get pussy.
Mm-hmm.
They have effectively sold your pussy back to you. Now, a man who probably, women weren't interested in directly, if given a lot of gold, they would become interested in him. Therefore, gold became very valuable to men because pussy likes gold and men like pussy. Therefore, men like gold.
Wow. Never heard it before.
Yeah. So now let's fast forward that to today. Women like bullshit, whatever it is, gold teeth or gold chains or just an ass pants nigga. And this is used to control men to buy, say, or do whatever society wants them to do. Now, through feminism.
Wow, that's interesting. I never heard that. I never heard anyone make that kind of argument. That's good. That's unique.
Yeah, I'm very wise. Diamonds is another example. But basically, anything that is more ornamental than it is functional.
Now, you said that the reason that the gold, the money changers and the banking system and finance made gold the standard, you claim that it's because women thought gold was beautiful.
Yes, that's what I claim, yes.
Wow, that shit is interesting. This dude game changer, but you cannot take him. He's an original.
Yeah. Motherfucker. You see, I hate niggas like this. But I'll bite. What in the hell was gold conducting during the Bronze Age, nigga? Yes, it is very conductive.
Well, it was not conductive during the age you're referring to. It was not conductive. It was a medium of exchange, but it wasn't conducting like it wasn't a conductor.
No, exactly. They didn't have conductors. They didn't have, semiconductors or no shit like that. That's just jackass talk. Yes.
Now, Spectabilis disagrees with you. He says the money changers use gold because a commodity-based money system gives them complete control over the money supply. But you say it was because of pussy.
Okay, well, yes, that is true. What he said is true, but they could have used anything for a basis of commodity, couldn't they?
Now, where does the pussy come into play on this one?
Because the pussy likes gold, is what I'm saying.
So let's paint the picture. Okay.
I'm saying they could have used any. Hold on, right quick. They could have used any metal. They could have used any. They could have used any element. They could have used iron.
This motherfucker game changer is gonna write a bestseller. I guarantee, because this shit is interesting. So you're saying that
they could have used aluminum. They could have used copper. They could have used anything, but they decided to use gold.
So in the year 1200, there was a motherfucking dude that had gold, aluminum, and silver. A bitch rolled up with a fat ass. She was fine as hell. She was a dime. And she was like, damn, that gold looks pretty. And Game Changer was like, that's the one right there. That's what you're saying.
You son of a bitch. All metals except for the radioactive ones can be fused with other metals. You dumbass nigga, you. God, I hate fucking God. You fucking give me a headache.
So you're saying that when that bitch saw that gold, she was like, that's the one.
All metals can be infused with other metals, you fucking jackass, you.
So, but when that bitch saw that gold, the Tinder dick dude was like, yo, that bitch said that gold is the one, so he went with that one.
Exactly. And platinum and all the other shiny shit.
So it wasn't nothing inherent in gold or platinum, is what you're saying.
Exactly. It had no function other than getting bitches moist. Therefore, it had that value.
Yo, when
that value made it the base commodity.
When that boy write a book, I'm gonna read it, because one thing you can't take from Game Changer, he has original ideas. Because I honestly, in my life, I have never heard anyone say that the origin of the gold standard or the platinum standard was due to a bitch. I have never heard that. So you got an original idea right there.
Yeah.
So the reason that they use gold standard up until 1975 is because for 2,000 years, Western society, according to Game Changer, he could change his name to Gold Changer, was because of a bitch. Basically.
Exactly. No, well, it was because of the plurality of bitches. Yes. He who had the gold got the bitches.
That is a popular saying. Who has the gold makes the rules. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, so check in for you says
I did, jackass.
Check in for you says he says King Sigma, you're jiving. You heard that nonsense. No, I'm not jiving. I'm not on no bullshit. I swear to God. I've never heard someone say that the gold standard was tied to a bitch. No, I'm not jiving. I'm dead serious. That's the first time I've ever heard that shit. So I'm giving credit to Game Changer. He says that I'm jiving because I believe. I swear to God, in my life, I've never heard no one say no shit like that. That's a good idea, in my opinion, man.
David, what value did gold have when it became the monetary standard? I know of its value today. I know that it is used as a conductor today. I'm talking about when it was first discovered or when they were first developing civilization. What value did gold have? It did not keep a sharp edge. It did not, you couldn't eat it. What value did it have back then, sir? It was not copper. It was not bronze. or I'm sorry, it was not copper, it was not tin, so you couldn't make bronze out of it. Not only was gold useless, the byproducts of it was useless. The only use it had was it shined so brightly. It made the loincloth drop.
Well, another reason why gold was good is because it was very malleable, though. Gold was very malleable compared to other metals. It was strong, it was malleable, and it was durable. So I would add that as well. That's another reason why gold was valuable as well.
True.
It was shiny, it was pretty.
True. I mean, it was primarily used in jewelry for those reasons, and it shined. So that's why bitches liked it.
That's I think you got a fucking book on your hand with that theory, because I done read a lot of fucking economics books about monetary standard and shit. And you are the first. And the brother in the chat, Check View, says that he thinks that I'm bullshitting when I say this. Mm-hmm. I'm not bullshitting. I've never heard anyone say that gold was tied to a bitch. He's the first person I heard say that. So to me, again, I've always predicted that this space would produce book writers, someone will break into the mainstream, and movie producers will come out of this space. I've always said that since I've been in this space 2 years. So I'm not bullshit when I say that Game Changer is the first one I never heard anyone say no shit like that, man. He says, I do not think you are bullshitting. No, I'm serious, dude. Like, he's the first one I ever heard. I never heard no one say no shit like that, man. Name me an economist that said that gold is tied to a bitch's preference for gold. If you can prove to me that there is a known economist that said that shit, I will go read the book. But until then, I'm not going to take credit away from the fact that he's the first one I heard say some crazy shit like that. I think it's crazy, but he has the ability to prove his point. He says, I am surprised that you are unaware. I mean, shit. Okay, I'll ask you then, Game Changer. He says that he's surprised that I'm unaware of your theory. Is this a theory that's known? Because I ain't never heard this shit before. So he's saying that he basically saying that your theory is not an original theory, that you got it from somewhere else. But this is the first time I've heard. That's all I'm saying.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that others have come to this conclusion. I'm pretty sure. But no, I didn't look it up, nor have I done any research. But it makes too much sense because gold historically has had no other value. And it's very interesting that not only gold, but like everything that people use as currency, even the tribes that use seashells, were pretty.
Yeah, I know in Africa they used the cowrie shell for the most of the history up until the 1500s was like cowrie shells, man.
Right, exactly. So I don't think that this is a coincidence that like the things that men use as currency are also things that women find pretty. You know,
I don't give a fuck what Check for You is saying, but I ain't never heard that argument, and I think it's something that you should explore. He claims that it's an old, I don't know.
It may be, which would be
good. This is the first time I heard that a bitch seeing gold was the reason why they chose that standard. And I'm not saying if it's good or bad. I gotta read on this shit because this is crazy.
Okay, well, I mean, if you could find another reason, then go for it. But I mean, until I'm just working on a theory here, people. So don't try to disprove like, oh, it's like, okay, well, fine, then it's wrong. But you know, according to my theory, that is why it is.
I just think you should develop it though, because I think that there's an opportunity there for you, bro. Like, it's not every day that a motherfucker come across a theory that is not widely known, whether you're right or wrong. My point is that why not explore it? You know what I'm saying? Because there's opportunity there. You have a channel, you have an audience. What I'm saying to you is not if you're right or wrong. I'm asking you to explore that shit deeper because you might be onto something or you might not. But there is an opportunity there.
Men use cattle as trade. You can't use something that's infinite and that gives birth as currency.
Mm-hmm. I like that theory. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, I like your theory, bro, because this shit's funny to me in so many levels. Like, that shit is funny to me, bro. Because no one is. I've never heard it. Some brothers are saying that they heard some shit like that or they didn't. But I'm thinking to myself, a theory of gold was tied to a bitch's vagina. That shit would, man. You know, you realize that you could be on like mainstream media with some shit like that, bro. If you wrote like a 200-page book with the theory that the reason that America was on the gold standard is based on pussy, you do realize that like you'll be all over like CNN, MSNBC with some shit like that, right?
Oh, I didn't even know about that, but no,
you sleep, see, because you're in the storm. I'm telling you, as an objective person, hearing that shit, having read a lot of economics, I've never heard no shit like that, and I'm telling you right now, bro, if you really just went forward with that theory, and you tried to like push a narrative, but maybe you wrote an article on a blog, or you just started to write like a book on the shit, they will fucking parade you across the media on some shit like that, man. I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting. If you came out on any platform and said the reason that the gold standard was situated was because of a woman's vagina, you'll probably make $1 million off that shit, bro.
Yeah, not just gold, all the currencies, like silver, like every place they use currency, it's always something that's pretty to women. Fuck, they use cattle, huh? They use cattle, huh? So how do you trade? What if they wanted a lemon? Do they just cut the ear off the cow and say, "Give me a lemon for this"? You motherfucker, you it's shit like that. It's dumbass shit like that. That God damn it.
Hey, I think you should go with it, but I gotta take my ass to sleep. It's Super Bowl Sunday. We reached our goal.
Yeah.
Salute to the fucking viewers in the chat. Man, y'all push this brother above 400 likes on a live stream. I've never seen this. And I'm trying to. So, Game, have you ever seen this?
Nah, I haven't. I don't really watch. Like, I'm be honest with you. Zone always had my back. I don't really watch the numbers until like it's over, and I go back and look at the thing. But you know,
do you recall ever seeing 400 likes on a live stream?
No.
Now, how long have you been in this space?
Maybe going on a year, like 10 months. Yeah.
And I've been in this space 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen 400 likes on a live stream, bro. So I don't know.
You fucking asshole. You
go ahead.
So basically, that's why they use banknotes to represent the value of cattle, Game Changer. So basically, Fort Knox is just full of cows. You dumbass nigga, you.
Who are you talking to, man?
I'm talking to Money Cash.
Money Cash.
Fucking jackass.
I don't even see that person's name.
You probably
before we get off. Can anyone tell me, have you ever seen 400 plus likes on a live stream? Because I haven't ever seen it yet. But I'm Game Changer's newer and I'm newer. So, because that's the first time I've ever seen 400 likes on live stream in this space, bro. And that, to me, that's a big fucking deal. So, has anyone else seen that in the chat before we get off? Because that's love right there, man. So, check for you says I have. So, check in for you. Where have you seen it at? 400 likes on a live stream. Because he says, I remember. Where did you see that at exactly? So he says MOT has over 11,000 subs, so that's why he can get. That's not true, Zone. I know a lot of people that have over 5,000, 10,000 likes, and they can barely get 100 views or 100 likes. Okay, so he said Jason Black. Yeah. But check for you. Jason Black has nearly 90,000 subscribers, bro. I'm talking about someone with 10,000 and 15,000 subscribers. Have you ever seen on someone like that? Jason Black has fucking 90,000 subscribers. So I'm talking about someone with less than 15,000 subscribers, bro. I just never seen it. So Turbattle said probably BGS or O'Shea. Okay. Now, O'Shea is over 50,000, I'm sure. And BGS, I know for a fact, is over 30,000. I'm talking about anyone under 15,000 subscribers. Have you ever seen it? Someone that has 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, okay, that makes sense. But I'm saying someone under 15,000 subscribers.
Hey, before I go to bed, let me get to my point. This is 2:30. Let me get to my point of saying what I was saying. For it saves my mind watching these chat niggas. In fact, let me just turn away from this for a second. but yeah, so the point of what I was saying is, once you control pussy, you control society. Yeah, I figured as much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's why I need to stop watching it, Tyrone. But once you control pussy, you control society. You get everybody on the gold system. Next thing you know, they're building civilizations and shit like that, and they're never asking why, because you're giving them gold and they're getting pussy. So, you know, who cares who's the king and who's the peasant or who's the pleb? In the case of the Romans, you know, that's how that worked. Now, what if the Romans went incel?
Mm-hmm.
The whole shit gets fucked up, right?
Well, they did go incel. That's why that shit went to crash.
Well, there you go. Well, like, so the moment you stop seeking gold, it's like, what do I need this shit for? I'm not looking for pussy. Then the whole shit just collapsed.
It's not a bad theory, bro.
The whole shit just collapsed. The entire economy collapses at that point. You know, once they just start saying, you know, I don't really need your gold. It doesn't really do anything for me.
Mm-hmm.
The whole shit collapse.
That's a good theory, because honestly, every society that I've, like, over the last 17 civilizations, over the last 10,000 years I've looked at, each one, they call it the death phase of civilization. They entered this phase where there was like a large segment of bachelors, whether confirmed or unconfirmed, that just said, I don't give a fuck no more. And every situation that society collapsed, man. Because like you mentioned, the actual men realized that gold, none of that shit had no value to them no more. Gold, religion, they just went on some real black pill shit. Every one of those societies collapsed, man. Everyone. Yeah. So I think all I'm saying to you is that I don't know if you care. You might not even give a fuck about your theory, but I'm just saying that, man, I would actually try to push that theory and have more conversations on it, because it's unique. You know, you might not think it's unique, but it's the first time I've heard it. Some brothers in the chat said they heard it before, but I ain't never heard that shit before. But I'm going to sleep, bro. We met our goal. It was a great discussion. Y'all go support the brother Game Changer. I don't know if when we log off, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, because MOT is knocked out somewhere between Las Vegas and Salt Lake City.
He's an early riser. He'll be up soon.
Okay, I appreciate it.
He's not this way. Then he's probably gonna be a while.
Okay, well, I'm about to log the fuck off. I hope that you all enjoyed the conversation. Thank you, Game Changer, for coming on, because again, one of the things I noticed with black folks, for some reason, they see disagreement as a bad thing, which is crazy, because I see this shit as a great thing. Black men disagreeing and actually arguing their points is going to prove to be a very good standard for the younger black men that are coming up after us. I mark my words on that. But with that said, you guys all have a good night. Salute to MOT, Game Changer, Edward Anderson, Jesse, Super Triz. Damn, that's all I can remember, but I'm out. Y'all have a good
Peace.